Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Phoebe from Fujian Institute for Sustainable Oceans, Xiamen University, FISO Xiamen University for short. First of all, on behalf of the two organizers of this joint event, FISO Xiamen University, and also Partnership in Environmental Management for the Seas of East Asia, PEMSEA, please allow me to extend our warmest welcome to all the participants joining with us in this joint training program today and also this week. This joint training This joint event is themed with ICM and MSP, moving beyond planning for sustainable development of coastal and marine areas in the East Asian region. And it's a pre-Congress event of the EAS Congress 2021, which is hosted by the Royal Government of Cambodia this year and co-organized by PEMSEA, Cambodia Ministry of Environment, and Province of Pre-Sihanouk. Although the pandemic has turned our life upside down and stopped us from meeting or visiting each other face to face, it's great to have all of you gathered here today on Zoom for the training. In these 4 days, we will discuss the concepts and frameworks of the advanced management approaches, which is integrated coastal management, ICM, and marine spatial planning, MSP, to share experience on sustainable coastal and ocean governance practices at local, national, and regional levels, and explore potential opportunities to work together towards the sustainable ocean and coastal developments in our region. Now, according to the schedule, Professor Xiong Zhixue from FISO was supposed to give a welcome remark to all of us, but I have to apologize on behalf of him that due to the unexpected situation that we have found 12 local cases, the COVID-19 cases yesterday in Xiamen. So we have an upgrade of the control protocol caused by the pandemic and lead to an unusual and really severe traffic jam right in front of our campus. So unfortunately, Professor Xu will not be able to come and join with us in time. So now let's welcome Ms. Amy Gonzalez, the Executive Director of PEMSEA Resource Facility, to deliver an opening remark for the joint training program on behalf of the organizers. Ms. Amy, please.
Okay, thank you, Phoebe. Good morning, everyone. Welcome, and thank you for participating in this joint technical training program. This is jointly organized, as Phoebe has mentioned, this is jointly organized by the Xiamen University through FISO and PEMSEA. PEMSEA has worked with the FISO when they were still with some of the FISO staff when they were still with COMI, also based in Xiamen University. But I think as FISO, I believe this is our first undertaking together. And so we very much welcome this joint undertaking and hopefully more undertaking in the future. So this joint technical program, as Phoebe has mentioned, is one of the pre-Congress events of the East Asian Seas Congress 2021. And we hope that the results, the feedback from this training program will help inform our actions and upcoming programs in the years to come. Now, capacity building and knowledge management on sustainable coastal and marine development is one of the cross-cutting programs of the SDSC Implementation Plan 2018 to 2022. I think you are familiar with our shared regional strategy, the Sustainable Development Strategy for the Seas of East Asia. Now, the objective of this cross-cutting program called Capacity Building and Knowledge Management is to raise awareness, strengthen capacities, and incorporate scientific inputs into the planning, managing, and sustaining healthy and resilient coast and coastal communities, particularly at the local level. I think many of you are working with the local government. So I am pleased to have that many participants from, who are frontliners in sustainable coastal and marine development. Now, capacity building and knowledge management is not a standalone program. It is integral to any part of any successful coastal and marine strategy implementation. And one of the key features of our training and capacity development program has been the promotion of integrated coastal management. Integrated coastal management is a key mechanism whose application PEMSEA has pioneered in the region since the 90s. We've had qualitative and quantitative successes in applying the mechanism, with 40.4% of our coastline in the region covered in integrated coastal management in the past 27 years. Now, as challenges to our coastal and marine resources become more and more complex, and as tools and technologies have also expanded, for example, marine spatial planning and other tools, integrated coastal zone management, and there are some other mechanisms like putting ICM in an iPad type of interactive tool and technologies. The human and institutional capacity also to enforce and implement these tools, these solutions, need to match the issues and threats. So almost always we have to play catch up in terms of our environmental challenges. So this is one of the primary motivation for these types of practical trainings. As Phoebe also mentioned, we wish we could have a face-to-face training on site, on the ground, so you can see how it is practiced. But to compensate for that, we have a number of experienced ICM practitioners who will present local cases of ICM and marine spatial planning application and their benefits and lessons learned from PEMSEA's experience, the partnerships experience on integrated coastal management. PNLG and PNLC members also, as well as country partners. So, so as not to, I think we have a full 4-day schedule. So I hope you will have a productive seminar in the next 4 days and come out inspired and motivated to work on continuing to champion ICM as a proven tool to help achieve not only your local goals and objectives, but also regional and global commitments and targets for sustainable development of the East Asian seas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Annie, for your very informative and inspiring opening remark. Well, the capacity building is indeed the key for the sustainable ocean and coastal development. And we also hope that all the participants will enjoy and have an exciting week with us. Okay, thanks, Annie, again. Now, according to the schedule, I will proceed to the agenda setting parts. Okay, let me share my screen. Okay, good morning, everyone. Again, I'm Phoebe from FISO Xiamen University. Today, I'm going to first highlight some the online meeting guidelines and also explain a little bit about the agenda setting. Now, first of all, for those who are attending the training in the same room with your colleagues, you may use multiple devices for camera so we can see your face clearly, but make sure that you will only use one device to serve as the audio source and microphone for the whole group. Please check the quality of your internet connection and make sure that everything is working well, including the camera, the mic, audio, video, etc. And you are also suggested to use a computer, but not a cell phone or tablet as your camera or to view the screen. And make sure that your eyes will be at the camera level, so you will look good on Zoom on the screen. And please use a headset or noise cancelling equipment to resolve any feedback or background noises. And this one is very important, that since we are not meeting face-to-face offline, and I assume that most of us do not know each other. So please kindly rename yourself with 3-letter country code of your location, then initials of your organization, and then your first name and surname. Like the example here shows that PHI refers to Philippines, PRF refers to PEMSEA Resource Facility, and John Smith as the full name. And if you have any questions about the IT or Zoom, please don't hesitate to contact our colleagues at More Media, the events producer for this event, through the chat box. Okay, and although only the active speakers will be given the spotlight, please always turn on your video camera during the whole training program to help us to better know each other. And please note that More Media will be controlling everyone's microphone to avoid unnecessary noises. And if you want to speak during discussion, or if you have any questions, kindly please use the raise hand function of Zoom. You can see there's a smiling face at the bottom of the Zoom screen, and there's a raising hand function there. And you will then be asked by More Media to unmute. And if you have any questions during the presentation, you can type your questions at the chat box. We will be the questions will be served on the first come, first served basis, taking into consideration of the time limits of the discussion. And all the unanswered questions will be addressed by the concerned speakers through emails after the workshop. And please also note that since we'll need to have some time to compile the proceedings and also the other materials, including the recording and group photo. So it will be provided a month after the event at the latest. And this one is also very important, that please note only those who has registered and attended all the activities in the 4 days or at least 3 days and answer the feedback survey, which will be posted at the chat box on day 3 or 4, will be given as certificates of participation after the training. And the last one is that please note that the events will be recorded. Okay, now I would like to make a brief introduction of the agenda setting for this joint program. Well, this joint program is a pre-Congress event of the EAS Congress 2021, which is themed with charting a new decade of hope, healthy oceans, people, and economies. Well, as our society develops forwards, our demands for natural resources and ecosystem services have increased sharply, leading to unprecedented pressure to our environment, especially the coastal areas which nourish the densest population. So marine and coastal areas have been widely recognized as the crucial and new economic growth points and are essential for the sustainable development of human society, playing a key role in carbon neutrality. Therefore, we need to equip us with advanced management concepts and tools backed by science for the sustainable development of our ocean and coast. while integrated coastal management, short for ICM, and marine spatial planning, short for MSP, are the two very important and proven management tools which have been implemented and evolved through practices in the past few decades. Therefore, PEMSEA and FISO are co-organizing this training program to have an in-depth exploration of these two concepts and to exchange experiences and insights. The objective of the training include to revisit the mutual reinforcing concepts, frameworks, and practices of ICM and MSP, and also to discuss the conceptual and operational challenges faced by MSP and how the East Asian region's practical experiences in ICM can facilitate the wider application and implementation of MSP. To explore areas of cooperation for aligning the plan of action ICM and MSP with regional and global commitments and targets for sustainable developments, and eventually to scale up ICM in our region. The outputs of the training program, well, we hope that we will understand the concepts and framework of ICM and MSP after the training, that we will share experiences on challenges and reactions in the implementation, build up a network for knowledge and experience sharing and for cooperation, and also to enhance the capacity in ocean and coastal governance to both a sustainable environment and human society. Okay, now I would like to make a brief introduction about the program design and mechanics. This joint training program mainly consists of two parts: online lectures and a seminar on day 4. The online lectures will focus on discussing the clarification and linkages of ICM and other coastal and ocean management paradigms and approaches with MSP, and how ICM and MSP can be mutually reinforced with each other, and also to discuss the current state of ICM and MSP in our region and also in the world. While for the seminar on day 4, we have invited 5 ICM and MSP practitioners and researchers from different countries with extensive experience to share their thoughts, findings, lessons learned, constraints, and challenges in ICM and MSP implementation at the local level. We'll follow each lecture on day 1 to 3. There will be a facilitated discussion and also a 45 minutes facilitated discussion after all the presentations for the seminar on day 4. The facilitated discussion will be conducted in a hybrid way, namely Mentimeter and a traditional Q&A mode. The Mentimeter is an online platform for live polls, quizzes, word counts, question and answers, etc. And questions will be posted in Mentimeter, and participants are supposed to answer the questions with your computer or your phone. My colleague at PEMSEA will show you how to play it in the facilitated discussion part. In Mentimeter, those who answer the questions correctly and quickly will accumulate a higher score. While for those who ranks top on the Mentimeter scoreboard and participate actively in the facilitated discussion part, will be issued an outstanding participant certificate. With this certificate, once the international travel restrictions caused by the pandemic are lifted, so that we can organize the training program offline in a face-to-face mode, the awardees of the outstanding participant certificates will have the opportunity to attend the face-to-face training program organized by FISO Xiamen University at Xiamen with full sponsorship from FISO, including a round-trip international airfare and also the local accommodation at Xiamen City. We really hope that the world will get back to normal as before the pandemic and people can travel around the world freely again. And this is a simplified schedule for the training. You can find the detailed one from the brochure that my colleague has shared with you by emails. Well, the training will start at 9 a.m. every day. Please make sure that you will come 15 minutes earlier, just in case that there will be any IT or Zoom related concerns, and you may need the help from my colleagues at Small Media. On day one, there will be an opening ceremony, and the lectures will start from session B. The first lecturer will be Nancy Bermas from PEMSEA. On day two, Wednesday, there will be two lecturers from China for session C, Dr. Yue Qi and Professor Xue Xiongzhi, to share the practice of ICM and MSP at national and local levels in China. On day three, Thursday, we will have Dr. Luis Avitan from Philippines and Dr. Peng Benrong from Xiamen University, China, to give a lecture under session D. On day four, we have invited 5 speakers to share experiences, lessons learned, challenges in ICM and MSP implementation at the local level. They are Mr. Prak Vaisal from Cambodia, Mr. Fakhri Wahyudin from Indonesia, Ms. Halina Amr from Malaysia, Ms. Nisa Kong Wing from Thailand, and Dr. Nguyen Minh Son from Vietnam. Please forgive me if I didn't pronounce your name correctly. Okay, now I would go quickly to introduce the presenters and also the participants. So day one, the presenters will be Ms. Nancy. She will give a presentation entitled Convergence of Coastal Management Paradigms and Area-Based Management Approaches, Implications for MSP and its wider application in the East Asian situation. On day two, the speakers will be Dr. Yue Qi from NOTC China, and his presentation will focus on China's marine functional zoning, pioneering 3 generations of MSP application in the East Asian region. And Dr. Xiongzhi Xue from FISO Xiamen University, he will give a presentation on ICM marine functional zoning in Xiamen, accessing the social economic benefits. On day 3, we will have Dr. Luis from Philippines. He will make a presentation on integrated coastal and marine spatial use of Balanya Bay, Batangas, Philippines, for fisheries management, local community and stakeholders engagement. And also Dr. Peng Benrong from Xiamen University, he will give a presentation on ecosystem services modeling and trade-off analysis. On day 4, we have 5 presenters from different countries. They are Mr. Prak Vaisal from Cambodia. He will introduce the beach zoning implementation for sustainable coast tourism and management. And Mr. Wahyudin from Indonesia, integrated land and marine spatial plan in Padang, how it worked for habitats and biodiversity conservation. Ms. Hasina from Malaysia, water resource management strategies towards sustainable river basin and coastal development in Cilegon, Malaysia. Also, we have Ms. Nisa Kong Wing from Thailand, will bring us the case study of coastal erosion risk management in Chonburi, Thailand, and Dr. Nguyen Minh Sang from Vietnam to introduce us the integrated coastal management and coastal use zoning in Thuan Thi Hoa, Vietnam. Sorry, I cannot pronounce it correctly. And for the participants that as of 9 p.m. last night, we have 52 participants registered from 10 countries, namely Cambodia, China, Indonesia, Japan, Malaysia, Papua New Guinea, Philippines, Thailand, Timor-Leste, and Vietnam. The participants are from government sectors, research organizations, NGOs, and intergovernmental projects. Okay, I'm not going to read the names one by one. It's too challenging for me. So I will just show you that the participants we have from each countries. These are the participants from Cambodia. And we have 2 participants from China. And also we have a lot of participants from Indonesia. And these are the participants from Japan, Malaysia, and Papua New Guinea. And we also have a lot of friends from Philippines and Thailand, Timor-Leste, and Vietnam. Okay, that's all for my introduction today. And now it's a group photo time. So I will need help from my colleague of More Media, Ryan, to help us to take a nice group photo online. Thank you. Ryan, please.
Okay, if everyone is ready, we will count to 3. Can I see if everyone has their videos on? Let me check first.
Yeah, please turn your camera on.
I see some participants from Malaysia, Cambodia, Philippines who haven't had turned on their videos yet. Please do so. So you can take shots of your lovely faces, please. Okay, so I will count to 3, everyone. 1, 2, 3, cheese. Okay, then another shot. Get ready. 1, 2, 3, cheese. Then one more, since we have many participants and we want to cover them all. Okay, again. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you, everyone. Over to you again, Phoebe.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now we will move to session B, understanding the various coastal and ocean management paradigms and approaches. Where does MSP fit in? And we will have the first lecturer for the training program today, Ms. Nancy Burmas from PEMSEA Resource Facility. Okay, Ms. Nancy Burmas is currently the Chief Technical Advisor and Project Manager of UNDP GF SEA Scaling Up Project of PEMSEA. She has been part of the PEMSEA team for almost 2 decades and an old friend for many of us. Just old friend, not old yet. Okay. Nancy has very extensive work experience in the East Asian region, developing, implementing, and scaling up ICM and supporting policies and programs at the national and local government levels. She has also been involved in the development and implementation of ICM capacity building programs at the regional, national, and site levels, and provides advice and technical support to stakeholders in the application of ICM processes and tools. Today, Nancy will bring us a lecture entitled Convergence of Coastal Management Paradigms and Area-Based Management Approaches, Implications for MSP and its wider application in the East Asian Seas region. Now I will give the floor to Ms. Nancy Bomas, and let's welcome Nancy. Nancy, please.
Thank you, Phoebe. A very good morning to our colleagues and partners and friends from the 10 countries, as well as our colleagues from the Arapura Timor Seas Phase 2 program, and of course, FISO and PEMSEA. I am pleased to introduce this very long titled topic, which provides an overview of ICM and MSP implementation. I will not delve, however, on the how-tos because the practical aspects and experiences in ICM and MSP will be shared by our experts and practitioners from the 7 countries in the next 3 days. Okay, so this presentation will demonstrate the complementarities and differences of the ICM and MSP framework and processes. It will also attempt to understand the scope and focus of other area-based management paradigms and approaches for coastal and marine areas and associated watersheds and high seas and their linkages to ICM and MSP. The presentation will also revisit and build on the recommendations from previous East Asian Seas Congress workshops on ICM and MSP that were convened in 2012, in 2015, in 2019, to determine how mainstreaming can be facilitated in line with the joint roadmap for MSP and the Sustainable Development Strategy for the East Asia's roadmap to 2030. Okay, so to expound on the objectives of the presentation, the following subtopics will be covered. We will look at the historical perspective, how the ICM and MSP experience evolved for the past decades, the principles of ICM and MSP practice, the scope, as well as the operational boundaries, the framework and the processes of ICM and MSP, the current status of practice in ICM and MSP implementation, particularly in the East Asian Seas region. How do we merge or mainstream ICM and MSP practices? We will also look at other area-based management approaches and linkages to ICM and MSP. And as Phoebe mentioned, we will also look at possible areas for collaboration. Okay, so this slide shows the evolution of ICM practice in East Asia for the past, I think, almost 5 decades. So how did it all begin? ICM efforts started more than 5 decades ago with the creation of the San Francisco Bay Conservation and Development Commission in the United States. So the San Francisco Bay's efforts in developing a strategy and action plan for managing multiple uses of the Bay Area has contributed to understanding of the need for an integrated and area-based management approach. The promulgation of the U.S. Coastal Zone Management Act in 1972 was considered a landmark piece of legislation because it required coastal states across the United States to develop and implement coastal zone management plans. And with the financial incentives from the federal government, most of the coastal states within the United States implemented coastal zone management programs. And in 1978, the first U.S. Coastal Zone Conference was convened in San Francisco. And beginning in 1983 and through the efforts of the United States Agency for International Development, the U.S. Coastal Zone model was introduced to several countries in Latin America, South and Southeast Asia. And then in 1992, the concept of integrated management received considerable support, especially when the 1992 United Nations Conference on Environment and Development was convened. And the ICM concept is an integral part of Chapter 17, the chapter on oceans and coast of the Agenda 21, which was the overarching action plan arising from UNCED. And the adoption of the Agenda 21 led to an increase, exponential increase in donor support, including multilateral leading agencies as well as UN agencies. So as a result, several coastal zone conferences were convened due to the proliferation of coastal management related projects. And the World Conference that was convened in 1993 has resulted to the development of an international guidelines on integrated coastal management. And other practical guidelines were also generated by various agencies and expert groups, including GESAM, which provided a working definition of ICM and how science is incorporated into the ICM process. So between 1993 to 2000, the number of ICM programs in countries covered has significantly increased. And if you are going to look at this graph, within a span of 7 years, coastal management initiatives increased from 142 to 380 in 57 to 92 countries respectively. And using various generic names like you might be familiar, we have coastal resources management, coastal community-based coastal management, integrated coastal management, integrated coastal zone management, and so on and so forth. And while the emphasis of these acronyms or projects may differ, the fundamental concept, guiding principles and approaches and subject coverage were basically similar. So in East Asia, the support provided by the Global Environment Facility for close to 3 decades, starting in 1993, has provided the opportunity for the countries in the region to develop, verify, and demonstrate the effectiveness of ICM practices and its subsequent replication and scaling up. So the GESAM ICM cycle served as the precursor of PEMSEA's ICM cycle that we have piloted and tested in Xiamen, China, and Batangas province in the Philippines. And between 2000 to 2020, the ICM coverage has increased, covering an estimated 40% of the regional coastline with ICM and ICM-related initiatives. And this replication and scaling up actually was made possible with the issuance of these necessary policies and supporting legislations by several countries in the region, as shown here in the slide. And the ICM model has been tested in different social and political systems, and the concept and practices were codified in what we call into an ICM system that guides local governments, in particular, in developing and implementing ICM. Okay, so this figure shows the geographical spread of the various ICM and coastal management related initiatives in East Asia, particularly in our partner countries here in Northeast Asia, which covers Japan, DPR Korea, Republic of Korea, and China, and also in the Southeast Asian region. So the practical experience that we have gained in the application of ICM for the past 3 decades has led to the formulation of this common framework for sustainable development of coastal areas. And this framework covers a system of governance and at the same time, a system of management programs that are critical to achieving the overall goals of sustainable development. The framework also includes a monitoring, evaluation, and reporting system through the state of the coast reporting, which is indicator-based, which incorporates the requirements and targets of these various international and regional commitments that the countries have signed in relation to sustainable development. The framework also covers the ICM code, which serves as a standard for ensuring that the ICM systems of local governments or implementers are compliant to international practice. So the ICM cycle, this one, is a key component of the framework, and it provides the stepwise planning process for the development, implementation, monitoring, and refinement of the ICM program, while at the same time putting in place all of these necessary governance elements at the same and facilitates the implementation of management programs that addresses all these priority concerns of national and local governments. In the context of MSP, the coastal strategy or the sustainable development strategy and coastal use zoning plan, which are equivalent to the MSP in this framework, belongs to this box, policy strategies and plans, where the shared vision, mission, strategies and actions that sets the direction, targets, and time frame for managing the marine and coastal areas and resources, and their sustainable use are formulated and adopted. Likewise, the ICM cycle complements the MSP process, which we will see in a little while. So now let's shift to the MSP practice. So the idea of MSP was initially proposed in the early 1980s, actually 15 years actually after ICM was initiated in the United States, with marine conservation as the main focus, particularly focusing on the development of the Great Barrier Reef in Australia zoning plan, which has a different character and scope to the multi-objective MSPs that we know today. It was in 1997 when MSP was first recognized as an operational approach to sustainable development of the oceans. And prior to 2006, only about 7 countries experimented with MSP, and these were located in Western Europe, in Australia, Canada, and China. And among the countries that implemented MSP, only Australia, Canada, and China were able to pass integrated ocean management legislation that eventually led to MSP implementation in these countries. So it was around the year 2000 when the European discussions surrounding the possibility of spatial planning in the seas and oceans began. And in 2006, IOC UNESCO held the first international conference on MSP. And from this conference, the MSP step-by-step approach to ecosystem-based management of the marine areas was developed. And this guide, as shown here, was translated into several languages, including a Vietnamese version, to facilitate the wider application of the MSP process. And in 2007, the European Commission published what they call a blue paper, proposing an integrated maritime policy for the European Union and an action plan that identified MSP as a key instrument for implementing the roadmap to MSP, which identifies 10 principles for MSP to be followed in 2008. And then there was a surge of academic publications on the concept and policy, including handbooks on MSP application. And in 2014, the European Union and the EU MSP directive was officially adopted, which required all EU member states to prepare marine spatial plans by 2021. And there was a consideration in this directive for incorporating land-sea interactions and other ICM and other processes such as ICM in MSP planning. And during this period, almost half of MSP initiatives are actually located in Western Europe. So in our region, only China implemented the MSP as based on the guidelines developed by UNESCO. And then in 2017, IOC UNESCO convened the second international conference on MSP, and which served as stock-taking platform to determine the lessons learned generated from past initiatives. And during this time, they identified 60 MSP initiatives, and out of 60, there were 11 that has been approved, but majority are at pre-planning stage. And in 2017, during the second international conference, a roadmap to 2025 was actually developed, which aims to triple the area of territorial waters benefiting from MSP by 2025. And the target is to reach a coverage of at least 1/3 of the total surface area of waters under national jurisdictions with MSP. Okay, so in order for us to understand the similarities and differences between ICM and MSP, here are commonly used definitions. So ICM is defined as an approach or a mechanism to manage a defined coastal area that understands the coast as a complex and dynamic system that encompasses many interactions between people and ecosystems and must be managed as an integrated whole. And ICM, as we practice it as PEMSEA, utilizes coastal use zoning, integrated land and sea use zoning, and integrated land and water use zoning as a tool to allocate the available coastal, comprising of land and water resources and spaces to various land and water use activities and functions in consideration with the state of the ecosystems that are consistent with the shared long-term vision, as well as socioeconomic and cultural barriers of the society and for sustainable development. MSP, on the other hand, as defined by UNESCO, is a public process of analyzing and allocating the spatial and temporal distribution of human activities in marine areas to achieve ecological, economic, and social objectives that are usually specified through a political process. So MSP is also referred to interchangeably as maritime spatial planning and ocean planning. So as we can see, there are common elements in the definitions. Only the space covered is what makes ICM and MSP distinct, although the boundaries can be difficult to ascertain, particularly in the marine areas. So ICM in this case focuses on the coastal zone, the land-sea interface, while MSP focuses on the marine areas. And for purposes of illustration, so I have here a figure that shows the space covered by both approaches. And of course, there is an overlap. Okay, so if we compare the attributes of MSP and ICM, again, we can see that the main difference concerns the space covered by both approaches. So for MSP, it concerns the maritime space, while for ICM, the coastal zone. It covers up to the EEZ, and in the case of ICM, upscaling can increase the geographic and functional coverage of the program. So both approaches encompasses both space and time. They also addresses human activities and the consequences of these activities. They both promote integrated strategic and participatory planning. For MSP, it refers to the sea as a functional system, whereas for ICM, it uses the land-sea interface as a single planning and management unit. For MSP, it requires transnational, beyond the borders of countries and in coordination with sea basins, while for ICM, the upscaling, the functional scaling can cover the associated watersheds. MSP requires coordination and connection with spatial planning on land, whereas ICM requires spatial planning on water, which I will explain in a little while. So MSP is conducted in a continuous and adaptive manner encompassing M&E. Same with ICM, they're based on best available research and information, and they work at various scales and levels, at regional or LME level through the development of a common framework strategy like the SDS-SCA or plans of actions. At the national level, through the creation of a national policy framework and guidance, and at the local level where implementation happens. So ICM and MSP share the basic principles actually, which covers ecosystem-based management, adaptive management, and integration and coordination. So we've been using this slide for ICM, but so I added MSP because when we compare the similarities and differences, they're both governed by these basic principles. Okay, so if you look at the stepwise and iterative planning process, both ICM and MSP are guided by the same standard planning process. So the 6 basic steps in ICM cycle, which majority of our local government representatives who are present here is familiar with, facilitates the identification and prioritization of environmental concerns, and for planning, approving, implementing, and monitoring the implementation of policy and management interventions. So the ICM cycle have corresponding steps actually in the 11 step-by-step MSP process. So in relation to zoning, ICM promotes the development, as I've mentioned, of a coastal strategy or a sustainable development strategy, which is a broad and long-term framework that provides a set of strategies and action programs for achieving the shared vision for the integrated management of the coastal and marine areas. So the coastal strategy is considered as a people strategy since it embodies the stakeholder shared and long-term vision and provides a roadmap for the future, what needs to be done to achieve our shared vision. So the coastal use zoning, on the other hand, represents the spatial representation of the coastal strategy. And under the ICM cycle, both documents are completed during the development stage, which is equivalent to step 7 of the MSP process. Okay, so determining the boundaries of the ICM program is very important to guide the planning process, and more importantly, to delineate an area that enables the resolution of all coastal issues where at all possible. So the ideal, so we have here a conceptual boundary and operational boundary. So ideally, we would like to cover these boundaries from watershed up to the EEZ. But operationally, however, it is usually we start small. We implement an ICM program for a much smaller area, usually within the administrative boundaries of a local government or a coastal municipality. And these administrative boundaries become the operational boundaries within which the ICM program is developed and implemented. So the ICM practices can be later on extended to scale up as experience and knowledge accumulates. So for large provinces, for instance, ICM can start in a specific pilot area, for instance, in a municipality or a county, and then gradually expand to other areas, applying the approaches and best practices from the pilot site. Okay, so I have here an example for Bataan. In the Philippines, the operational boundary of the Bataan ICM program covers the entire province, which includes the 10 coastal municipalities, 1 city, and 1 landlocked municipality. And seaward, the program covers the 15-kilometer seaward boundary of, or what we call the municipal waters, which local governments are mandated to manage. So the Sustainable Development Strategy and the Integrated Land and Sea Zoning Plan of Bataan actually encompasses these operational boundaries of the ICM program. So addressing the conflicts or uses in this 15-kilometer municipal water as well as on the land. Okay, so for Batangas, Philippines, on the other hand, the establishment of the operational boundary and its subsequent expansion coincided with the ICM cycle that the province underwent since 1994. So in the first cycle, the ICM project was initially demonstrated here in Batangas Bay only, one of the major bays in the province, covering a landward and seaward boundary that facilitated planning. So the first cycle covered 12 municipalities and 2 cities in the Batangas Bay region, and a strategic environmental management plan, or the equivalent of a coastal strategy, was developed, as well as a water use zoning for the sustainable development of the bay. So the expansion of the ICM program to Balayan Bay covered this period. So this was the first demo site, and then the expansion covered this bay during the second cycle, which covered the period 2000 to 2005. And an ICM plan that is dedicated for this bay was developed, which was supported by an NGO, the WWF. And then in the third cycle, which started in 2005, the entire coastline of the province was covered with the inclusion of the Tayabas Bay, the third bay here, and a strategic environmental management plan for the period 2005 to 2020 was developed, which integrated the plans for Malayan Bay and Batangas Bay into one. And the SEM was covered all the local government units comprising the province of Bataan, 34 local government units. And another partner, the USAID, funded EcoFish project provided technical support to the province in developing an integrated coastal and marine spatial use plan here in this bay. And the economic values of the zone in the MSP were also estimated to aid policymakers in determining the allowable zones and their boundaries. So the Balayan Bay experience in MSP development will be covered by Mr. Awitan on his presentation on Thursday, so I will not elaborate on the process here. But currently, the province is finalizing the new strategic environmental management plan covering the period 2020 to 2045. Okay, so China, on the other hand, is considered as the best example of MSP development and implementation in the East Asian region. So there will be 3 presentations on the long-running marine functional zoning process and experiences in China in the next couple of days. So I will only highlight the scope and boundaries for the purposes of showing the variations in the process and approach in establishing the scope or boundaries for spatial planning among the different countries or provinces. So the marine functional zoning in China has been implemented on different scales, including at the national level, provincial level, and city or county levels, in accordance with the management regulations of marine functional zoning, which was passed in 2007. So the national MFC or marine functional zoning covers the jurisdiction of the international waters, the territorial sea, the contiguous zone, and the EEZ. And the purpose is to identify the most important sea areas and determine their dominant functions. And for the provincial level, the seaward boundary covers the coastline, average high tide, to the limits of the territorial sea. And the landward boundary can be extended dependent on the issues to be addressed. And the provincial marine functional zoning divides the national marine functional zones into more specific subregions and determine the function of each subregion. And for the municipal and country level MSP, it covers the sea areas under the corresponding jurisdiction of the local governments. And the focus is to divide the provincial marine and functional zones into more specific functional zones if necessary. Okay, so in other regions of the world, the MSP boundary can be a single unit that is the entire exclusive economic zone of a country, example from Germany or the Netherlands, or the marine waters of a specific state in California or in Massachusetts, and a certain bioregion. An example here is the Southwest Marine Bioregion of Australia, which is defined by ecological systems. Okay, so the state of play of implementation of MSP around the world is being documented by the MSP program of IUC UNESCO, which, as I've mentioned previously, has reported that about 60 countries now have MSP initiatives ranging from early stages to revisions of the plans. So this table shows the summary of the status of MSP implementation in the region, covering six countries. Since we are not strictly referring to our zoning practices as MSP, the practices in the East Asian seas are seen as national and local examples of MSP or its variants. So highlighted here are China and Indonesia, where the zoning practices relatively conform to the MSP process. For Cambodia, the plan is referred to as Coastal Use Zoning Plan. Cambodia currently has no national policy on MSP, but Sihanoukville's Coastal Use Zoning Scheme was adopted by the National Steering Committee. Mr. Prakdisal will be elaborating on the Sihanoukville's experience on coastal use zoning on Friday. For China, as mentioned, the national marine functional zoning covered the territorial seas with 11 provincial MFCs as well as city and county level MSPs. And the law, as I've mentioned, on the management of sea uses provided the legal basis for the MSP, which has undergone 3 generations of marine functional zoning. For Indonesia, I think there are other areas in Indonesia that have developed their zoning plans, but an example here is Kuantan City, which Mr. Wahyudin will be discussing on Friday. Indonesia has a National Act 26 that established MSP as a tool to manage the spatial uses of the coast and oceans. For the Philippines, in addition to Bataan and Batangas, which both have integrated land and sea use zoning plan and water use zonation scheme respectively, Cavite has also drafted their integrated land and sea use zoning plan. For Thailand, the Department of Marine and Coastal Resources has initiated the development of MSP in Trat province in accordance with the Marine and Coastal Resources Promotion Act. I think there are also other areas in Thailand where MSP have been prepared or developed. For Vietnam, Da Nang and Tuat Tien Hue have developed their coastal zoning plans, and under the Coastal Resources for Sustainable Development project that the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, in coordination with World Bank, supposedly have been able to develop eight MSP plans covering the territorial seas. And Dr. Son will be covering the experiences of Tuat Tien Hue province in his presentation on Friday, so I will also not elaborate on the practice here. Okay, so there are numerous articles that have examined actually the integration of ICM and MSP in view of the recognition of the role of ICM as the integrating mechanism for MSP with land use planning. So since POSA ICM covers the land-sea interaction, so it serves like a link to MSP and land use planning. And for example, the integrated land and sea use zoning plan for Bataan province was able to merge or mainstream the land and sea uses. However, the sea uses only covers, of course, the 15-kilometer seaward boundary, which is under the jurisdiction of local governments. So MSP in this case can expand the coverage in the marine areas. So there are successful stories of integration. For instance, in the United States, they have adopted a federal policy of coastal and marine spatial planning, such that the new marine spatial plans, usually encompassing the territorial seas of each of the coastal states, are being merged with existing coastal use management plans. And these are being managed by same agencies. And so, and in the process, they're able to achieve coherence between the goals, objectives, indicators, and management actions. So there is an article actually authored by Ferreira et al., wherein they have identified what are the key elements for integration. And the following questions were posed for us to consider in approaching this issue. So are there national policies and plans in place for both the coastal zone and the ocean? I think Indonesia has a national act for the land use and national act for the sea use, but probably the integration of both laws might need to be considered. So are ICM strategies in line with MSP policies? Are planning instruments for coast and oceans compatible? Is there a coordination between the agencies responsible for ICM and MSP? So it's the institutional arrangements, which is actually one of the challenges in doing the mainstreaming. And are there common goals, overarching objectives between the two types of policies? Are there common indicators in what areas and field? And is there a scope for integrated measures? So there are challenges that have been identified for the effective integration of ICM and MSP. And these are enumerated here. The integrating MSP and ICM requires flexibility and novel approaches because it will require the interaction between different technical expertise, including adaptation to traditional planning practices and so on. The integration also requires also there are also challenges in terms of people and institutions resisting the change. Public participation and stakeholders involvement, which is key in having your plans approved. There are also different languages and terminologies, which may actually mean the same thing, but we're using other acronyms like ICM, ZZM, ICOM, ICM, and so on. And adopting a systemic versus a sectoral approach, this should have been addressed by ICM and MSP, but again, it still poses a lot of challenges. And finally, finding appropriate indicators that are common to both practices, considering that they cover different spaces. Okay, so in addition to ICM and MSP, there are a range of area-based management approaches that we need to get familiar with and understand where they are situated in both space and time. So these approaches cover the watersheds, the rivers, the coastal areas, the territorial seas, and including the high seas in the form of, for instance, small locally managed marine areas and coastal planning undertaking at the community or municipality level to large-scale planning and management, the provincial and national level to planning of the ocean use throughout the exclusive economic zones and also within regional seas or sub-regional seas and large marine ecosystems. So each of these approaches have their own sets of principles and priorities and objectives, as well as management plans and institutions involved, but they are oftentimes actually guided by the same overarching goal of achieving sustainable development. So for purposes of illustration, I'm showing the conceptual boundaries of the different area-based approaches. Okay, so the watersheds and river basins are covered by integrated water resource management and integrated river basin management approaches. So IWRM represents an integrated approach to the development, management, and use of water resources in general. And the Global Water Partnerships defines IWRM as a process which promotes the coordinated development and management of water, land, and related resources to maximize the economic and social benefits in an equitable manner without compromising the sustainability of the vital ecosystem. So IRBM, on the other hand, is the process of coordinating the conservation, management, and development of water, land, and related resources across sectors within a given river basin in order to maximize, similar to IWRM, the ecological and social benefits and so on. So the key difference between IWRM and IRBM is the spatial and ecosystem focus of IRBM, which emphasizes river basins and sub-basins as the natural hydrological unit within which water resource management can be best organized. So IWRM is broader, so IRBM is thus a subset of IWRM and is an effective tool to achieve IWRM objectives in the river basin bases. Okay, so ICM, as we all know, covers the coastal zone and the land-sea interface, but as I mentioned, functional scaling up can cover the watershed and river basin areas. On the other hand, MSP covers the marine areas where several other area-based approaches may also be in place at the same time, but covering very specific spaces and objectives. Okay, so we have marine protected areas and networks, as well as ecosystem approach to fisheries management plans, which are considered as subsets of a wider MSP. So MPAs address a narrower range of factors than MSP, which is designed to accomplish broader goals and differs from MSP in terms of scale and context. EAFM, on the other hand, is an approach to fisheries management and development that strives to balance diverse societal objectives and goals by taking into account the knowledge and uncertainties about the biotic, the living, abiotic, the non-living, and human components of an ecosystem and their interactions, and applying an integrated approach to fisheries within a defined boundary. So again, EAFN can be considered as a sectoral management approach, focusing primarily on the fisheries sector that is consistent with a wider ecosystem well-being focus. So it complements most conventional fisheries management and also integrates many other existing approaches to marine and coastal resources management, including ICM. So the sectoral area-based approaches such as MPA, which focuses on biodiversity conservation and management, and EAFM, which focuses on fisheries management, for instance, can therefore fit or nested within the broader multi-sectoral approaches and frameworks such as MSP and ICM, which deals with other sectors such as shipping, tourism, coastal development, agriculture, and fisheries, which may have impacts on the biodiversity and fisheries using ecosystem-based management as the guiding principle. So these sectoral management approaches, the MPA and FUN and EAFM, can offer very specific management actions that addresses specific goals and objectives in a given space and time. Okay, so we have another layer in this very complicated scheme of things. So we have the source to sea. If you have heard the source to sea system, this is another area-based approach which operationalizes the source to sea concept from into projects and programs. So the source to sea is a biophysical continuum from the land area that is drained by the river systems, its lakes and tributaries, including aquifers and downstream recipients such as deltas and estuaries, coastlines, and nearshore waters up to the open ocean. So it covers the entire continuum from terrestrial to the open ocean. And this may include several river basins. So the source to sea here is depicted to cover the entire continuum from the mountains to the open sea. So the S2S, as we call it for short, builds on existing baseline governance, planning, and management. And thus, it can be linked with other area-based approaches by focusing on reducing what they call key flows, such as, for instance, water pollution, sediment, materials, biota, ecosystem services, resulting in measurable economic, social, and environmental improvements across this continuum. So, for instance, impacts that the source to sea approach aims to address include plastics that pass through rivers and waterways, as well as nutrients from agricultural runoff, including diversion of river flows, among others. Okay, so another area-based management approach is the OECM, other effective conservation measures. And with the upcoming 15th meeting of the Conference of Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity, this OECM, other effective area conservation measures, is getting much attention actually. And since it represents a geographically defined area, whether in the land or in the sea, so I've included OECM here alongside the source to sea. So we will briefly look at the OECM later to clarify its scope and linkages with protected areas. Okay, so the last but not the least, we have the A, B, and J, the areas beyond national jurisdiction, also known as the high seas, where there is no single country or state that have the authority to manage. So I have included it here because according to studies, there are evidences that the ecosystem and species that are thriving in the areas beyond national jurisdictions have been seriously degraded because of human activities. And according to IUCN, nearly 2/3 of the world's ocean is covered actually by these A, B, and J. And these areas have been determined or have been established as home to also significant biodiversity, which include unique species that have evolved and survived the extreme environment here in the high seas. So there are a number of sectors actually that are potentially active in the ABNJ, including fisheries, shipping, and cable laying. And in addition to this, there are also mining concessionaires that have been placed in a number of locations, although to date, these are only at the exploratory phase. And these sectors also have their own individual frameworks in which they are managed. So, for instance, in relation to fishing, fisheries is managed regionally through the regional fishery management organizations, whereas for shipping, it is supported by various conventions, particularly International Maritime Organization, IMO. And for underwater mining areas, these are listed through the International Seabed Authority. So the UNCLOS, the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, provides the legal framework that governs these the high seas. And there are currently negotiations being undertaken to create an implementing agreement for UNCLOS to manage in an integrated manner the ABNJ. And there are a number of proposed activities already under the planned agreement, which includes the establishment of a network of MPAs in the high seas, including equitable sharing of benefits from marine genetic resources, as well as capacity building and technology transfer. Okay, moving on. Okay, so let me expound a little bit on the OECM, since consultations in the countries that are parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity are ongoing, and to determine which areas actually can be covered under OECM. So OECM was first cited in the Strategic Plan for Biodiversity 2011 to 2020, which provides the framework for the effective implementation of the Convention on Biological Diversity, and also known as the Aichi Biodiversity Target. Target 11 specifically states that by 2020, at least 17% of the terrestrial and inland waters and 10% of coastal and marine areas are conserved through well-connected protected areas and OECM and integrated into the wider landscape and seascape. So while there has been a very clear definition and criteria for protected areas, whether in the land or in the sea, this is not the case for OECM. So sometime in 2018, this situation, this problem was remedied when the parties to the convention adopted a definition of OECM. So OECM is defined as an area other than the protected area, which is governed and managed in ways that achieve positive and sustained long-term outcomes for the in situ conservation of biodiversity with associated ecosystems and so on and so forth. And basically, since some of the areas outside the protected areas and protected areas networks also results in conservation of biodiversity, and this may include territories and conserved areas governed by, for instance, the government, private sector, indigenous peoples and local communities, as well as shared governance arrangements. These are included as potential OECM. So if we put together the areas covered by the protected areas and OECM, it will form part actually of the post-2020 targets to conserve biodiversity. And so the first draft of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, particularly Target 3, has been is stated as to ensure that at least 30% globally of land areas and sea areas, especially areas of particular importance for biodiversity and its contribution, are concerned through protected areas and OECM and integrated into the wider landscapes and seascapes by 2030. So you might have heard about the 30 by 30 target. And based on the basis for this is that there have been a number of reviews that have been undertaken, wherein it was established that at least 30% is the minimum target in order to protect and conserve key biodiversity values in the land and in the sea and freshwater. And some of these assessments included the IPBES Global Assessment Report, as well as the 5th edition of the Global Biodiversity Outlook, as well as a number, actually a significant number of journal articles supporting this 30 by 30 target. So consultations are currently being undertaken by the countries that are parties to the CBD to raise awareness and also to seek support among the key players in biodiversity conservation of this target. There's also an ongoing discussion on the criteria, for instance, in the Philippines and in Indonesia for selecting areas for protection until 2030. In the Philippines, the Department of Environment and Natural Resources has been organizing a series of consultations to identify OECMs in the Philippines, and they included initially in the list critical habitats. These are areas that are outside protected areas that are known habitats of threatened species. They also included conservation areas that are covered and protected by the local government units through a local ordinance, as well as indigenous peoples and community conserved areas, in addition to other potential areas. So here in the diagram, so if these are the protected areas, these are the OECM, and if in the process you are able to achieve conservation targets, the OECMs can be considered or can be considered as a protected area. Okay, so again, for the purposes of illustration, I'm showing here the planning cycles for integrated water resource management, EAFM, as well as resource to sea, which actually mirror the planning cycles of ICM and MSP. So although one size does not fit all in a spatial planning or in area-based approaches, there is actually a generic planning process that involves identifying the priorities and concerns, establishing the vision, setting the goals, determining the measurable targets and objectives, and allocation of space and resources, as well as identification of area-specific management concerns that needed to be addressed in the implementation of the plan. So they all follow the same plan, do, check, act cycle. Okay, so as I mentioned, we have been organizing workshops on ICM and MSP in the past, way back in 2012 during the East Asian Seas Congress. We convened an MSP workshop with support from the International Ocean Institute, wherein our MSP practices were referred to as variants, coastal zoning, marine functional zoning, and so on. But there was already a recognition that both approaches are key instrument in ensuring harmonized and sustainable uses of the coastal area and conservation of critical ecosystems. And in 2015, with support from the Korea Maritime Institute, we also convened a workshop on valuation of coastal ecosystem services and benefits of coastal use zoning. And from that workshop, it was concluded that there's no single tool or methodology that can accommodate the varying objectives of zoning in different sites. But there was a recommendation to strengthen the capacity for valuation and zoning through capacity building or training, for instance, of the members of the PEMSEA network of learning centers, as well as providing opportunities for the application of MSP and coastal use zoning at the local level, particularly in the PEMSEA sites. And more recently, in 2019, I think a number of you also attended this workshop, which was convened in Thailand. The workshop identified the support needed by the countries in legislation, in collaboration, in monitoring, evaluation, and capacity building. And it was suggested that there is probably a need to develop guidelines for coastal managers, not for the technical people, but for the coastal managers and practitioners, and utilize the existing mechanisms and networks of PEMSEA and engage the partner countries with advanced MSP experiences like China, Republic of Korea, to support other countries and ICM sites in the spatial planning process. Okay, so in my in the first few slides, there I mentioned about the joint roadmap for MSP that IOC, UNESCO have developed from the second international conference on MSP, and they in that roadmap, which was submitted to the UN conference on SDG sometime in 2017, they have identified a number of priority actions that we can also consider in the process of looking at ways on how we can mainstream these two approaches. And in terms of capacity building, they have plans to conduct training for planners and to also implement pilot projects. So since majority of the practices are being done in Western Europe and only China and probably Indonesia and a number of other countries here in the region have started to incorporate the requirements of MSP. So probably this could be an area where we can collaborate with IOC, UNESCO. For PEMSEA, on the other hand, we are in the process of developing the Sustainable Development Strategy for the East Asia Roadmap to 2030. So if you will notice, why 2030? Because the UN Sustainable Development Goals, the target is all of the targets should be completed in 10 years' time. And so PEMSEA is leading the process in developing an implementation plan for the medium term, 2023 to 2027. And although we have very specific priority actions that have already been identified, although MSP is not surfaced here, but obviously in terms of capacity building, this will all be incorporated in the roadmap for the partnerships. So the roadmap will be targeted, or the implementation plan in support of the 2030 roadmap is being targeted for completion in mid 2020. Okay, so we have two very well-established network prices of university partners from as well as institutions designated as regional centers of excellence located in various countries in the region. And we also have the PEMSEA network of local governments comprising of currently 51 local government members implementing ICM in 10 countries with 3 associate members. We will be tapping this network to serve as our support network for linking science and policy, as well as in the discussions on mainstreaming ICM and MSP. PEMSEA has also established with support from World Bank, what we call the Seas of East Asia Knowledge Bank. It's actually a knowledge management platform that we can also utilize as our KM platform for future activities that we will be undertaking. So we will continue to work on the KM platform in order to incorporate or upload other materials and knowledge products that we can get to support ICM and MSP implementation in the region. Okay, so key takeaway from this presentation. So if we fail to plan, we are planning to fail. So I think that summarizes this presentation. So basically, we have learned that planning for the sustainable development of the oceans and coasts, including the associated watersheds, is occurring at various levels and scales in the East Asian Seas region, and that the size and scope of ICM and MSP initiatives vary, but are guided by the same concept and principles and overall goals and objectives of achieving healthy oceans, people, and economies. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nancy, for that very comprehensive presentation. We definitely learned a lot about ICM and MSP as concepts. And we also learned about their interlinkages with integrated river basin management, integrated water resource management, source to sea approach, ecosystem-based management, ecosystems approach to fishery management, and also other effective conservation measures for marine spatial planning. Thank you again for those presentations. And now we would like to proceed with the open forum. But before we do the traditional Q&A with speakers and participants, I would like to invite everyone for a Mentimeter game. This is the game that Phoebe, our moderator, was talking about earlier. I would like everyone to get their phones or tablets, or perhaps just their laptops or computers alone will do. If everyone can go to menti.com, please. I'll show my screen in a while. Can everyone see my screen? I would like to invite everyone to go to menti.com. That is Mama, Echo, Nancy, Sarah, India.com. Once you arrive at the site, please input the code 5033537 as indicated on the screen for you. Okay, so far we have 3 participants. Okay, so far I think we have 4 plus participants. Please, everyone, kindly join the game. This will be joined only by the participants, not our guest speakers. Okay. So we have around 7 participants in the room. This is just to hype up everyone. And this is also to check if you were listening in Nancy's presentation. Again, please be reminded that the Mentimeter game will serve as one of the bases for determining the outstanding participants. Kindly make sure that your name is the one that you are currently using right now on Zoom. Okay, I think so far we have more than 10 participants. Okay, I'll give 1 more minute that others can register. Again, please use your current Zoom name. So this should be your 3-letter country code of your location, followed by underscore, first name, the initials of your organization, then underscore first name and surname. This way we can identify you and record the points. Okay, 30 seconds left. Outstanding participants will get to have a chance to attend future FISO trainings. Okay, I think we can start. So far, it seems we have around 20 participants, so that's good. Okay, so let me start. So again, it's important to be agile here. The basis for the point system is not only the correctness of your answers, but also how fast you respond. So the faster you respond, the more bonus points you get to receive at the end of the game. We'll also be able to check after each question who is in the leaderboard. Okay. All right. So in 2020, ICM coverage in the East Asian region was estimated at what percentage? Is it 25%, 30%, 38%, or 40%? Kindly choose the correct answer. So we have 10 seconds left. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Okay, so it seems we have 10 participants who got it right. Great. Let's see who they are. Oh, it seems we have IGS. We have Nagisa-san at the top, followed by Ken Yuanje, Bakhtiar. Okay, who is using ha? Your points may not be recorded. Kindly identify yourself, please, through our chat so that we can record your points. And then, okay, also Clippy, please identify yourself in the chat, and everyone else who was not able to list their names. Okay, proceeding next to the second question. Okay, so what is the main difference between ICM and MSP? Is it concept and principles, planning process, boundary or space covered, or human activity concerns? So 12 seconds left. Clock's ticking. What do you think is the correct answer? Okay, time's up. Let's see. Oh, good. So we have 70 people who got the answer correct. So yes, the correct answer is boundary or space covered. Okay, let's see who got it right. Okay, so we still have at the top IGS, Nagisa-san. And also second place, Ken Yuanje, followed by Nirwana Sari, and then Evinci and Bakhtiar. Okay, for the next question. Okay, which among the following is considered a challenge in ICM and MSP implementation? Be sure to check all that apply. So we have 3 choices. Which do you think is considered as a challenge in ICM and MSP implementation? Is it environmental sustainability, climate change, monitoring evaluation, or perhaps all of them, or maybe just 2 of them? Okay, time's up. Let's see who got it right. Okay, so it seems not everyone was able to click the correct answers. In this case, it's all 3 choices actually. So let's see who got the most points. Okay, it seems that the top scorer is still actually Nagisa-san. Good. And then followed by Evinci. Okay, the tables are turning. Then Ken Yuanje, not bad. Then Nirwana Sari, and then Wei. Okay, so next question. Okay, for the 4th question. So which is not a common attribute of ICM and MSP? So there are 4 choices. We have ecosystem-based, static, adaptive, and participatory. So which among of these 4 choices is not a common attribute of ICM and MSP? We have 8 seconds left to respond. Okay, time's up. All right, so 18 people got it right. So the correct answer is static. Okay, Okay, let's see the total points right now. Okay, not bad. So it's now, okay, it's still Nagisa-san at the top of the leaderboard, followed by Ken Yuanji back at the second place, then Nirwana Sari, Bakhtiar, and Wei. So it seems we are getting consistent turnouts for each question, more or less the same. Okay, for the next question. So this is the last question actually, but we will have more opportunities for everyone else to catch up in the following days. Okay, so ICM and MSP require integration at which levels? So we have 4 options here: space, time, sector, and discipline. Which do you think is the correct answer? Check all that apply. So you have 10 seconds left. Okay. Time's up. Okay, so most of you have answered sector, but actually the correct answer is all 4 options. Not bad. So, okay. Congratulations, Nagisa-san. You are the winner for today's Mentimeter game. All right. Let's give Nagisa-san an applause, everyone. Thank you, Nagisa-san. And also to our runner-up, Ken Wanje, followed by Bakhtiar and Wei. Thank you, everyone, for participating in today's Mentimeter game. Now, without further ado, I shall hand over the floor to Phoebe to moderate the Q&A discussion.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Karen, for this exciting Mentimeter games, and also thanks Ms. Nancy Gomez again for your very informative and insightful presentation. Okay, now we will have a 10-minute break, and we will come back at 11:05. Okay, for the facilitated discussion part. And if you have any questions to bring for Nancy to discuss, please post it in the chat box, and my colleague will collect it for Ms. Nancy to answer during the facilitated discussion part. Okay, so see you later in 11:05. Okay, thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. It's now the facilitated discussion time, and if you have any questions to discuss with Nancy, please raise your hand, please. Or maybe invite Mr. Cap from Cambodia to share the ICM in Cambodia, please. Yeah, Mr. Cap, please. Do you have something to share with us about the
hello everyone
of ICM and MSP in Cambodia right now?
Yes, sure, but I'm for this I'm not so much experienced that the first.
It's okay.
Hello,
we lost you. Okay, we can hear you now.
If
okay,
okay, go ahead, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, for hello everyone.
Hello. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity for CAP to join this training. On behalf of CAP Governor, I would like to say thank for all and all the members for the and Xiamen University that arranged for this training to allow our city to join as a member also. And I will determine to get from Xiamen University for all experience and especially ICM implementation and MSP also. Yeah, and so I don't know to get some more experience for MSP yet because our city is a new member and just practice for SOP implementation and CS, and we have just a complete and publication. Yeah, and for MSP, this first time for the Cape City, yeah, to join this training, and I don't know for the some idea to share this related to the MSP. Yeah, and so I hope that after this training, I will get more experience from the partner or from the city, especially Xiamen University. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gap. Thank you very much. I see that Dr. Wang Mingstang raised your hand back seconds ago. Yeah, please, do you have any questions or do you have anything to share with us, please?
Thank you. We have practices with development of coastal use zoning in some site of Vietnam. And we mainly based on the guideline from PEMSEA and experience from other side in our region. But in the coastal use zoning plan or scheme, so we identify zone for uses. Some of zone are for one specific use, while others for multiple use. You know. But you see in UNESCO IOC guideline on marine spatial planning, so marine use zoning is an important component of the marine spatial planning. So zoning there is a very important element. Now we are thinking about the marine zoning for large area, like for the marine area of whole country. You understand me? So as I understand, it is very difficult to go for the detail of the zoning because we cannot divide the big marine area into very specific zone for very specific uses, right? So as I understand, we have to do first step to identify a rather big area for some kind of some multiple uses with some priority, but not for specific one use, something like that. So I would like to hear from Nancy. How do you think about this? And of course, I know that we will have a presentation from China, from Indonesia for national marine spatial planning. But in general, how about other countries? How do we proceed with the marine spatial planning for the whole country? I mean, at national level, what is we are thinking about for Vietnam situation nowadays? Thank you. I hope you understand my question.
Yes, that was a very difficult question. But actually, the Chinese experience can illustrate how they did it at the national level, covering the territorial sea up to the EEZ, and then going down to the provincial and local level. So China's experience is top down. Okay, whereas in the Philippines, it's bottom up. So we start with some of the provinces who did prepare the coastal use zoning. But in the context of what you've said, the experience from Bataan, I think illustrates how they did it at the provincial level. So looking at the bigger picture, and then so they identified zones, conservation areas, for instance, conservation zones, and then they validated it by having a number of their local government municipalities to refine the agreed zones as depicted in the macro scale zoning plan. So I hope that I was able to answer your question, but I think China's experience, which will be shared tomorrow, the 3 generations of zoning, we might be able to, of course, get some lessons there, which might be applicable for Vietnam, because I think you have the same social, system, right? So you can start top and then go down, or otherwise you can also meet somewhere. If like you have already examples from Tua Tien Huế, from Da Nang, from Kiên Giang maybe, and from the 8 provinces covered by the World Bank project. So I think you have some local experience already. But I'm also curious because the UNESCO IOC guidelines was translated into Vietnamese. Was it actually put into good use in your case, because that was some time ago? But I understand that there is still some confusion actually where the ICM and MSP meet or converge. But I think as long as we are clear on the concept and the scope and boundaries, we should be able to delineate the distinction, as well as address the convergence. Where do they converge? So perhaps on the 4th day, when we will be able to hear and listen to the different presentations from the countries, China, Philippines, Indonesia, Thailand, we might be able to see common attributes on how this ICM and MSP practice should be mainstream. I hope I was able to answer your question.
Yes, just I would like you to clarify one more thing. That I focus on. Do you think we need to develop the zoning scheme, zoning map for the first marine spatial planning, how to say, plan for Vietnam, for the whole Vietnam, or not? I mean, do we need to make this map, to make this scheme, like similar to what we are doing for the local level? You understand me?
Yes. I think for China, they did that. But first of all, you should have a national law or legislation to support the zoning process. Because I think that's also our problem in the Philippines. The local governments are not compelled to prepare their coastal use zoning plan because there is no law, national law or legislation that requires them to do so. But if they are doing it right now, like in several provinces, that's on their own initiative, because they find the benefits of delineating the various uses the coastal and marine areas, and integration into the land use, wherein how do we incorporate the ICM planning process into the development, planning, and preparation of comprehensive land use plans of the local government, so that we do not prepare so many plans, but we have one big plan that says it all, and then you can have your sectoral plans to refine or probably validate some of the agreed, for instance, zones in the bigger plans.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, my suggestion, Dr. Son, is we look at China's case study tomorrow, because they will share the 3 generations since like when 1980s, and what were the challenges that they encountered, and how did they refine it in the current plan that they have. So maybe
Thank you.
other participants who might have extensive experience in spatial planning, maybe they can also share their experience. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think Mashan was raising his hand. At CITUD, I think they have experience in EAFM planning.
Yes, actually, I would like to ask Mashan because for everyone's reference, Mashan is the regional project manager for the UNDP Jeff Arafura and Timor Seas Ecosystem Approach Phase 2, or what we call the ASI2 project. This covers Indonesia, Timor-Leste, Papua New Guinea, and Australia. The project aims to establish a regional governance mechanism that strengthens the enabling policies and capacities of institutions and individuals, including the integration of Papua New Guinea. This will result in a sustained transboundary response to overexploited fisheries and increased pressures on the globally significant biodiversity in the region, including the impacts of climate change. In this case, Mashan would like to know how the 4 countries execute marine spatial planning, especially in the context of the project.
Okay, Mr. Handoko?
Yeah. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Handoko. I see you posted a question in the chat box. So,
Yeah, I have a question actually, but then anyway, since I open mic, anyway, thank you, Nancy, for your presentations. Yeah, good to hear some experience and then progress, and then on how to link MSP ICM. Yeah, before I have one question actually already written in the chat box, but then anyway, to me, at least from my experience, MSP is ICM because to develop MSP is really complex, time-consuming data, like so many data required and so on. And then when we develop the MSP, again, at least from my experience in Indonesia, MSP is not about the planning, but then on how we also monitor the implementation, also we control the implementation of the plan and so on. So I think this is one cycle itself of the ICM when we are talking about the MSP and the implementation. Anyway, I agree that MSP is part of the ICM. But then my question actually related to the ICM concept itself. Yeah, from your presentation, at least from the history, so the MSP is like coming later after we have several experience on the ICM, right? And then also we develop the SDSC framework and so on. So at least from your experience, when looking at the MSP practices in the several countries, any adjustment or modifications related to the ICM concept or strategies to accommodate the experience on the MSP. I hope you get my point, Nancy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Masan. Okay, so you were asking if there is a need to modify some of the ICM concept to accommodate MSP. As you've said, ICM was born first before MSP came in, and the initial experiences in MSP implementation were like it was implemented by natural scientists, not by planners. So that's why there are a lot of publications on the how to, the technical aspects, but not the practical aspects. I think the concept will remain the same because any area-based management approach that you will encounter, they are all based on the the overarching goal of sustainable development. But how do you actually translate it using your approach? For instance, ICM. So we are saying that sustainable development is a very complex. It's very complex in such a way that UNCED did not provide guidance on how you're going to do it. So we are saying that through ICM practice, we are actually providing the building blocks to reach sustainable development by starting small and scaling up. So I think what I've shown is there are distinctions in MSP and ICM in terms of boundaries, but there are also a lot of overlaps. So if you're going to read through the literatures, you get different perspectives. But in my case, like we have been exposed to ICM implementation on the ground, so we know the experiences and challenges at the local level, which probably sometimes might not be able, an MSP might not be able to capture, because sometimes if it's done at the bigger scale, as Dr. Son mentioned, you look at it from the bigger picture of a zone, these ones, but then you still have to refine it at the local level, right? So I think there is no need to adjust. We can find convergence, what are the common elements. And I think there are also some distinctions between the two approaches, similar to, for instance, IWRM and IRBM. That's why you still need to have sectoral plans to manage your river basins, but they're still part of the bigger, ecosystem. And they're all connected because your MPAs, your MSP, whatever you are protecting in the coastal and marine areas, they're all impacted by land-based sources of pollution. So you have to look at it from a more holistic perspective. But then the realities on the ground is probably the local government might not have done enough capacity, they might not have enough funding, or there is no supporting legislation, which makes it difficult to implement. But I think if you probably in future training, we can probably look at all of these details to see where we might not need to repeat, like, no need to reinvent the wheel, but instead focus on the areas where the gaps have been identified to, so that there is like a seamless mainstreaming of the two concepts for practice. I hope I was able to answer your question. Thank you.
If the time allow, can I have a follow-up question?
Okay.
Could be?
Yeah, please. Okay.
Sorry, Nancy. So just curious about based on based on your experience on the grounds ICM implementation, from several countries. Is there any different approach, or maybe maybe the question is what is the role, or what is the different approach when you implement the ICM to an area with the MSP already in place compared to the an area without MSP in place?
I think that might be answered by Batangas, because so we started ICM implementation in Batangas. They have gone through several cycles, and then when USAID project provided technical support to develop the MSP in one of the bays wherein there was already an existing ICM plan, how did they do the mainstreaming? So I hope Batangas can answer that. But to me, but when we did the consultation where I was able also to attend, USAID, of course, recognized that the MSP for Balayan Bay should be anchored in a broader framework, because you're only like looking at the sea area, like the marine area, or to some extent probably a part of the coastal zone, but then it's not integrated into the land use plan. And most of like 80% of the pollutants into the coastal and marine areas are coming from land-based sources. So you really need to integrate that. So, but in the context of your MS, of course, planning, you want to plan these marine areas, but then it has to be anchored, and the local government who is responsible to implement it should be able to see the connection and the benefits of having these different plans, but addressing very specific issue, for instance. So for Balayan Bay, biodiversity conservation and fisheries management. But again, there's also a broader plan for the province, covering the entire province. So where we sit in that bigger plan, because there has to be like funding coming from the local governments to support the implementation of that program, particularly with the MSP. So I think what we're seeing is, okay, so if there is an existing MSP plan, do we need to ask them to again develop another plan? I don't think we want to do that, but we are building on what is available already without repeating. So one of the principles of ICM is adaptive management. So we adapt to the local situation, and if there is not enough capacity, then maybe you can start on this, you have like a number of things to do, 1 to 10, and based on available capacity and financing and so on, we can only do 1 and 2. So we will focus on that. So you can start small, as we have both been saying, you can start small and then expand as you gain more experience and confidence. So that's why we're saying that ICM can be as small as like one, 2 or 3 barangays, and then they expand it to a bigger to cover the entire municipality and then the province. Or you can do it on the other way, like you start the macro level, like the entire province, and then you go down to check what are the priorities of these local governments in their ICM program. So sometimes we have like an ICM program focusing on climate change. We have an ICM program focusing on pollution management. We have an ICM program focusing on sustainable livelihood development. But these are all like the basis for all of this is there is a multi-sectoral platform where integration is being facilitated, so that it's not like being done in isolation with other programs of the local government. I think the framework that we have been able to develop actually captures all of that, those nuances, and probably there is a need to probably tease all of the details in order to also look at where the requirements of MS, for instance, can be mainstream, or the other way around. If there is already an MSP, what is the entry point for ICM, for instance, in that area? Very, very complicated issue, but I think we're getting there in understanding where the mainstreaming can be done.
Okay, no problem. Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you, Nancy. Well, since we are running out of time, we have 2 more questions in the chat box. One is from Zuhara Binti from Malaysia, asking about any good sources like book or articles to recommend about the IRBM, ICM, MSP, etc. for their reference. Another question is from our participant from Thailand. That's what's the common challenges to work in ICM? What's the common main challenge to work in ICM MSP in different countries? So, Nancy, do you want to answer now, or will leave it to emails?
Actually, the challenges are common. Thank you for that question. The challenges are common, actually. First, you need a legislation in order to provide a legal basis to implement or develop your plan. And then you have to have the capacity in order to implement your plan. And then you have to have financing so that they will have money to implement your plan. And more importantly, you have to have a monitoring, evaluation, and reporting mechanism so that you can measure your progress. How do you know that your programs are working if there is no monitoring, evaluation, and reporting system? And even if most of the past programs dwell on awareness raising, I think it's still required. And I think one of the challenges also is how do you mainstream it if there is an authority responsible for MSP, and then there's another authority responsible for ICM, and the turfing issue. Sometimes it's difficult to bring them together in one table to discuss the mainstreaming, because one might feel that his or her power will be lessened if it will be mainstreamed into another approach. Those things. But I think these are common challenges, not only for ICM and MSP, but also in other area-based management approaches.
Okay.
Thank
And
you.
do you have, for the last question, do you have any good source like book or journals or articles to recommend for the participants, which is about like
Ah.
ABM or
Wow.
MSP and ABNG, something like that? Do you have any good
Actually, there
info?
are so many reference materials for MSP,
Uh-huh.
and they even like there was a survey done to determine how many journal publications have been generated based on MSP practices. So there are a lot. I think what I actually did was to consolidate all of the what I've read. So, but these are different reference materials, but for purposes of, but I think for ICM, I think we have the training manual, we have the case studies. For MSP, there are also guidelines, and then there are also a lot of journal publications and even experiences from other countries. So these are all like available actually from the internet. And IRBM and IWRM, I think there are also a lot of guidelines generated through the global water partnerships, and then the nutrient management by the global platform on nutrient management and so on. Yeah. Depending actually on the focus that you want to work on, you can actually get all of this information from the internet. But yeah, we can of course develop like a reference list as your reference material for instance, future training or consultation.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Tracy. Thank you very much. So I think that's all for today. No more questions. Do you still have any questions? Oh, okay, I see. So because we're running out of time, so we have the one last question. Okay, from Mr. Cap from Cambodia, right? Mr. Cap. Brian, please unmute Mr. Cap. Ms. Cap, we cannot hear you. No, we cannot hear you. Please unmute. I think we can hear you now. Mr. Cap.
Can you listen to me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, thank you again for this. I think thanks for the slide before, slide above. I saw many questions from the slide that saw the ICM strategy in line with MSP policy and other questions there. So according my opinion, I think this slide very important to show all the partner, okay, right? All the partner to know for all the answer as a question in slide. For example, is there coordination between agency responsible for ICM and MSP? So this I will very important for all the partner or all the city member. And so I would like to request a PEMSEA or Xiamen University may show for all the answer as a question in line. Okay, right? Because okay.
Yes, that was a very good suggestion. Actually, maybe we can use it for the seminar on Friday to start a discussion. Aside from, of course, identifying the capacity building needs for future training that PISO will be organizing. So maybe we can also use that questions as guide for the discussion. But maybe for future also discussions on ICM and MSP, that can be focus or theme of the next training that PISO will convene or support. So very specific, because this workshop, I think the title is Moving Beyond Planning. But then we have a range of local governments, for instance, like KEP, you were saying that we're just starting. So it might be difficult to say moving beyond planning, because you are still at the stage wherein you are developing your state of the coast report, developing your coastal strategy. So probably you are implementing already some management programs, but you are not yet there compared to other more mature sites. So I think we have to adjust somewhere. But yes, that's a very good suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, Mr. Kat. Okay, thank you, everyone. Let's thank Ms. Nancy Bonas again for her wonderful presentation and also the answers. And kindly be reminded that tomorrow we will have two lectures, one from Dr. Yue Qi from National Ocean Technology Center of China to introduce China's marine spatial planning system and prospects at the national level. And we will also have Professor Sheng Zhixue from Xiamen University to introduce the concepts, frameworks, and mutual reinforcement of ICM and MSP with case studies in Xiamen, China. Okay, please also be reminded that the training tomorrow will start at 9 a.m., but please come and join with us at the Zoom meeting before 8:45 to make sure that your internet connection is good and all the devices are working well. And if you have any questions concerned related to IT or Zoom, please contact our event producer, More Media, at the chat box. Okay, thank you, everyone. So see you tomorrow morning in Zoom for the training on day 2. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Xiamen University PEMSEA Joint Training Program. I'm Chloe from FISO. As you can see, the moderator for yesterday, my colleague Phoebe, unfortunately, she was called to stay at home for because of a very strict quarantine rule. So I will be your moderator for today and very likely for the rest of the training session. And I hope everyone is staying safe in different parts of the world. And without further ado, I'd like to start today's session by recapping the highlights of yesterday's presentation from Ms. Nancy Burmas. Ms. Nancy Burmas covered many aspects of ICM and MSP, including the evolution of ICM concept and practice in East Asia and scaling up from 1993 to 2020. And she also covered the status and trends in MSP practice from the 80s to 2017. And she also compared ICM and MSP with respect to their attributes, their underlying principles, and also their processes. And she showcased ICM practices and scaling up in Batangas and Bataan to facilitate the participants' understanding. And she also mentioned the integration of the processes of ICM and MSP and also opportunities for all of us to collaborate in our region. And a key takeaway of Nancy's presentation is that the size and scope of ICM and MSP initiatives vary, but are guided by the same concept and principles and overall goals and objectives of achieving a healthy healthy ocean and people and also economies. I would like to thank again to Ms. Nancy Burmas for her very insightful and a very clear presentation. And so let's officially commence today's session. And we have two speakers today, Dr. Yue Qi from NOTC and Dr. Professor Xue from FISO. Today we will first welcome Dr. Yue Qi from National Ocean Technology Center, NOTC, China, to give a presentation on practice and perspective of marine functional zoning in China. Dr. Yue Qi is the Deputy Director of Division of Sea Area and Island Management Technology, NOTC, China. Dr. Yue is an academic leader in the field of marine spatial planning at NOTC and mainly engaging in marine regionalization planning and marine resources management technology. He was awarded the title of Young Science and Technology Innovation Talent by the Ministry of Natural Resources of China in 2019. In recent years, he has been a PI for over 20 projects from MNR and also quite productive in academic publications. He has also led 3 research projects that were honored with Ocean Engineering Science and Technology Award. Now, Dr. Yue, please note that you will have 15 minutes for your presentation, followed by a 15-minute discussion. And also for the participants, if you would like to make any comments or bring up any questions, please fire away in the chat box. Your questions and comments will be attended to on a first come, first served basis. Okay, over to you, Dr. Yue.
Okay, thank you. So hello everyone, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Now, so everyone can watch my share screen now. Okay, good morning everyone. It's my great pleasure to join our meeting and have a presentation here. I come from National Ocean Technology Center, the NOTC. According to the schedule of our meeting, my presentation is about marine spatial planning. I will make a report of practice and perspective of marine functional zoning in China. My presentation contains 3 parts. The first part is the concept and the progress of marine spatial planning. The second is the practice of marine functional zoning in China. The last is the future development of marine functional zoning in China. So at first, I want to give a review of MSP, the concept and the process of marine spatial planning. As we all know, humanity attaches great importance to the ocean for its rich resources. Marine resources can generally be divided into 2 categories. The first category is marine natural resources, including seawater, marine biological resources, energy, port and shipping, and tourism. The second category is marine spatial resources. Such as land reclamation and to a certain extent, ports and shipping also draw on marine spatial resources. Different resource endowment will yield big difference in development results.
มันวางไม่ได้ไว้เจ็ดแม่งโคตรเซ็งเลย
So in general, the intensity and overall density of development are relatively high in coastal area and increasingly fall as well as we move deeper into the ocean. And it is increasingly recognized that spatial planning of the ocean is an important tool of protecting and utilizing the ocean. At the beginning of this century, the UNESCO put forward the concept of marine spatial planning. Marine spatial planning is a public process of analyzing and allocating the spatial and temporal distribution of human activities in marine area to achieve ecological, economic, and social objectives. And now a consensus has been reached worldwide. Marine spatial planning is an integrated, policy-based approach to the regulation, management, and protection of the marine environment, including the allocation of space that address the multiple cumulative and potentially conflicting use of the sea, and thereby facilitate sustainable development. In 2009, the UNESCO published a guide to evaluating marine spatial planning. In the guide, the method of developing an MSP conclude 10 steps, such as establishing authority, obtaining financial support, organizing the MSP process, and so on. We know that the Western European, Australia, and USA were the first countries to experiment with MSP. Currently, almost 70 countries have initiated MSP plan, covered 10% exclusively economic zone in the world. So this is the second part. I will introduce the practice of marine functional zone. MSP is called marine functional zone in China. It refers to dividing sea area into different type of use and different environmental quality requirements in accordance with marine functional standard based on the regional condition, natural environment, natural resource, development protection status, and economic and social development need of sea area. In order to control and guide the use of sea area, protect and improve the marine ecological environment, and promote the rational development of sea area and the sustainable development of the marine economy. During 1980 to 1990s, the State Oceanic Administration developed the first generation marine functional zone with the coastal provinces. And the second generation of MFZ in China is approved by the national by the State Council in 2002. In 2012, the State Council approved the third generation MFZ, and now the State Oceanic Administration are developing the fourth generation MFZ. So we have learned that in the past near 14 years, why have China always adhered to implementing MFZ? In my purpose, the main purpose is to coordinate the three contradictions. The first, to coordinate the contradiction among different sea users. China's reform and development stimulated economic and social development along the coast of China. As an extension area of land development, marine development has attached much attention, then lead to the intensification of the contradiction between various sea use activities. The second is to coordinate the contradiction between marine development and marine environmental protection. We know that there is a contradiction between the carrying capacity of marine ecological environment and the increasing sea use. The last is to coordinate the contradiction between the best use and the actual use of the sea area. So this is the legal framework of MFZ. In 2002, China established MFZ as one of the basic systems of marine management in the form of a national legislation, stipulating that the state implement the MFZ system and all the sea use.
Dr. Yue,
Hello.
I think we lost you. Were you speaking?
March to complete.
Okay, I think we are experiencing some technical issues with Dr. Yue.
Hello. Sorry, the net is not well.
Dr. Yue, could you please share your screen again?
Okay.
From page 16, maybe? The previous page, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So let's go on. The in this page, I want to talk about the legal framework of MFZ. In 2002, China established the MFZ as one of the basic systems of marine management in the form of a national legislation, stipulating that the state implements the MFD system, and all the CEUs must comply with MFD, including sea area use administration law. 4 law stimulate China's CEU should be based on MFD. So in additional, national and local government development several MFD regulations in order to ensure the MFD implementation, such as approval method for provincial marine functional zoning and administrative regulation on sea area use for coastal province. The next is the administrative level system of MFC. In China, the MFC system is divided into 3 levels. They are national, provincial, and local. So the national MFZ mainly determines the classification, management requirements, and key sea area or functional area. The provincial MFZ specify the location and management requirements of a variety functional area. The local MFZ specify the location area management requirements for the specific use of sea function, such as breeding, agriculture, and introduction. So this is a classification system of MFZ. The MFZ system classifies the sea area into 8 zones and 22 subzones. The MFZ of the 11 coastal provinces all together have defined 1,931 functional zones. This table is a classification system of MFZ. In this table, we can find the 8 types of main zones. Conclude agriculture, port, introduction, industrial, mineral, tourism, marine protection, special use, and reserve. The next table are the subzones. From this table, we can see the agriculture zone can conclude 6 subzones. And this table is subzone 2. And now is this is the zoning process of MFZ. The method and zoning steps of MFZ is similar to the guidelines of UNESCO. There are mainly 8 steps. So the first step is data collection. In accordance with technical guidelines for marine functional zoning, the collected data include remote sensing and contour maps of development and utilization of sea area, coastal, municipal, social, economic data, marine resource, and environmental data. Step 2 is analysis and evaluation. In this step, we will study key issues of developing MFZ, such as marine natural resource and environmental assessment, current status evaluation of marine development and use, quality and protection assessment for marine environment, demand estimation of national economy and social development, analysis and summary of major issue, key issues that need to be addressed in marine functional zoning. So the step 3 is zoning compilation. In accordance with results of analysis and evaluation, by plotting the distribution maps of major natural elements and the development and use activity.
Dr. Yu, I think you're froze again. Hello? Sorry, I think Dr. Yu is experiencing some technical issues again. Let's see if he fixes it. Okay, hello.
Step 4.
Hi. Okay, please continue.
Okay, let's continue. Step 4 is public and stakeholder participation. During compilation process, conducting public announcement, hearing, and expert consultation. Request the opinion in various aspects and from multi perspectives, and allow the public to participate in compilation process. Step 5. The step 5 is achievements review. According to regulation, completed zoning achievements will be submitted to the government for approval. The national MFZ will approved by
Dr. Yu, it seems like you're frozen again. Apologies, everyone. Seems like Dr. Yu has an unstable connection over there. Does anyone want to ask any questions while we wait for him to come back? You can just type in the chat box.
the state.
Oh, okay. Welcome back, Dr. Yu.
Okay. Step 6. Step 6 is a zoning implementation. After the MFZ is approved, all marine department performs the responsibility and task of zoning regulation in accordance with the zoning requirements. And the last step is monitoring and evaluation, conducting regular monitoring and assessment according to the overall objective, specific objective, and the functional zoning, and the effect of the zoning implementation, building experience, and laying the foundation for the new generation of MFZ revision. And next, I would like to talk about the effectiveness of PEMSEA. After more than 13 years of development and improvement, and improvements, marine functional zoning has established a complete legal system, zoning system, and use control policy. Based on the system of marine functional zoning, a series of sea area management systems, such as the examination and approval of sea area use and the paid use of sea area, has been established. It relies sea use orderly and properly. MFZ regulates all kinds of sea use behavior through zoning control and use control, carried out space access according to zoning function, and carried out integrated in control of sea use mode, intensity, and scale according to the requirements of functional zoning management. Effectively promotion of coastal economic and social development. Marine functional zoning guarantees the need of a major national economic and people's livelihood project. From 2002 to 2017, the sea use area increased over nearly 6 times. The marine ecological environment has been effectively protected. By the end of 2017, China has established more than 270 MPA with an area of 12 million hectares and an increase of 100,000 square kilometers over 2002. The part 3 is the future development of marine functional zoning in China. In recent years, the Chinese government has attached great importance to the construction of marine ecological civilization and regard low-seed water and large mountains are invaluable assets. As an important development concept, the land-marine coordinated development will be strengthened and the relevant policy making will be open to public participation. The Chinese government has strengthened the supporting role of big data, artificial intelligence, and other technical means in order to improve planning, preparation, and management. And in the field of marine spatial planning, China is focusing on implementing multi-plan integration. So the integration, the multi-plan integration will integrate MFZ into a unified national territorial space planning, achieve multi-plan integration, and draw one blueprint. Accumulate the valuable experience of MFZ into one plan of multi-plan integration. Inlay MFZ into one blueprint of multi-plan integration. Integrate the classification criteria for the use of sea area into one set of standards of multi-plan integration. The general principle is democracy of a red line inside the two space, which means ecological space and development utilization space. The red line for ecological protection is defined within the ecological space. In the future, the current national MFZ and National Island Protection Plan is regarded as a general outline of the area and island protection, development, utilization, and restoration. The provincial level territorial space planning clearly defines the control objectives of the marine space protection and utilization. That delimits one red line inside the two space in province. Delimit specific functional area in city level of territorial space planning, and refine the control objective in provincial level. So that's all. Thanks for all. This is my presentation. Thanks for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Yue. And apologies again for the technical issues. Okay, so Dr. Yue covered the overview of some MSP concepts and also the development of marine function zoning. That's what we call here for MSP in China from the 1980s, and also the continuous effort of marine function zoning in China and the current and future development of MFC in China. Thank you again, Dr. Yue, for a very informative presentation. And does anyone have any questions for Dr. Yue regarding his presentation or anything about MFZ in China? You can just type in a chat box. And we understand that regulations and laws differ from country to country, and we would like to hear if any of you have gained any insights from the experience of marine functional zoning in China. Okay, so we have one question here from Nigasa-san. In the public participation process, what kind of stakeholders have to be involved? Is there any challenges to reach the consensus? Over to you, Dr. Yue.
Okay, thank you. This is a good question. Talk about the stakeholders. I think they are governments, research institution, public, and so on. I think they are all the stakeholders. So the second part of this question is there any challenge to reach the consensus? I think yes. The question is yes. They are many challenges to reach the consensus, especially in the environmental protection. Different stakeholders have different opinion. So it's a big and great work to reach the consensus. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Yue. Was that clear enough for you, Ms. Nigasa-san?
What's the big picture?
Okay, thank you, Nagisa. We have another question here. Dr. Yue, what is the biggest challenges to implement MSP in China? Over to you, Dr. Yue.
No.
What is the biggest challenge?
Okay. What's the biggest challenge to implement MSP in your country? This is a difficult question. Biggest challenge to implement. So I think I want to answer this question.
Hello, Dr. Yue. I think we lost you again. Okay, seems like we're experiencing technical issues again. Okay, now, anyone would like to raise questions, please type in the chat box now and we will attend to you.
Like this,
Hello, Dr. Yu, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, okay.
So the question is, what's the biggest challenge in the MFC implementing? I think the biggest challenge is the period. You know the MFZ is 10 years. The period is 10 years. So everybody cannot think all the challenges for the future 10 years. And we all know that the station changed faster. So I think the 10-year period is the biggest challenge. Okay.
Okay, any questions regarding the answer? Okay.
May I have a question?
Oh, okay. So
Yeah,
Mr.
yeah.
Gabbard, maybe? I think it's Mr. Chun, right? Mr. Chun from Province Gap.
Yeah, okay. Right.
Okay, over to you.
Okay, thank you again. So today is second day for this opportunity training. Thank you for your presentation. Yeah. And so I think it is very important for on your preparation. And my question is that I would I want you to show the lesson learned of the marine functional zoning, and the first one, and second, what are the consequences of developing in structure in the area? Okay, right. This is my question. Thank you for your answer. Can you listen to me? My first question refers to the lesson learned of the marine functional zoning. Okay, right? And second, I want to know what are the consequences of developing infrastructure in the area. Okay, right.
Sorry, Mr. Gap. I think you're on and off, so I'm not sure if Dr. Yu has got your question. Dr. Yu, were you able to catch the question?
I can't get the question. So is the question is what we can learn from the MFZ? You mean that?
Lesson learned of marine functional zoning implementation. I want you to show this lesson learned. Okay, right?
Okay, so Mr. Gap would like to
And
know.
second question, what are the consequences of putting infrastructure in the area?
So
challenges.
Okay. About what we can learn from the MSA.
Yeah.
要不我用中文说一下，你翻译一下，行不行？就
So, sorry, I'm Shara from FISO. Dr. Yue preferred to speak in Chinese, so I will do some translation for him later. Please, Dr. Yue.
OK，海洋公路区划，我觉得中国最大的经验呢，就是它有非常高的法律层级保障，有4部法律，都明确了海洋公路区划是海洋管理的基础，这样呢，它就能保障，国家和地方制定的海洋公路区划能够严格有效的实施。我觉得这个是中国海洋公路区划最大的经验。然后教训的话，我觉得是这样，就是，因为中国在改革开放发展过程当中，中国的海洋公路区划它有2个目的，最主要就是要协调经济发展和环境保护。那特别是在2000年那一轮海洋公路区划制定的时候，有时候呢是会在海洋空间里边把海洋发展的空间画得很大，这样海洋保护的空间相对来说会小一些。现在看来是有一些问题的，所以我们在现在的后来的海洋公路区划在制定当中都不断的在提高海洋保护区的范围。好，就这2点。
So from from Dr. Yue's answer, the biggest challenge of MFZ is the biggest.
So, hi. So, so from Dr. Yue, so what we have learned from the Chinese marine functional zoning is that first one, and also is the important one, is we have 4 laws to confirm that the basic idea of MFZ could be implemented very effectively, and also from the national level to the local level, all the participants will follow the law system to implement the marine functional zoning. So that is our biggest lesson learned from the Chinese marine functional zoning. So what we have also have experienced is that we always think about how to balance the environment and the economic development. So at the early time of MFC, we put a lot of things for the economic development. But now, while thinking more about environmental protection in the MFC plannings, so that's what we have think about the MFC in China.
Is that your answer, Professor Dr. Yue?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
May I have
But
a question?
second question, Mr. Doctor. Second question, as I want to know the consequences also. Okay, I think similar to the answer. Okay, right. That, oh yes.
May I have a question, please? Hello.
Hello.
Sorry, from Vietnam. I would like to ask you some question, Dr. Yu.
Okay, thank you.
In your presentation, you told us about the 8 zone and 22 subzone. Okay, so this I understand that this is the number of zone you divided for whole China marine area. Is it at national level? That right? The second question is that this is the first or second or third functional scheme. So I mean, you have a long history of development and implementation of functional zoning, from simple to detailed zoning scheme. So I would like to know how many zones you have in the first scheme, in the second scheme, and so on, and nowadays. This is my question. And the second question is that you talk about classification system, category 1 and category 2, right? So my question is that this category are user for provincial zoning or for national zoning? Because for national zoning, I think the area you divided into are very big. So you cannot use a very detailed classification system for zone. Thank you. I hope you understand my question.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Song. Shara, could you please translate for Dr. Yue? 第一个问题 ，Dr. Yue 他说的是第一次我们的第一个阶段大概分为几个区域啊？您大概知道是吗？好的。
对他问题我大概知道，他说是3个阶段分区有没有变化，是吧？怎么发展的？第二个是分区的规则是否是国家省市都适用？那关于第一个问题呢是这样，就是他这些就是第一阶段、第二阶段、第三阶段这3个阶段，他们的分区实际上都是在变化的，因为中国的海洋功能区划，它的分区的规则是一直没有变的，但是它的分区呢会根据自然环境、社会需求和开发利用现状来进行综合确定。也就是说，在不同阶段编制规划的时候，它的分区可能会发生变化，但是呢，对于大部分保护的空间基本上是维持不变的，这是第一个问题。第二个问题呢，实际上刚才那个问题也提到了，就这个分区规则是适用于国家、省市3级的，因为它这个分区规则呀有好多个规则，我不知道它指的是不是那个分区的表，那个分区的表是国家、省市县3级都用，然后它针对省级和市县级的海洋功能区划又分别有相应的技术标准，但是这些技术标准都是能衔接起来的。好，就这样。
好 ，OK, thank you, Dr. Yue. So for Dr. Song's question, for the first question, Dr. Yue answered that the different zones, the marine functional zoning are always changing dynamically, but the overall regulation and laws remains unchanged. because marine functional zoning is highly protected and insured by Chinese marine laws. But according to different natural needs and also needs for social development and so needs for economic development, the marine functional zoning are always changing according to different needs in different stages. But overall, the marine protected areas, the size of it and also the scale of it remains unchanged at a large scale. And for your second question, yes, the regulation that you mentioned, that Dr. Yue mentioned in his presentation remains effective for all the provinces and all the at different provincial and also municipal and regional levels, but different municipals or different provinces may have their own rules set up, but they are all connected and they are all made according to the overall national law. So was that your answer, Dr. Yu?
Yes, yes. Thank you. Yes.
Okay, so we have more questions. Thank you, Dr. Sang. We have more questions in the chat box. I think we have time for 2 more questions. And the first one is from Indonesia. I can see your name here. Apologies. The first question is the zoning processes of MFC in China consists of 8 stages. How long will the stages be implemented till the last stage? So Dr. Ye, could you answer to this question? The zoning processes of MFC in China has 8 stages. So I mean, just to clarify, do you mean like how many years does it take to implement all the 8 stages?
Yes, the first question means how long all the stage could be implemented. I think 10 years, 10 years, because the last stage is monitoring and evaluating the MFD. So I think the stage is 10 years.
Okay, and the second question is that China took 30 years to establish MFZ, and how the government managed to run program for such a long time, and especially in building collaboration with other sectors in financial respect. So how does cross-sectoral thing work, especially with regard to the financial aspect?
I think 我觉得这个问题他应该是理解的可能不是太一致吧。他说的是我们中国编制海洋工作计划用了30年，实际上是我们这30年一直在实施海洋工作计划制度，我们编制只是用了1到2年就编制那一轮，所以我觉得他这个问题可能就是可能这个前提不一定成立啊。这是
Okay, so for your second question, our participant from Indonesia, Dr. Yu says that we took 30 years to format the regulations for in the marine law for marine functional zoning, but we only took a few years to plan for MFC in China. So I think that's a short answer for your second question. And how about cross-sectoral collaboration, Dr. Yue?
怎么进行部门合作。
Okay, so Dr. Yu actually said that because that it only took 2 or 3 years to compile the MSP plan in China, so it was not that hard for the stakeholders to collaborate with each other, including the financial aspect. And we hope that answered your question, our participant from Indonesia. And moving on to the next question from Indonesia, also from Deti. Forgive me if I pronounce it wrong. What is the benefit so far for China after implementing the MFCs? That's the first question. Over to you, Dr. Yu.
OK， 它是实际上是2个问题。第一个就是最大的好处，What's the benefit so far？我觉得最大的好处就是通过实施海洋公路区划，就是因为中国有很多的海洋开发活动，通过实施海洋公路区划呢，我觉得中国实现了利用最小的海洋空间，能够有效的把这些开发活动，就是协调这些开发活动之间的矛盾，然后实现他们最大效益的开发利用，同时也能就是保护海洋生态环境。这个是我觉得是这个最大的作用。
Okay. So for your question, Dr. Yue answered that because we are trying to balance the economic development and also the protection of our health of the ocean, I think the biggest benefit we have got from China after all these years after implementing the MFCs is that we were able to balance the functional economic development with the protection of the ocean. And also the second question, I also want to know about the compliance from the sea users in following the regulation or the law after the MFC is established. 第二个问题，您看懂吗？
I want. 他是说都有哪些法律吗？
他是说
都要遵守哪些法律吗？
对，就是相关用海人员需要遵守哪一些关于 MFC 的法律法规？
第一个就是他要就是他作为一个用海者，他去申请用海的时候，他的这个用海类型要符合海洋公路区划的规定，这是第一个。第二个呢，就是他申请用海之后，需要有偿使用，就是他的这个开发行为需要向国家交海域使用金，然后呢，他的开发活动过程当中，他的一些海域使用行为要符合海洋公路区划的规定，比方说不能超标准的排放污染物啊等等，就是3个嘛。
所以第一个就是说so first to answer your question, the answer from Dr. Yue is that first, the sea user that wish to conduct development activities on the sea must apply according to the laws and regulations in China, and also they have to their development activities for the activities they have to pay according to what is said in the laws and regulations of marine functional zoning. And also they have to while they are conducting the development, the sea development activities, they have to comply with the rules and regulations in marine functional zoning. For example, level of pollution cannot exceed a certain level. So so before they have to apply, and while using, they have to comply to the rules and regulations, and they also have to pay a certain amount of money dedicated by marine functional zoning rules and regulations. So that's all three aspects. Okay. Okay, so that's Dr. Okay, that's Dr. Yue's answer. For more questions in the chat box, we will get back to you probably via email after the session, because time's up for the facilitated discussion. And then now we will move to Mentimeter game, and I will hand the floor to our colleague Isa for the Mentimeter game.
Hello, good morning.
Morning.
Hi, my name is Isabella Costa, and I will be the facilitator for the Mentimeter game this morning. So just like yesterday, this will be a fun activity to know if how much you remembered from the presentations of given this morning. So please go to menti.com. Menti.com, and please put in the code 27697556. We ask that you use the same name as you did yesterday so you can easily track the scores. And for new participants, your name on Mentimeter should be the same name you're using also. Since we have 2 presentations today, please expect another Mentimeter game later.
Your points for the Mentimeter game will be accumulated beforehand, and your final score will be announced on the 4th day of the training session. So please participate each day.
I don't think we have any more participants. So if ever, please just enter the code and come in whenever. So I think we can start. Ryan, please, can you start? So the first question is, what are the 2 categories of marine resources according to Dr. Yue? Is it marine biotic resources and marine abiotic resources, marine natural resources and marine spatial resources, or is it marine biological resources and marine physical resources? Time's up. The correct answer is marine natural resources and marine spatial resources. Next, please. Can we see the scores, please? Currently, we have Mila Barik from Indonesia as our first placer. Can we move on to the next question, please? What are the kinds of contradictions or conflicts to consider in marine spatial planning? Is it A, contradictions among different users, B, contradictions between development and environmental protection, C, contradictions between best use and actual use of the sea area, D, A, B, and C, or letter E, A, B, and C, and more? Time's up. Correct answer is D, which is A, B, and C, which all choices are correct. Next question. How much of the exclusive economic zones worldwide is covered by marine spatial planning? Is it only 2%? Is it 5%, 10%, or 20%? The correct answer is 10%. Let's move on to the next question. When did China institutionalize marine functional zoning as a national law? Is it in 1979, 1998, 2000, or in 2000? Oh, only 7 got it correct. It's back in 2002. And for our last question, how many rounds of marine functional zoning has China implemented so far? Is it 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds, or 4 rounds? Correct answer is 3 rounds. So for this morning, we have Sarawut from Thailand as our first placer. We will compile all your scores throughout all the Mentimeter sessions, and we will share who is the top scorer on the last session on Friday. Please expect another Mentimeter quiz like this later, as we have one more presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Isa. Congratulations, Ms. Sarah Wood from Thailand, performance. And now we're entering into a break for about 15 minutes, and we will come back at around 10:30. And next, we will have Professor Xue's presentation on mutual reinforcement between ICM and MSP later. later today. So remember to come back in 15 minutes. I'll see you later. Thank you. Okay, welcome back everyone. Hope you all got your coffees. And also you are welcome to, you are encouraged to open up your camera so that we can see your face to make this session more interactive. Since this is an online session and we don't really interact with each other. Thank you very much. Okay, now let's officially start our second session. Now we will have Professor Xue Xiongzhi from PEMSEA here to give his presentation.
Okay.
So Professor Xue is currently the Coordinator General of Fujian Institute for Sustainable Oceans of Xiamen University. And also he's the Director and Chief Scientist of our Capacity Building Program for Sustainable Coastal Development, short for SCD program, which serves scholarship for applicants from Asian countries to pursue a master or doctoral degree in marine-related programs in Xiamen University. He has been engaged in the research of sustainable coastal development for more than 20 years now, and specifically focusing on marine spatial planning and management, and application of interdisciplinary approaches in integrated ocean and coastal management. He also has been dedicated to capacity building as well as regional cooperation on integrated ocean and coastal management, and the sharing and promotion of advanced management experience and technologies. Okay, welcome, Professor Xue. And note that you have 15 minutes for your presentation, followed by a 15-minute discussion. As for the participants, you're very welcome to post your questions and comments in the chat box, even while the speaker is speaking. Okay, over to you, Professor Xue.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Can you hear me, everyone?
Yes, Professor.
Yes.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to have an opportunity to share with you about some my research experience and some understanding about ICM and MSP. So today I will share you some that I will show in the presentation, the PowerPoint. Okay, so can you see the PowerPoint? It's okay? Not yet?
Not
Yes.
yet. Sir,
Not
yet.
Not
yet.
yet, Professor.
Yeah. I try again.
Looks good.
Yeah,
Now
slideshow.
We can see you now.
But yeah, we can see it now, but there you go, slideshow, yes.
good. Okay, yeah. So that is today's. I would like to share with you. So what is the sound? Now it's okay?
Yes, Professor, we can see it perfectly.
Okay, yeah. So today I would like to share with you the my presentation titled Mutual Reinforcement Between Integrated Coastal Management and Marine Spatial Planning. So I will use three parts to explain what I want to share with you. One is the ICM, Integrated Coastal Management, and the second is Marine Spatial Planning, and then the mutual reinforcement. That is I try to arrange for my presentation today. So for integrated coastal management, I think I could explain what the concept of the ICM and ICM so-called and ICM practice in Xiamen, China. So that is I arranged for ICM. So I understand that most of you, the participants for this training, I think is have a background for ocean and coastal management. So the such kind of the concept, I think maybe I just quickly to mention that the integrated coastal management is a natural resource and the environmental management system. That is one kind of the management system, I should say that, the ICM, and that employs an integrated, holistic approach and an interactive planning process in addressing complex management issues in coastal area. So we know the coastal area now in the world, I think is quite hotspot for the people to use for the economic development or the social society development, something like that. So it is, I think, the ICM used to addressing the complex management issues. And it is a continuous dynamic process. Okay, how the dynamic, maybe we could explain later. But here I should say that the ICM aims to address the major sustainable development trends by protecting the functional integrity of these natural resource systems while allowing economic development to proceed. So ICM we use actually to reach a goal for the sustainable coastal development. This picture, I enjoy this picture very well. You know, this picture actually have a very well explain what is the sustainable development. It includes the elements about the balance between the economic development and the society development and the environmental and ecosystems protection. Another is this thinking about the fair between the today's generation and between the today's generation and the tomorrow generations. So this picture, I think, is quite well to use for explain what is the sustainable development. Okay, so then let's see some more detail about the ICM. ICM circle, this picture show us the ICM circles. This picture comes from the former director of the PEMSEA, Dr. Xiamen. So from his articles, he give us this kind of the ICM framework, the ICM circle. So from this picture, you could understand the ICM generally have 6 steps each circle. So the step 1, preparing, I think this include many the elements in this state, but very important, I think, is to prepare a project management mechanism. That is very important for the for people to understand the preparing state is successful or not. So if you have a project management mechanism successful to establish such kind of mechanism, so I think that could be means the preparing steps is successful. And then the second step is the initiating. So you know, initiating include just show here many elements, components in this stage. And my understanding, the this stage, in this stage, very important, I think is the issues and identification and prioritizations. I think that is quite important for this stage or initiative. So the prioritization include what? Biodiversity, habitat protection, land and sea-based pollution or waste, climate change hazards, fisheries, food security, water use and supply, something. So if you could finish the issues identification and the prioritizations for such kind of the issues, then that means you could have a you could start the initiating stage and then could go to the next stage. Okay, so here, I hope the participants from this presentation could understand the initiatives. Very important is the issues identification and the prioritization. And number 3 stage, developing, include so many like policy and institutional arrangements, refined risk assessment, coastal strategy implementation plan, and so on. And my understanding, very important, is policy and institutional arrangement and the coastal strategy implementation plan could successfully finish. I hope you could understand more from your practice in your sites. Okay. No policy and institutional arrangement successfully established. That means you could not guarantee the following ICM process. And if no coastal strategy implementation plan, that means you cannot very concrete the outcome or output to guide the ICM implementation in the site, in the coastal sites. So I think that is in stage 3, this is very important. And in the 4th stage, adopting, I think all of this is quite important. You could understand from this list, organization and legal mechanism, coastal policy strategy and 3 to 5 years action plans, and the finding mechanisms. So all these 3 components should be adopted by the policymaker or by the local government. So I think that is the stage 4. I think is very important for the for the whole ICM circle. Okay, and then after successful finish the stage 4, and then you could go to the stage 5 is implementing. In this stage, coordinate and program management mechanisms, environmental monitoring programs, I think is quite important. Okay, because you need to have a very good coordinating and program management mechanism to guarantee the coastal strategies implementation plan could go on, could come true. So that is, I think, this coordinating and the program management mechanism is very important. And the environmental monitoring program is very important too, because you need to have such kind of the monitoring program to understand the process is successful or not. The outcome is meet the planning, the strategy to require or not. So like that is in the implementing stage. I think these two components is most important. And then after the 3 to 5 years actions, and then could go to the stage 6, refining and consolidating. This stage, if you continue to update or to scaling up to a new circle starts, this stage number 6 could be seen as preparing another new circles preparing stage. So you could see from here, you could understand that reviewing institutional setup, program monitoring and evaluation, revision of strategies and action plans, and so on, scaling up the strategies, something like that. Actually, that is, you could be see this. One is consolidating for the old circle, and one is preparing for the new circle starts. So that is the ICM circles from PEMSEA. Actually, I understand that many, or we say generally, the ICM program in different coastal sites, actually you could conclude like this circle, the different states and this circle. Okay, so and the ICM circle time frames here, I should say 3 to 5 years should be better, but different sites have a different schedule, have a different time frame. I should say that maybe 3, maybe 5, maybe more than 5 years. That's dependent on the ICM strategy and the action plan and the implementing. So I think that is learning by doing. Why we should say that the ICM actually we should say learning by doing, because one size, one coastal size ICM experience or the successful, I don't think is most suitable for the different coastal sites, because the environmental background, the economic background, and the society background is different. Especially the state management system, I think different countries, they have a different system. So we could just provide some general concept, but encourage the participants when you implementing the ICM in your sites, use thinking about the learning by doing. Okay, so that is I would like to introduce simply brief the ICM circles for you. So for ICM practice in Xiamen, China, so I think if you join the PEMSEA program, maybe you already have some idea about the Xiamen ICM size, Xiamen ICM demonstration size. So actually for Xiamen, we almost have 30 years practice, the ICM practice in Xiamen. So from this period, we try to establishing the ICM governance framework and implementing strict pollution control. So this stage or if we said the first circle in Xiamen actually is from 1994 to year 2000. So established the basic ICM governance framework and implementing strict pollution control. So from here, you can understand in the first circle of Xiamen ICM, actually we focus on the how to strict pollution control, how to control the pollutions, especially from the land base. Okay, so that is the first stage, first circle ICM in Xiamen. And the second circle, we further improve the ICM framework and strengthening the management of the land-based pollution and implementing marine ecological rehabilitations. So from here, you could understand in the second circle of the Xiamen ICM, actually the focus, not just like the first circle, focus on the land-based pollution, but still shift to the implementing marine ecological rehabilitation. Okay, so that means what? That means we gradually to move from the focus on the land-based pollution to the how to restoring the marine ecological system, how to rehabilitate that, to use such kind of way to do the some, we said the practice for the coastal zone to meet the sustainable development requirement. So that is the second circle of the Xiamen ICM. Actually, the focus shift from the pollutions prevention to the restoring of the marine ecosystem in Xiamen Sea areas. So that is the second. And the third phase, from 2009 to 2015, in this circle, actually we expanding the scope of the marine ecological rehabilitations and integrating watershed into coastal management. So from this statement, you could understand in the third circle of the Xiamen ICM, actually we scaling up from just only focus on the coastal sea area to the watershed, because the Xiamen Sea area actually is the river basin. The estuary area located in the Xiamen coastal sea area. So if we want to have a successful control the pollutions from the land base, just only control from the land base, I think is not enough in Xiamen Sea area for ICM. Actually, we needed to thinking about how to control the pollutions from the river basin. So that is why we expanding the scope of the marine ecological rehabilitation and integrating watershed into coastal management. So that means in the third phase, the third circle of the Xiamen ICM, we try to integrate the watershed and the coastal management. So in this circle, maybe we could call it the integrated watershed and the coastal management. So that is one kind of the scaling out of the before Xiamen ICM experience and ICM model. So that is the third circle. And in the from the 2015, actually we still do some practice and need more conclusion about this stage. What is the ICM scaling up? This lengthy overall management focus on blue growth, or it is scaling up from the program to the planning level. So that is we try to more conclude. But I think today's my presentation most focus, I think, is from these three paths, three circles could be enough to support my idea about the reinforcement between ICM and MSP. So like this, I try to use this opportunity to introduce some about the ICM and ICM practice in Xiamen. And about the second part, the marine spatial planning, I think the just the last presentation, Dr. Yue Qi already have more details to introduce about the marine spatial planning and the practice in China. So this part I will shortly to have a quickly introduce. I think the marine spatial planning is a process of the analyzing and allocating marine space to specific use to achieve ecological, economic, and social objectives that are usually specified through the political process. Actually, I should say the MSP should be used to regulate the people use the sea area, especially people where use, when use, and how to use the sea area. So that is the MSP's his function, I understand. So from Xiamen opinion, actually MSP could be an effective tool that can resolve the conflict among the various human use, as well as the conflict between human use and the marine environment. So that is the concept. I think I could just say you about my understanding about the MSP. So this Dr. Yu Qi already have explained that. And I want to say is MSP actually is a circle and endless circle too, similar to the ICM. Okay, so from this picture, we could conclude such kind of the circles from stage 1 to stage 4, maybe is one component, and then stage 5 or 6 is another, and then the planning, stage 7 to 8 is another, and then the stage 9 and 10 is actually similar to the ICM's stage 6. And then to a new analysis. So the stage 1 to 4, similar to the preparing stage of the ICM. So that is, I want to show you that MSP actually is endless circle too. So that is similar to ICM circle actually. So such kind of a two circle that have a very close relationship. Okay, so that is I want to share with you later. And about the MSP in China, I think Dr. Yu Qi already mentioned more details. So I want to emphasize here is MSP need have a strongly support from the legislation system. Okay, so like the practice in China actually have a 4 law to support. So this, I think I need them to spend the time again to detail to mention that because you already have mentioned before. Okay, so now let's go to the part 3, mutual reinforcement. I want to use the Xiamen Western Seas as a case study to explain what the mutual reinforcement between the ICM and the MSP. So this picture show you the Xiamen Sea area, most of the Xiamen Sea areas. And here is the Xiamen Western Seas. Xiamen Western Sea is here. Okay, the Xiamen Western Sea, the area is about 50 square kilometers large. So it's not so big, only 50 square kilometers. And but in this small area, many activities related to the sea area use. Okay, like people development of the aquaculture and land reclamation, seawall construction, coastal engineering, and actually have some other use, like the tourism use, the sea area, like the protected area for some troubled animals in this area. So that is lead to the deteriorations of the marine ecological, environmental, and serious conflicts between different sea use activities. Okay. So let's see this. This is Xiamen Western Seas. Okay. So you could see from here that so many aquaculture in the whole area, the port location here in the Xiamen Western Seas area. And the Gurang is quite well known, the tourism sites. So, and the protected area, and because the port is located here, so need a navigation way. So such kind of navigation way, I think, require the smoothly operation for the shipping. So that is so many activities in the Xiamen West Seas area. But before, Xiamen Western Sea area is larger than the 50 square kilometers. But after the some reclamation, the red one show the some reclamations. No. Okay, let's see next. Yeah, this one. The red one show you the reclamation area. And the brown one means a seawall building. So from this picture, you can understand before Xiamen Western Sea is much larger than right now. Okay, so and because some seawall is established, that let the Xiamen Western Sea from the open space to the semi-closed bay. So that means some problems like this. The depth changing of the channel. This is a channel. This channel is very important for the shipping. This channel is this. This is Gurangi and Songyu channel. This channel is very important for the shipping, but you can understand from this picture. Before, in 1904, the depth of the channel is like this. In 1958, it's like this. It means what? It means almost the same. The depth is almost the same before the 1980s, 50s. But in 1976, the Ruiwan Xiaolat, okay, Xiaolat, the depth is changed. Okay, so now such kind of the channel is very difficult for the large ship to go through. Okay, that because the increasing citation velocity. Okay, so from 1984, we had to dredge the channel. In 1993, the second, after almost 10 years, the second dredging. And after 1990, 2 years, in 1995, we had to dredge it again. And now, every year, we need to dredge that. Okay, that is why, that is because the change of the hydrological circulation pattern. The Xiamen Western Seas from the opening to the semi-closed bay. So that means the channel could not to maintained by natural ways. So now you need to do dredging. Okay, so that is some problems in the Xiamen Western Seas. So in Xiamen Western Seas, the problem we focus at that time is the deteriorations of the marine ecological environment, the serious conflict between the different sea use activities. But how to deal with this problem? So that is a challenge. Okay. So before, no ICM implementation in Xiamen, it seems there is no way to deal with the such kind of the deterioration of the marine ecological environment and to deal with the serious conflict between different sea use activities. Okay, many sea use activities. Who is dominant? Who should be prevented? So that is the problem for Xiamen Western Seas. Okay, so with the ICM implementation in Xiamen, Xiamen have legislation and enforcement as an important part of the ICM governance system. Okay, and because have such kind of legislation and enforcement, support. In the early stage of ICM implementation, Xiamen enact the Xiamen Marine Function Zoning Scheme according to the city's actual needs. Okay, so such kind of the Marine Function Zoning Scheme, that is another core of the MSP. In China, actually, we call the MSP as the Marine Function Zoning Scheme before. Okay, now maybe we change the name. Maybe we use the MSP similar to the other countries, but before we use the Marine Function Zoning Scheme, and it established in 1997. And you know, Xiamen ICM actually start from 1994. So only 3 years because of the ICM implementing, so we could have a successful MSP in Xiamen and use such kind of the MSP to deal with the program in the Xiamen Western Seas. So according to the scheme, the dominant function of the West Sea were determined as port, shipping, and tourism. Therefore, Xiamen began to adjust the sea use structure to ensure the dominant functions. And that means what? That means other activities in the Xiamen Western Seas, if he stopped, he could influence some dominant functions like the port, shipping, and the tourism. Then they need to remove or need to stop the activities in that side. Okay, so Xiamen Western Seas, how to use the MSP to deal with the problems there. The steps taken like this: aquaculture removed, reclamation restricted, opening of the causeway or we call it the seawalls, something like that, to guarantee the dominant functions. And the channel dredging and anchor expansion to ensure the development of the port shipping industry. And restoration of the shorelines and the mangroves, construction of the wetland paths, and so on to promote the tourism development. And integrated the treatment of the environmental pollution and establishment of the natural conservation zones of the marine rare species. So that is guaranteed by the MSP. Okay. So I should say the first circle of the Xiamen ICM is quite successful. And successful not just only shown in the pollution control, the pollutions, but also to use the MSP to deal with some conflict between the different function of the sea use. So that is Xiamen actually the ICM in the first circle, and actually goes through to the second and the third through, actually still use the MSP to guarantee that such kind of the different functions sea area use. Okay, so after the different steps taken, and after the ICM support the MSP to implement in the Xiamen Western Seas, so promote the industrialization, achieve the goal of the development and the prosperity of the Western Sea area was quite successfully to come true. So the Marine Function Zoning Scheme has made a great contribution to the rational development and the utilization of the marine resource, effective conservation of the marine ecological, environmental, and sustainable socio-economic development. From the Xiamen Western Seas case study, I think we could again to let people understand this is the MSP's function. And the experience and the lessons in Xiamen Western Seas have proved that the restoration multiple use coverage through the MSP is one of the effective means of the implementation of the ICM. So if we want to conclude the mutual reinforced ICM MSP, we could say that Xiamen's MSP was implemented under the development of the ICM. So ICM can make regulation for MSP and help the guaranteeing the implementation of the MSP. So that is one. So actually, Xiamen Marine Function Zoning Scheme was first enacted as part of the Xiamen ICM legislation and enforcement capacity buildings. And it was formulated by the Marine Expert Group. Okay, that is the science and the technology support of the ICM, the group to support that is come from some scientists, some expertise for the coastal and the ocean management, and accepted by Xiamen municipal government to resolve the conflict between different activities through the determined the different primary functions of the different zones, and it has been continuously revised following the development of the ICM. So that is from the ICM to the MSP. And if we're thinking about from the MSP to ICM, resolving the multiple use conflict through the MSP is one of the most effective means in the implementation of the integrated coastal management in Xiamen. So MSP is an important component and the tool of the ICM. It can be a guide for the further ICM implementation. So maybe this picture could conclude for the ICM and the MSP as the mutual reinforcement. ICM is need the institutional arrangement to provide the institutional arrangement for the MSP implementation. And the MSP could provide the management approach for the ICM implementation successfully. So that is a mutual reinforcement between the ICM and MSP. I would like to share with you today. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Xue, for a very detailed introduction on ICM, MSP, especially on the case studies of Xiamen and also their mutual reinforcement. And now we will go to the Mentimeter game, exciting Mentimeter game, and I will hand over to our colleague, Isa from PEMSEA. Thank you, Professor Xue.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, everyone, let's go to mentimeter.com and enter the code 45034062. And over to you, Isa.
Hello, sorry, there was a problem. So same as earlier, please go to menti.com and enter the code as Chloe already said. And please use the same name so we can track your scores. Let's wait for a few more people. We had 20 earlier, so I think we can start. So just if you're not yet here, please just go to Menti and use the code. Next, please. Oh, sorry, the question. Which of the following is not a stage of the ICM cycle? Is it preparation, initiation, fundraising, or refinement and consolidation? Okay, the correct answer is fundraising, and most of you got it correct. Next, please. Does MSP require a cross-sectoral cooperation? Is it yes or no? The correct answer is yes. There's one person who got it wrong. Next question, please. What are the dominant functions of the Xiamen West Sea according to the 1997 Xiamen Marine Functional Zoning Scheme? Is it A, the port, B, shipping, C, tourism, D, A, B, and C, or letter E, A and B only? The correct answer is A, B, and C. Next question, please. What was not one of the steps taken in the Xiamen West Sea according to Prof. She's presentation? Is it removing aquaculture, installing artificial coral reefs, restoring mangroves, or restricting reclamation projects. The correct answer is installing artificial coral reefs. And for our last question, I think, the concentration of the following chemical elements in the Xiamen West Sea were reduced, which helped improve water quality. Is it A, nitrogen, B, phosphorus, or C, both A and B? Correct answer is letter C, both A and B. Can we see the results, please? So we have DP as the winner for this round. Maybe please know in the chat what your real name is so we can keep track of your scores. Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Isa. Congratulations to Betty for an excellent performance. So we will move on to the Q&A part. I think we only have time for 1 or 2 questions. Does any one of you want to ask Professor Xue a question? Okay, Dr. Sun. Dr. Sun, please.
Professor Xue, have you met any difficulty in ICM implementation and scaling up due to the changes in national policy, legislation, or any institutional setup? It's the first question. The second one, I think you have developed sustainable financing mechanism. So I hope that you have enough budget to implement ICM now and develop MSP. How do you think about the availability of your budget? Thank you.
Okay. I got the question from the Dr. Sun. Yeah, actually, Dr. Sun, we are old friends. Actually, we work together in the PEMSEA project. Actually, very long history. So I understand. I got your questions. One is about the policy, right? The policy from the top to the down. Actually, some coastal size, maybe we need some maybe encounter some problems, right? The question is like that. But actually, in China, you know, the policies actually top down is quite smoothly. So in the local level, actually we do the many coastal management activities. Actually need to have a guidelines from the top level, and we need to follow the such kind of guideline and to meet the requirement from the central government, something like that. Something like before is the SOA, but now is another ministers. I think now is Natural Resource Ministry. So that is, I don't think have some problems. The problems maybe is the capacity. The capacity could support to meet the requirement from the top or not. That is a problem. Different cities, different local levels maybe have a different some kind of the capacity buildings problem, but totally I think it's okay. Yeah. So especially for Xiamen, I think it's no problem because our capacity building I think is quite successful for ICM implementation. Okay, to meet the requirement from the top. Okay, so that is the question one you asked for. And the second one is about the budget. Okay, actually, if you understand about the ICM economics, I think the budget actually could, the small budget actually could bring the benefit from the ICM activities. So I think if you have such kind of idea and understanding such kind of economics, that means you could try to input some financial support, and then could go to we call it the a good circle, something like the before in Xiamen, West Tennessee. I already mentioned that before because of the conflict between the different resource use. So that means the disorders resource use lead to the many investoration or the many the investment, they could not to get the more benefit from the such kind of the sea area use. But after the MSP is established and the government managed the Xiamen University according to the MSP, so now many benefits. The local government, the local people, they could get from the such kind of the sea area use. So from the first circle to the third circle, the Xiamen's GDP actually grows almost about 8 years double. About 8 years double the GDP growth every 8 years double. So that is, I think, if you could see the such kind of the long-term effect, I think you will provide, you will determine to input some financial support for the ICM first to guarantee the sea area and the resource use rationally. I think that is, you could from the such kind of the output and outcome of the ICM activities, you could get the more financial support. So that should be one kind of the budget program corporate way. So that is my suggestion about that. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Xue.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sun and Dr. Xue. We have one more question from before. Ms. Sarah Wood has raised her hand. Where are you, Ms. Sarah Wood?
I am here.
Oh, okay.
Hi.
Oh,
Can you see me? Yeah, thank you. Hi, good morning. Good morning, Professor Xue.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Forgive me if I pronounce your name is wrong, but
problem.
I have trying through Google before I said it out. 你好。
你好。
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. I appreciated the part one that you explained about the relationship between ICM and MSP. I think that's quite clear because MSP act like a tools among the ICM. But that's not my question. My question is, I am trying to do an MSP in a small island in Thailand now. It's like 10 kilometers away from the coast. And my problem is how to define the boundary or the area for implementation. That is my problem. Because I have 3 boundaries. The first one is the boundary of municipality. The second one is the boundary by the law, because surrounding the island, Department of Marine and Coastal Resources has announced like the protected area. Yeah, because that island, surrounded that island is a very big port, and they're like an international cargo ship in every day. And the third boundary that I am thinking about is to consider the impact. Where the impact from? So like the island and the coastal area, the coastline. So I try to do like a move the boundary like from the coastline across the island, something like this. So they have 3 choices for me at the moment, and I'm quite a problem to me. So can you suggest me? Yeah, thank you.
Oh, okay, I got your question, but I think this is quite, how to say, quite practical question. As you mentioned, actually, you're not just thinking about a sea area. Actually, you need to thinking about some island area, that is the land area, something like that, right? So each the program to how to integrate the land and sea, always the program. Yeah. So my suggestion is that, because I know in Thailand actually you have a different management system, like from the different ministry, right? Yeah. So I think the first step, maybe you need to establish one kind of coordination system or mechanism. People from the different ministry, they could work together to thinking about how to use the coastline and the sea areas resource to get the largest benefit. And some function maybe is no conflict between them, but some function maybe is a serious conflict between them. And if you have no such kind of the coordination mechanism, that means you could not use the legislation system to deal with such kind of problem. So my suggestion is, one, you need to have such a kind of the coordination system or the mechanism to deal with some policy or the legislation systems problem. And the second, I suggest you not establish the MSP by the one of the ministry system, but by institutional, by scientists, or by some advertising people, they do the such kind of the MSP. Because if you ask the ministry systems people to do the such kind of MSP, they will focus on their own entertainment or some development, something like that. So that we are not so fair for the different ministry, and so that will lead to the problem of the implemented the MSP. So that is my suggestion for that. But actually, if it's a small island, that means actually the authorities, the management authorities maybe is come from the local level, not from the ministry. Yeah, so in the local level, I think maybe it's easier than if you want to coordinate that. I think maybe it's easier than the high level, the central government or ministry levels. Yeah, but still, I think scientific support maybe is very important because the scientists know their thinking about their consideration about their benefits because they are not the setter, not come from the some setter. So that is maybe could be just thinking use the some scientific basis knowledge, like thinking about the nature, thinking about the society development, thinking about the difference, the balance between the different planning from the different ministry systems. So that is just my suggestion, but I don't know if it work or not in your side.
I think it's quite work because I am thinking the same way like you, because the island is impacted by the international cargo ship, but the island itself, they don't get any benefits from that. They just can sell something like food or many small things, but the value or the money from the cargo business doesn't come to the island. That's the problem.
Yeah, I think maybe you should thinking about how to use this advantage from the port, from the coastline, from the some activities on the sea, and then how to transform such kind of the benefits for the local people. Yeah, let them to participate in such kind of the activities. That is one kind of the stakeholders participation.
The problem I'm thinking is that, I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Sarawut from Burapha University in Thailand.
Okay.
Thai Kuo Dongfang Daxia, something.
Good.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Salam. Your Chinese is very good. Okay, I think we're behind schedule, so we'll just take another question from Teti from Indonesia, our former winner of the Mentimeter game. Teti, do you want to turn on your camera?
Yeah, I'm sorry, my camera is not work properly. That's why I only type my question on the chat box.
Oh, okay. So your question was, Professor Xue, did you experience any objections from the public sea users when eliminating their activity through MSP?
I got the questions. Actually, yes, we have.
Yeah, Dr. Professor, you're muted.
Please. Okay.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, but I think if you want to change some function or major functions in some sea areas, I think the objections from the some sea users, I think it will be happen quite certainly. So you need to arrange some some steps and some measures to how to deal with before you have such a kind of MSP decision. So like in Xiamen West Seas, we remove almost all of the aquaculture from the Western Sea to outside, remove more or less. So for people, before they use such kind of agriculture in Western Sea, we got the many benefits. That is, we understand that. But because the Western Sea area at that time, the water qualities actually could not meet the requirement for such kind of agriculture. So for the human health, we need to remove and to have a time for the restoration of such kind of the sea water's qualities. So we had to do that, but we needed to have some measures to deal with that. One is the compensation for the people already invest for such kind of agriculture. That is one. Another is we needed to have some training for them to find a new job and provide the new tools for the new job. And we're thinking about how to use some different area like some coastal line use for the day to remove the agriculture from the sea area. So such kind of the stage, I think finally is we use to successful to deal with such kind of objections from the sea users. So you could not just remove them, right? You need to have some measures to let people to find a new job or could find a new benefits from their activities to use the sea area, to use some similar resource, something like that. Yeah, so that is my question for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Tati, and thank you, Professor Xue. So I see we don't have any further questions in the chat box. Would anyone like to ask one more question? Please raise your hand. Okay, if not, I think we'll call it a day. And thank you everyone for participating in today's training session, and we'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Through the same link.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Yes.
morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to XMU PEMSEA Joint Training Program Day 3. I hope you all had a chance to get your coffee or tea, because I know it's 8 o'clock for many of you there. Thanks for being with us here so early. Let's start today's session with a recap of yesterday's highlights. So yesterday we had two speakers, Dr. Yue and also Dr. Xue. Dr. Yue started his presentation by stressing the importance of marine spatial planning, or marine functional zoning, as we call it here in China, in protecting and utilizing the ocean. He then introduced MSP practices in China, which was initiated in 1980s and undergone nearly 2 decades of preparation phase, during which laws and regulations were set up and approved. MFC in China has undergone 3 rounds now and has highly positive effects on orderly sea use, coastal economic development, and environmental protection. Dr. Yue closed his presentation by sharing the experience and future adjustments of China's MFC plan. And then moving on to Professor Xue's presentation, he gave an overview of the concepts and processes of ICM and MSP and explained those using case studies of Xiamen West Sea area. Before ICM and MSP were in place, Xiamen West Sea faced deteriorating marine ecological environment and saw serious conflicts between different sea use activities. In the early stage of ICM implementation, Xiamen enacted the Xiamen Marine Functional Zoning Scheme. Therefore, the functions of Xiamen West Sea was determined, and they provided very clear goals for ICM implementation. Professor Xue concluded that ICM provided institutional arrangement for MSP, calling for relevant regulations to be established, while MSP provided a base for managing multiple use prioritization and coordination, and satisfy well one of the ICM integration goal, special integration. Now we'll officially commence today's session. I would like to thank Dr. Yue and Professor Xue again for their inspiring presentations. Now let's officially commence today's session with Mr. Luis Awitan from the Philippines to deliver his presentation on integrated coastal and marine special use of Palayan Bay, Batangas, Philippines for fisheries management, local community and stakeholders engagement. Mr. Awitan started his career in the government service under the Department of Environmental and Natural Resources. After a decade, he was transferred to the provincial government of Batangas, where later he became the department head of Provincial Government Environment and Natural Resources Office, aka PGENRO. From then on, he has led the PGENRO in the implementation of programs and activities on coastal and marine resources management, water and air quality monitoring, forest resources management, including mangroves, solid waste management, operation of environmental lab, and small-scale mining regulation. Welcome, Mr. Luis. Please be reminded that you have 15 minutes to present, and then followed by a 15 minutes Q&A session, and participants are welcome to just type in your comments or questions during the presentation or after the presentation. Okay, Mr. Luis, over to you. Good morning.
Okay, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I think we can hear you.
I'm trying to share my screen, or do you have the copy of my presentation? Find my can't find my file. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Okay.
That's good.
That's it. Good morning, everyone. Again, please bear with me. I can't speak louder because I'm presently in an isolation area, as you know. My presentation today is about integrated coastal and marine special use of Balayan Bay, Batangas, Philippines for fisheries management and local community and stakeholders engagement. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, the outline, this is just a short presentation, but I just want to show you the outline. I want to give you the profile, short profile of Batangas province, short information about ICM implementation in our province, the application of marine special planning and challenges, and moving forward. Next slide. Okay, okay, please press the, please open the, so the province has an area of 316,000 hectares, 492 kilometers of coastline. Actually, we have 34 local government units, 4 cities, and 30 municipalities, 14 of which are coastal municipalities and cities. We have 3 major bays, Balayan Bay, Batangas Bay, and Tayabas Bay, which we share with the province of Quezon. Next. Okay, it's just what I said. Next slide, please. So with regards to ICM implementation, actually we started with the course with PEMSEA sometime in. Would you please press the so that everything will be shown on the screen? Press the okay. So as you can see, with PEMSEA we started in 1994, and then next. And then in around 2000, we replicated that in Balayan Bay with the assistance and partnership with the WWF Philippines. Next. And then a third cycle also with PEMSEA and Conservation International and with other NGOs. We have this the third cycle so that we can, as you can see, we have completed the ICM in the whole province of Batangas. Next. So what you see is that draft. That draft is actually our strategic environmental management plan. We are now on actually we finished the first, it's actually an update of the strategic environmental management plan of the province. And we are supposed to do consultation on that plan, but due to the ongoing pandemic, we have to slow it up partly. But somehow we were able to start the consultation in some areas last 2000 last year. Next slide. So we're going to the marine. Excuse me. With the application for marine special planning, what you will see here is that the application is that it depends on in the case of the province, it's like in our country, the Philippines, we have what we call the municipal waters, which is 15 kilometers from the shore, and but we do not have what we call what supposed to be the provincial waters. So the issue here is that the shore, as you know, is not that straight line, and that usually in the case of Balayan Bay, it's a cove, it's a bay. So if you follow that definition, you will notice, you will see that there will be conflicts and overlapping of municipal waters. But considering that, the provincial government or office entered into action so that the marine special planning will be completed, will be done in part of the bay, of that part of the coastal water in Batangas. Next slide. So I just want to show you the profile of the Balayan Bay. As I said, if you can see at the picture, the Balayan Bay is actually there is a smaller bay there that we call the actually we have other bays that we included in the planning, but but the bay comprises of 9 coastal municipalities, and that, as I mentioned, as I want to tell you that the other bays include the Nasugbu and the Tallinn Bay. So the total area is 1,089 kilometers, and the total coastline is 100 kilometers. So the dominant use in that area is fishing, tourism, agriculture, recreation, industry, biodiversity, refuge, and protected area. And we want to know that the majority of the fisher folks in the province of Batangas are based in Balayan Bay and adjacent bays. We have 23 marine protected areas in that area, with a total of 523 hectares. There are 782 tourism-related establishments and 55 medium and large-scale industries. Next slide. So Balayan Bay is a part of the Island Passage Marine Corridor, which is a biodiversity refuge with the presence of charismatic species, most abundant coral reefs, highly productive mangrove ecosystems, increasing seagrass beds, and different fish species that are continuously protected and conserved through the ICM in the province and other related coastal and fishery strategies and approaches. You can see by the Island Passage that red shaded area it covers the provinces of the island provinces of Occidental Oriental Mindoro, Marinduque, and part of Romblon. Next slide. So next. So Balayan Bay contributes 70% of fishery products in the province. The municipal fisher usually catch around 8 kilograms per day, and the common fishing gears, hook and line, of course, and circling nets, cleaning, surface steel nets, ring net, pulsing, bag net. Next. So you can see the fish species that are under threat of being overfished. Of course, the mackerel, the seller, that gulyasan, I think it's of tuna family, hasa, the families of Carangidae, Sucambidae, and the Apsis. Next slide. Next. So I just want to show you the reason why we use the special planning, because of the threats and issues and problems in Balayan Bay. First, the coastal pollution. Next, the vessel traffic and oil spill incidents that were reported previously. Illegal fishing activities. Next, the accidental takes or bycatch of sharks, sea turtles, and rays. Uncontrolled activities threaten the biodiversity and coastal marine productivity. That's usually overfishing, multiple resource use conflicts, of course, overlapping and multiple utilization of the bay. That's also related with multiple resource use conflicts. And also municipal waters are not yet delineated, as I said before, because of the shape of the bay, and if you look at the definition, it's actually an overlapping municipal waters. Next slide. So the potential solution, of course, is the marine special planning. Next. Next. Actually, we have to bring together the multi-stakeholders, the national government agencies, enforcement agencies, NGOs, and other key players in order to discuss, of course, the issues and to find solution and to have a good implementable plan for the Balayan Bay. Next slide. Of course, the objectives of that we consider for the marine spatial planning is to reduce, if not to remove, the conflicts between uses, habitats by ensuring compatibility and activities and the environment where they take place, to reconcile values and oftentimes conflicts and demand of users of coastal and marine water, and further provide executives, referring to the local chief executives, the mayors, managers, legislators, and future investors, a consistent basis for planning. Okay, next. The process. What you see here is actually the framework for the marine spatial planning, and it's actually initiated and facilitated by the EcoFish project under the Department of Agriculture, Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, of course, with the USAID, facilitated by our office. As I mentioned, it participated by 9 coastal local government units. For those who are not from the Philippines, the local governments are, of course, composed of the SB members. The SB means Sangguniang Bayan, or the legislative body of the municipalities. The MAO, the Municipal Agriculture Office. The MEMRO, the Municipal Environment Natural Resources Office. MPDC, the Municipal Planning and Development Coordinator. Bantay Dagat, or the fish warden, or the volunteer group. And then the Municipal Fisheries Aquatic Resources Management Council, PNP, Maritime Group, the Philippine National Police Maritime Group, DABPA, DNR, and the Philippine Ports Authority. It's actually supported by PEMSEA. If you look at the framework, of course, the first thing you will notice that defining areas, specific management goals and direction. And then, of course, there's the identification of issues and threats, as I presented in the case of Balayan Bay, selection of management approaches and tools, and then you try to do zoning. And then you do the defining scope and boundary, organizing task teams and resources, collecting and organizing data, revisit goals and objectives, mapping habitat and existing uses, identifying conflicting and compatible uses, developing and evaluating the zoning plan, finalizing and adopting the zoning plan, implementing the zoning plan, monitoring and evaluation. If you notice, just like in other planning process, there are arrows that return to the start to different levels, because if you, for example, if you will notice that after you do the zoning, initially the zoning, and then after you collect and organize the data, there's some that you have to the goals and objectives, or you might need to change. So you have to go back to and then start the process again. As I said, that's like the usual planning process that we do. Next slide. So let's go to the multi-stakeholders participation and engagement in the preparation and planning process. This is that really make the process really I can say a long process, depending on the situation. Next. Okay, the consultation and evaluation workshop. Here you have the current use versus habitat conflicts, evaluate activities, geographic overlaps, identify information and policies gaps. You have to tackle everything on that level. Next. Of course, the mapping workshops. Identify current coastal and sea uses. prepare water use zones, prepare proposed zoning maps into digitized formats. In identifying current coastal and sea uses, you just need to there is a picture there that is actually a sketch, just a sketch, starting with a sketch, just to have a guide and then to determine the current coastal sea uses, just for references. And then later you will prepare the water use zones and then the proposed zoning maps into digitized formats. Please take note that there are stakeholders that we can say not that technically with a little technical background regarding mapping. So you have to understand, just show them so that they can express how they see the present coastal and sea uses. Next slide. Excuse me. Site evaluation and stakeholder consultation. Of course, after that, the mapping workshop, you have to validate and to consult other stakeholders regarding the water uses, zoning maps, and then in the case of the local governments, you have to prepare zoning ordinances, prepare the integrated coastal management special use plan. Of course, you have to consult the existing plans that present in the municipality or in the province. Outline next steps and stakeholder responsibilities. Next. Then next is of course the adoption of the plan, approval of respective zoning ordinances, implementation, and of course when you do in case of in our case, when you have in the process of approving an ordinance, you have to conduct public hearing, and of course that is consultation. Next slide. Next. Please, President. Next. Okay. I just want you to see this valuation of the ICM use zones. This actually help explain why such a zone zones were determined. As you can see, there is valuation. Actually, this was prepared by the occupation, as I said. First, there is the value attribution per unit area of sea space was applied by computing for the respective net annual values of the primary activities that take place therein. The calculated monetary equivalent of net benefit per use type may be expressed in a special context. The direct number of users per unit area of the distinct use zones may also be calculated. The results may then be used to aid in decision making, as I said, such as assess which users bring in the most benefits per unit area, assess the distribution of the benefits to aid in resolving conflicts among users, provide economic basis for implementing revenue generating schemes, user fees system, and for additional livelihood, provide economic basis for exacting damage payments and setting fines for violations. That is actually have to be studied deeper because in our case, when you do some damage in the environment, let's say in the coral reefs, the law, there is only what you call fines based on the existing ordinances with laws, but the computation of actual damage is not yet done or finalized, and we believe that there should be such thing so that in case of damage, there is a standard base for the computation, and then lastly, provide an economic basis for the redistribution of benefits and costs if these are revealed to be highly disproportionate. Next slide. So I just want you to, sorry, but you can, it's quite small, but just to show you the zones. So as you can see, the bigger zones, capture fisheries zones, okay, the general fisheries, Sukan land, commercial gillnet, conservation zone, mangroves, and PAs, may zones for maritime use and related activities, shipping navigation lanes, small boat navigation lane, port anchorage, cultural zones, mariculture, inland aquaculture zone, tourism, recreation zones, built up multiple use zones, industrial zones, the restricted zones. Of course, the biggest area was for capture fisheries, but it does not actually, the picture only shows the portion of the some portion, but there are other missing portion. But this almost look the same, that capture fisheries zone takes the biggest slice of the map. Next slide. So I just want to show you the adoption of integrated coastal use special zones of Lion Bay. The pictures shows that the different what you call this, the ordinances, the resolution passed by the different local government units in relation to the adoption of the zones. Next slide. Okay, the plan, the ICMSU plan for Lion Bay includes different objectives for ecological objectives to preserve, conserve, and protect terrestrial and marine ecosystem, improve current flora and fauna, avoid over-extraction of resources, and eradicate issues, conflicts, and threats which may cause detrimental impacts on the environment. Economic objectives to allocate sufficient funds for full implementation of identified projects, maximize economic values without compromising ecological balance, promote MPA for ecotourism activities, harness of the marine environment to open multiple opportunities for sustainable income and employment, and guide and direct potential investors to put up business related to fisheries. Next is another one. Social objectives to create and adapt and strengthen policies, seek technical assistance from government agencies, coordinate with other stakeholders, enhance awareness and social responsibility, harmonize relationship among LGUs along Balayan Bay, and increase awareness of official talks on the approved water zonation. Next slide. Okay, this slide I want to show you the integration of the plan to other existing land and water use plans and other special management plans. The plan is supported, harmonized, integrated with existing land use plans and other special management plans to reinforce the interrelatedness of the terrestrial, coastal, marine environments in Balayan Bay and the Batangas province in general. So I say the plan also complemented aligned with individual local government comprehensive land and water use plans, climate change adaptation plans, ICM plan, business plan for fisheries, incorporate. And so as you can see, it is integrated with the other plans. Next slide. This is actually related to the previous slide, but it's more also the adoption and implementation plan. As I said, the plan is adapted to similar enabling instruments by the respective LGUs to promote protection and conservation of biodiversity and resolve conflicts between adjacent LGUs regarding resource use and water delineation for sustainable development and use of coastal and marine resources. Successfully implemented through compliance and enforcement mechanism, promotion of public awareness, human resource capacity development for implementers, and financing mechanisms. Next slide. So you have to define the roles of each partner or stakeholder in the plan. So as you can see, the local government units, the Bantay Dagat or the Fish Farming Group, the Philippine National Police, Philippine National Police Maritime Group, Philippine Coast Guard, Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Department of Tourism, the provincial government or our office. We have different tools in the implementation of the plan. Next slide. So let's go to the challenges and how we moving forward. First, limited knowledge, awareness, and capacity of stakeholders during the preparation and planning process. It's just natural that stakeholders are not yet totally aware of the situation, because as you know, they are more on their concerns. So you have to show them the need for having a marine spatial plan. Of course, during the process, the incompleteness of the necessary data and information cause delays in the process. Presence of different maps not in required format. It's another issue. It's actually related to the first one. Overlapping policies and local ordinances. Because there are 9 LGUs, as I said, sometimes you have to for example, one LGU allow the entry of the this kind of fishing boat within 10 kilometers. The other does not allow it, but because of what you call delineated, that there are issues on the implementation. I got a notice that my internet connection is unstable. Anyway, as I said, unresolved municipal water boundary, that's related to delineation, cross-boundary fisheries violation and apprehension. There's also unresolved municipal water boundary, monitoring effectiveness of zoning implementation, accounting for cross-boundary impacts of zoning benefits. And then we are actually planning to replicate it to other bays of the province. And perhaps after this pandemic, we'll try to work over Batangas Bay and then to Tayabas Bay. Next slide. Okay, actually this is the last slide for your reference. These are the reference that you can use with regards to the application marine special planning in Balayan Bay. And my presentation is, I can tell, is quite short, but as I said, the process is tedious. What we experienced was a very tedious process that we have to deal with people, different. Of course, I want to tell you that we usually deal with different opposing groups. I tell you, those who oppose that you might be stepping on their comfort zones, their livelihood might be affected. There are those people who just simply want to oppose. Those it's very hard to deal with. But anyway, it's a case-to-case basis. That of course it will depend on your area. But we're trying to tell you this is our experience in Balayan Bay. Next. Okay, that's actually the end of my presentation. You will see the logos of our partners, the local government, and the national government agencies, and others. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Luis, for joining us. And now we're entering the exciting Mentimeter game, and please be reminded that the points are accumulated through the 4 days, and the final result will be announced on the 4th day. Please remember to participate every day so as to accumulate your points. Now over to you, Isa.
Hello, good morning. I will be the one facilitating the Mentimeter game. So like mentioned, the points will be accumulated, and the one getting the most points will get the certificate after the workshop. So May we please have the Mentimeter? So like yesterday, please go to menti.com and enter the code 102246. A reminder to use the same name you used during the first and second days so we can tally your scores easily. Mr. Rod from PRF also sent the link and the code in the Zoom chat box. We'll just wait for more participants. We have 16. We'll wait until we get 20 or more than 20 because that's the same number that we had during yesterday's game. We have 20 right now, 21. So let's wait a bit more. Oh, okay, we started. So please just go to the link and enter the code. So the first question is, which MSP-related activities require multi-stakeholder involvement? Is it A, mapping, B, monitoring and evaluation, C, site validation, letter D, B and C only, or letter E, all three options, A, B, and C? Time's up. Most of you answered E, and that is the correct answer. Currently, we have Ms. Rose Jane Sablon as the first place. Let's go to the next question. How does a marine spatial plan get adopted, implemented, or enforced? Is it A, through passing of a national legislation, B, through passing of a local ordinance? Can either be A or B, or letter D? The answer depends on geographical coverage and the country's laws. So the correct answer is letter D. It depends on geographical coverage. Currently in first place, we have Healthy Tantrum. Next question. Balayan Bay is part of what? The Tanyon Strait, Southern Palawan, or the Verde Island Passage? Correct answer is the Verde Island Passage. Only 9 got correctly. Currently, we have DP as the first place. Okay, next question, please. Marine spatial planning in Balayan Bay was initiated with the help of the BMU ICI, GIZ, USAID, or the JICA. Correct answer is from the USA. Let's see. So in first place, we have, it's still BP. And for the last question, was seasonal fishing closure implemented at Balayan Bay? Is it yes or no? Answer is yes. So for the first place in this morning's first Mentimeter is it's still BP. Congratulations. Please expect another Mentimeter game later after the second presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Isa. And congratulations to the T again for winning the game. That was a really fantastic. And okay, so Mr. Awitan just introduced the Balayan Bay of Philippines, the challenges of the heavy fishing activities that have brought to the ecosystem, and also the processes of MSP and further the adoption of ICMSU zones in an effort to solving the issues. He mentioned that because the island doesn't have a straight coastline, so that posed challenges in ICM and MSP. We know that many countries in our EAS region has started their MSP planning. Have you encountered similar challenges, or do you have other questions to ask for Mr. Awitan? You can just post it in the chat box, and we will attend to you in a first come, first served basis. Any questions from Mr. Awitan? Or you can just raise your hand. Okay, I see Mr. Handoko. You have a question?
Yes. Hi, good morning.
Morning.
Hello, and then thank you, Mr. Awitan, for your presentations. Can you show again the the relationship between the coastal and land, a comprehensive land and water use plan, and then also related to the ICMSU? I think there is a slide about that.
Yeah, there's. Can you help me show that slide regarding the interrelation of with other
Yeah.
plans? But anyway, let me.
Yeah, just okay, Mr. Awitan. So my question actually, so then you already had like the comprehensive land and water use plan, right? So
Yeah,
actually,
yeah.
what the difference within the integrated marine and special use plan? I think the comprehensive one also integrated one, right? So I mean that what is the role or why you develop another one? You call it ICMSU. Thank you.
Actually, sir, the ICMSU is actually a local plan in the case of Balayan for each municipality. And the comprehensive land and water use plan is a required document by the national government, particularly the Department of Interior and Local Government. The ICMSU present a more detailed water use plan compared to that of the comprehensive water use plan, comprehensive land and water use plan. You can see that there we show, for example, if in the land-based area, we could show that this is an industrial zone area, and then you can see in the case of the water use plan or the ICMSU, this is a restricted zone area or for fishing. I mean for port and for vessel traffic. You know, and because we cannot put a conservation zone while in the opposite. On the land side, there is a industrial zone. We have to make the uses complement each other. You know. The difference is actually it's more on the requirement of the law. But when we submit for example, when we submit that to the national government, we include the comprehensive land and water use plan. We also submit the ICMSU as a supporting document in order to support the water use plan as stated in the comprehensive land and water use plan. That is the process that we have here.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chloe. Back to you. Mute, please.
Chloe, there's no sound. No sound.
I see here maximizing the net benefit. Okay, when you maximize the net benefit, as I shown in the slide, there is we were assisted by our partners, the Ecofish, to determine the most benefit that we can get in a certain area. So if that is where you get the most benefit, that will be the use for that area. Provided, of course, there is a provision that maybe if there is a marine protected area there, there's another issue. We have to consider the situation of the area. But where we get the most benefit, that will be the use of that area. And then there is another question here: what kind of monitoring evaluation mechanism that used for adoption and implementation of the marine MSP? Of course, we actually conduct the monitoring, and then for your information, but this is from Indonesia, I think. We have, in our case, in the Philippines, what we call, in our case, also I'm sure with the other provinces in the Philippines, we have what we call the Provincial Land Use Committee. Fortunately, our office is a member of that, and we evaluate the situation in different municipalities. If they comply, if they follow their existing plans, we have that mechanism.
Thank you. I think we have another question from Dr. Son. Mr. Awitan, what are bases for you to set up criteria for determining the zone of different uses?
What was is it? What?
That is before the T. Oh, okay. Sorry. I think you have answered that. We have another
Yes,
question
have you considered groups
from
such as women?
from Casimir.
This is there's another question. Have you considered vulnerable groups such as women and children? Yes. Yes, yes. Actually, their role of the plan is more on the, what you call this, on the livelihood. On the livelihood. They are part of the plan, particularly when we determine livelihood, providing livelihood opportunities. The slide actually we cannot present the detail of the roles for each one, but the women is also women and even the children is also considered in the planning. Actually, we cannot help about that because that's part of the law. And we are being monitored for that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Awitan. Do we have another question? I think we have time for 2 more questions.
Who go and lead for the stakeholders engagement? For the stakeholders engagement. What I can't understand this question, but the way I understand it is that who leads in the stakeholders engagement.
Yeah.
Of course, in our case, we facilitated that. We facilitated because it's as I said before, there are 9 municipalities and they have different. Of course, the leaders of those different municipalities, local governments have different priorities. So we have to be, as a province, we have to take the lead.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Awitan. I hope that answered your question. I think Dr. Son just raised his hand. Dr. Son, do you have another question?
Yes, thank you. In fact, I already put my question in the chat box. But my question is that based on what? You set up your the criteria for delineating the zones for different uses. So you have some reference for this criteria to set up the zone. Thank you.
Yeah, we have the criteria. Actually, the details of that we have that in the references, but due to limited time, I go directly to the process. But as I said, with the assistance of our partner, we consider that where to get the best where we can get the best benefit. If that area will provide this much benefit compared to the other use, of course we will consider that. But we have to to consider also the environmental condition of the area. For example, as I said, if there is a marine protected area, then we will take the marine protected area. We have to do that. If there's already an existing industry, the opposite on the land, we have to make adjustments so that in that case it will not affect the other users. The criteria will depend on the situation, but as I said in the process, you can identify different criteria based on the situation of the area you are planning to have as a destination. You can refer to the references, or perhaps we can have your email, and then we can send that to you for your references.
Thank you. And one more question. So the boundary of the zone are exact or just approximate?
It's more an approximation, sir. But please take note the fact that we most of the for example, most of the what you call this the municipalities, in fact all of the municipalities, the local government units around the area uses their GPS, and even the most commercial the boats have their GPS, so they can monitor where they are. And when the law enforcement group, the PNP, the Philippine National Police, Maritime Group, the Coast Guard, of course, they have their own GPS. They have the information about the uses of that area. Yes,
Thank you very much, Mr.
Just want to add, sir, that Philippines, Batangas, Philippines in general is a what you call a typhoon prone area. So if you think of putting what you call this buoys in there might be impractical, because most of the time it will get lost when typhoon came. So we just depend on the technology, the GPS. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Song, and thank you very much, Mr. Lewis. I think we don't have any more questions. And
can I
call it a
Chloe?
second. Yes.
Handoko here.
Oh, Mr. Handoko, one more question.
Yeah, Mr. Luis Aritan. Just one silly question. Do you think possible to complete your ICMSU without external funding? Just depend on your government budget?
Do you mean in our own
Yes.
funding? I think so, sir. I think so. We just need to have a start so that we'll know how to do it. That's the reason why I put in moving forward to do the same in other bays in the province, the Batangas Bay and the Tayabas Bay, which we have to do with the other province because we share the Tayabas Bay with the province of Quezon.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Akanto. And thank you, Mr. Lewis. I don't think we have any more hands raised here and no more questions in the chat box. Okay, I thank you very much, Mr. Lewis. I hope you have a good rest.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now let's enter our break. We'll see you in 15 minutes, and after 15 minutes, we will have Professor Peng's presentation on evaluating the trade-offs between alternative coastal policies, case study of Xiamen's ICM program. See you later. Welcome back, everyone. Now let's welcome Professor Peng Benrong from Xiamen University to deliver his presentation on evaluating the trade-offs between alternative coastal policies, case study of Xiamen's ICM program. Welcome, Mr. Peng.
Oh, thank you. Hello, everyone.
Dr. Peng Benrong got his PhD degree on environmental science and engineer from Xiamen University in 2005. His researches cover environmental and natural resources economics, ecosystem-based ocean and coastal management, evaluation of coastal ecosystem services, impact of climate change on marine environment and economy, ecological damage assessment and compensation, etc. He has been strongly involved in decision-making of local and national government and establishment of a standard of sea area use charge and ecological damage compensation. Welcome, Dr. Peng. Over to you.
So good morning, everyone. My topic is about the evaluation of trade-off between coastal policies. I will use a case of Xiamen. I will use Xiamen SM program as a case. So this presentation will include 4 parts. So after the background, I will introduce the methods and the model to analyze the trade-off between the environmental protection and the economic development. And the third part is the case study in Xiamen. Lastly is the conclusion and the discussion. So as we understanding of the ecosystem, we know that human survival, development, and prosperity and the overall quality of life depends on the health environment. For example, the environmental provide us with essential goods such as food, water, and clean air, and recreation and tourism. Besides the essential goods, the ecosystem also provides us for the low market services. I give some example here. For example, the ecosystem will regulate the global water and the hydrology, and it can regulate the climate change and maintaining the air quality, and it can prevent the erosion and the storm and the preservation of traditional culture and so on so far. So we can see most of these goods and services provided by the ecosystem can be replaced at any reasonable price. But not all the benefits provided by the ecosystem can be obtained at the same time. So when we maximize one benefit, we will reduce or eliminate others. For example, if we convert the mangroves to the shrimp pond, we can increase the seafood or income of agriculture or so on so far. But we will reduce the capacity of mangrove to produce other ecosystem services, just as we talk about the regulation of climate change, the protection from the storm, from storm damage or like that. So generally, people will select the ecosystem services they value the most highly. But when we select, sometimes when we select these ecosystem services, we often diminish the capacity of many ecosystems to provide other services. I give some example here. For example, when we demand for the current fishery and the fisheries, the fishery ground, the marine fishery ground, about 90% of the fishery ground are fully or overfished. And the hypothesis, the area and the size of hypothesis in the water are increasing. And from 1940s, more than 35% mangroves, 25% and the salt marsh, and more than 30% of seagrass are lost due to the human activities. So if we overlook the connection between the ecosystem services and the society, ecosystem services and the society's overall reliance upon the supply, maybe we can say if we overlook the trade-off between the economic benefit and the ecosystem services, our policy may threaten the sustainability and the overall success of the development decision. So in this case, we must evaluate the trade-off when we make the decision. In the real world, there are many difficulties to measure this trade-off. The first difficulty is the lack of enough information about the benefit and the cost. And the second is the institutional obstacle. So fortunately, the ICM, as the integrated cost management, provide the opportunity for find the better trade-off between the economic and environmental objectives. So this presentation, I will present a systematic framework to analyze the overall benefit and the cost and the specific policy scenario. And also, I will use this framework to evaluate the net benefit of the potential trade-off in different ICM round in Xiamen. So the second part is about the method and the model to evaluate the trade-off. So in order to maximize the socio-economic benefit and meet the various demands from society in a given period, the manager of ICM program often changes strategies and the policy at a different stage of the program. Let's we see the 1/3 of the ICM, the second round of ICM, or so like. And the benefit and the cost to society at a different and the different scenario, and the trade-off will occur. So in this case, if we want to evaluate the trade-off of different policy scenario, the first step or the first model we must establish is the socio-economic benefit and the different policy scenarios. And if we know the socio-economic benefit and the different policy scenarios, we can analyze the net benefit of the policy change. And so on, we can analyze the trade-off between the economic, social, and the environmental benefit. Let's say we must establish three models, the three models to evaluate the trade-off. And the first trade-off, the first model is the socio-economic benefit and the different policy scenarios. So we can say the socio-economic benefit and the specific policy scenario are provided by the ecological system formed by this policy, and non-human benefit from developing and utilizing marine resources. So these values are reflected in the value of economic sector. Human also benefit from coastal ecosystem if we preserve the well. So just as I say, it can provide us with the clean air, with the clean water, or it can regulate the climate change. This is just we call this ecosystem services. So this we can view this benefit are the benefit from the environmental sector. So in most cases, when we utilize and change the use of coastal resources, the environmental and the social cost will arise. So just like this in this figure, the policy form the ecological system, and then when people utilize the marine resources, then people will benefit from the economic sector. And when we benefit from the coastal ecosystem, we say this is from the environmental sector. And when we utilize and change the use of coastal resources, the environmental and the social costs will arise. So the benefit from the economic sector, we can use the added value of marine industries to measure the economic benefit. And we can use the value of ecosystem services to measure the benefit from the environmental sector. And if the environmental costs occur, we can use the damage to the value of ecosystem. And also we can use the cost of employment to measure the social cost. So in this about the social cost, I will introduce in detail in the below slides. So this is just like the model to measure the socio-economic benefit. This is the NSEB1 is just the net socio-economic benefit at the policy 1. So this is just at the policy 0. So this part is the benefit from economic sectors. This is the benefit from the environmental sectors. We use the ecosystem services to measure it. And then this part is just like the when we use or develop marine resources or marine environment, we may damage to the ecosystem services. So this is the damage to the value ecosystem services. The last part is just the social cost and the different under the policy scenarios. So for the parallel comparison, we can set 2 policy scenarios, just like with and without the policy change in the same periods. If the change from scenario 0 to scenario 1 indicate the existence of the trade-off between the 2 policies. So this is the model to evaluate the benefit from the economic sectors. So this B just stands for the benefit from the economic sectors. The sum of the benefit from every marine industries will be just like the total benefit from the economic sectors. This is the value of this term is just the benefit from the environmental sector. It's just like the value of ecosystem, no market ecosystem services. So the N is the no market. Why we use include the no market ecosystem services in this part? Because the marketed ecosystem services are captured in this part in the economic benefit. So this is the very simple formula to calculate the value of no market ecosystem services. This is just the area of specific habitat. This is just like the no market value of coastal ecosystem at a unit level. So this part is the damage to the low market ecosystem services. So we use this formula to calculate that. So this is the same. This is the same. This is just like the area of sea area use. This is the unit value of ecosystem services. So the D is just the damage degree of different sea area use to the ecosystem services. So the last part component is the cost, social cost, when we change the policy. And after we know the socio-economic benefit and the different policy, then we can calculate or estimate the net benefit of the policy change. So the net benefit of moving between the different policy scenario is the difference between the socio-economic benefit and the different policy scenario. So this is just like the net benefit of the policy change. So this is a socio-economic benefit and the policy one. This is just like the net benefit or the net socio-economic benefit and the policy scenario result. So the last part, also when we compare the socio-economic benefit and different policy scenarios, we can estimate the trade-off between the economic, social, and the environmental benefit. So this trade-off can be evaluated by comparing the increased economic benefit with the reduced value of ecosystem services and the increased social cost resulting from the policy change. So the ROT is just the ratio of increased economic benefit to the increased environmental and the social cost. So from here, you can find this is just the increased economic benefit. This is just the increased environmental cost. This is increased social cost. So above is the models and the method to evaluate the trade-off between the alternative policy scenarios. So the third part, I will give a case study to you. How can we evaluate the trade-off of the policy change? So firstly, we can see the marine function zoning. Marine function zoning is a management instrument to rationalize the utilization of marine and coastal resources and the environment and the ICM, at least in China. Because in China, the marine function zoning specifies the function, use pattern, and the requirement of environmental protection of each sea area use. Just like the marine function zoning will determine the sea area use and the sea area curve. So the sea area use will determine the economic development. Sea area curve will determine the environmental change. So in this case, the marine economic development and the marine ecosystem change are the result of the marine function zoning planning. So in this case, if we can compare the socio-economic development and the different marine function zoning scheme, we can evaluate the trade-off, the net benefit change of the policy scenarios. So this is the evolution of the marine function zoning in Xiamen. Xiamen implemented its first marine function zoning in 1997 as part of the ICM program, and then Xiamen revised the zoning scheme in 2006 and 2011. The implementation of marine function zoning in 2011 led to a significant change of the sea area use and the sea area curve compared to the marine function zoning in 2006. I will give a detail below. And this is the sea area change. Sea area cover change sea area cover change of and the different marine function zoning. This is just like the converter matrix of the sea area cover change from 2010 to 2006. So we can see the cover, the sea area curve in the 2010 is just the result of the marine function zoning of 2006. So the sea area curve in the 2015 is just like the result of the implementation of the marine function zoning 2011. So totally we can find that about 57% of the intertidal zone was lost due to the reclamation. And also another significant change of the sea area curve is the vegetated habitat increased significantly due to the restoration. So we can find here the just like, sorry, this is wrong. Just the area of salt marsh increased about 44 times, and the area of mangroves, the area of mangroves increased about 1.54 times from 2010 to 2015. And see, this table shows us of the sea area use change. So this is the area of specific sea area use pattern in the 2010 and the 2015. This is the change. This is the change by percentage. So from this table, we can find firstly the area of agriculture decreased about 74%, but the area for the recreation and the tourism are almost doubled. So this transformation indicates the success of the effort in Xiamen to adjust the sea area use structure. And also indicate the success of the effort to develop the coastal tourism. So this part, from this figure, we can find the total area for the shipping for the port and the shipping decrease. So totally this area decreased about 44%. But below we will find the port and the shipping industry experience stable growth. So this indicates the efficient of the port and the shipping industry are increasing. So this part we can see the restoration and the conservation, the area for the restoration and the creation increased significantly. So this way, this shows the effort of Xiamen to preserve the ecosystem, especially the key marine habitat. So the third part is about the value of coastal ecosystem services. So in this study, we evaluate the low market ecosystem services in Xiamen at the PEMSEA level. So the solution is 100 meters. So this figure shows us the unit value of the ecosystems of different ecosystem services. For example, this is the amenity value. This is the value of biodiversity, and then this is just the value of climate regulation. Just like that. So we sum the value of every unit. We can find value of low market ecosystem services decreased about 10% from in 1910 to the just like decrease about 6% in 2015 compared to the 2010. So this is just like the damage to the ecosystem services. So the damage from this table, we can find the damage from the resulting from the 2015 sea area use scenario is about the 23% less than the damage to the ecosystem services in the 2010 sea area use. So this indicated that sea area use activities are much more friendly to the environment in the 2015. So this is the economic development and the different policy scenario. So from this table, we can find from 2006 to the 2015, the 10 years, the marine economy experienced rapid growth. And also we can find the annual growth rate in the period that 2011 to 2015 was higher than the 2006 to 2010. So this suggests the marine economic performance of marine function zone in 2011 is better than the marine function zone in the 2006. So this figure shows us the growth rate of different marine industries. The fishery and the aquaculture has shrunk. So from the 2006 to 2011, and the coast tourism grew rapidly during these 10 years. And so this is just the tourism, and the shipping and the pumping also grows stably. About the social cost. So I talk about the social cost. What is the social cost? So we can find the sea area use for fishery and aquaculture in the period 2011 to 2015 decreased significantly. I just talk about it decreased about 74%. So this results in high employment in the fishery and aquaculture industry. The aquaculture farms lost the main production resources after the policy change, and they difficult to benefit from the new economic opportunity due to the limited access to the financial and the general low education level. So the cost, so this is the cost. So when you are unemployment, you depend depression, so all this we can call it the cost of unemployment. So we use the cost, we can use the cost of this unemployment to indicate the social cost involved in the trade-off between the different policy scenario. So we use the lost income for the unemployment to measure the cost of employment or to measure the social cost. So after we get all the data, all this data, so about the economic benefit, the value of low market environmental services, the damage of damage to the low market environmental services, and the social cost. We assemble all these data together. We can evaluate the net benefit change to the policy, net benefit to the policy change. and the trade-off between the economic, environmental, and the social benefit. This table shows us the present value of two policy scenarios. The unit is 100 million yuan RMB. So this is just this is just the current value. This is the discounted value. So all the value are discounted in the year of 2011. So this is the detail of all the data, the economic benefit, the environmental benefit, the damage to the environmental benefit, and the social cost. So using this table, we can evaluate the net benefit of the policy change. So this is just the net benefit, the net socio-economic benefit, and the marine function zone in 2006 totally is about the 89 billion. So this is just like the net socio-economic benefit and the marine function zone in 2011 totally, so is about the 96 billion. So the difference is about the 6.5 million. So this difference is the net benefit of the policy change. So from this figure, we can see the change to the marine function zone in 2011 from 2006 has led to the increase in the net socio-economic benefit. The net socio-economic benefit. The total socio-economic benefit was about 7.4% higher than that of the alternative policy. All this, so we can say the marine function zone in 2011 is more efficient than that of the marine function zone in 6. So this is the first. And also can use above table, we can evaluate the trade-off between the economic, environmental, and the social benefit. So from this is just the social. This is the increased environmental cost, just like the decreased ecosystem services and the increased social cost due to the policy change. So totally, the change to the new policy lead to a reduction in the environmental benefit and increase the social cost about 7.1 billion. So we'll increase the social and the environmental cost. The change to the new policy has increased the economic benefit. So this is the increased economic benefit is about the 13.6 billion. So the increased economic benefit is about 1.9 times larger than that of the decreased environmental and the social benefit in the same period. We can see, so this trade-off is also sound because we use these costs to get higher benefit. So this is the case study of the trade-off between Xiamen and the two different marine function ruling scheme. So from above, we can get this conclusion. Firstly, as rapid economic growth, population increase, and the utilization in the coastal zones. So we must understand and recognize the trade-off between the economic development and the environmental protection to meet the increase in diversified and intensified the demands. If we this trade-off of policy may be not a good one. And also from above case, we can find that demonstrate the benefit, the cost, and the pattern of trade-off can provide a useful insight for the coast city trying to achieve the sustainable development through ICM. And our paper present a framework to measure the overall benefit and the cost of policy governing the sea area use and the sea area curve. And also this framework can analyze the net benefit of the policy change. And also it can use to evaluate the trade-off between the social, economic, and the environmental benefit. So from above analysis, we can find this analytic framework covers multiple marine industry sectors, as well as the social and the environmental sectors. Because the ICM include not just one industry, it will impact all the marine industries, such as the tourism, port and shipping, marine fisheries, and other industries. So the inclusion of multiple use and the social and the ecological effect of this, the inclusion of multiple use and the social and the ecological effect is very, very important, since this is the essence of the trade-off and the ICM program. Thirdly, so our empiric estimation indicated that the implementation of marine function zoning in 2011 and the ICM program in Xiamen has led to the impressive increase in the net socio-economic benefit. So, and also the new policy scenario has led to the reduction of the environmental benefit, but the effort to adapt environmental friendly sea area use activities and to conserve and restore the key habitat have elevated the negative impact to the coastal ecosystem, as we talk about. We talk about in last part, the damage to the low market ecosystem services in the marine function zoning 2011 is less than that of the marine function zoning to the 2006, and also the area for the conservation and the restoration increased significantly. All these indicate the effort of Xiamen to reduce the negative impact of the sea area, of the development of the coastal resources to the ecosystem. So from this, we can find the introduction of the new marine function zoning in Xiamen has been a sound or just like the efficient policy decision. So firstly, we must note implementing the new ruling scheme has resulted in a large amount of the employment in some marine industries, especially those affected people who can benefit from other new economic opportunities will experience the full cost of employment if not compensated. So in Xiamen, from this, I want to say the equity assessment of a policy. Equity assessment of a policy is very important because the equity assessment can provide the decision makers a better understanding of the economic effort of the policy and shall enable the policy maker to develop a more appreciated composition scheme. So this is just like, this is consistent with the fact that the economic efficiency is not only the criteria for developing a good public policy. The equity, the fairness is also a very important criteria for developing a good public policy. So lastly, I want to address also the Xiamen case study is ex-post assessment. But I want to say this analytic framework is also useful for assessment the trade-off in other locations. And at the same time, the result from this case study indicate that a policy change and the ICM framework may improve the net benefit of a society. So if well developed, the most important is how to well develop the policy, how can we say the ICM program is well developed. So that's all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, thank you, Professor Peng, for a very informative and explicit explanation on the trade-offs in ICM and other coastal management practices. And now let's enter the Mentimeter game. Over to you, Isa.
Hello, once again. So it's time for the Mentimeter with the questions from Professor Peng's presentation. So please, even if you joined the game earlier, we would like you to join this one also because so that you can get more points. Okay, please go again to menti.com and enter the code 56291671. The link and the game code is also on the chat box. Let's wait a bit more and get the same number of participants as earlier, so around 20 to 25. I think there's no more, so we can start. So just feel free to go to menti.com and enter the game code. The first question is, the Xiamen case study presented by Dr. Peng is what kind of assessment? Is it an ex-ante or ex-post assessment? Okay. It's an ex post assessment. For the first place, we have Dragonite. Next question, please. During 2010 to 2015 alone, as much as blank percent of intertidal flats in Xiamen was lost due to reclamation. How many percent was it? 60, 30, 40, or all of the above? Time's up. The correct answer is 16%. We have Ferry Kurinawan as the first place. So for the next question, during 2010 to 2015, the total sea area for port and shipping use in Xiamen decreased, resulting in A, decreased economic performance of the local maritime industry, or stable growth due to a more efficient operational performance. Time's up. Correct answer is stable growth due to more efficient operational performance. We have Dragonite, which is Miss Betty. She said that she forgot to rename herself. So next question, please. This refers to the marginal socioeconomic gains received from implementing a certain management option versus the status quo or another option. Is it net benefit, incremental value, or trade-off gain? The correct answer is net benefit. Currently in first place is still Miss Betty, and for the second place is Mr. Ken Yuhanhe. And for the last question, I believe, converting a natural mangrove to a shrimp pond may increase income and seafood production, but at the expense of A, decreased biodiversity, B, reduced capacity to provide other ecosystem services, or C, both A and B. Correct answer is both A and B. For the first place, we have Miss Betty again. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Isa. And congratulations again to Ms. Betty. Good job. So Professor Peng's talk was about trade-offs between socioeconomic benefits, costs, and environmental costs benefits. He presented a systematic framework to analyze the overall benefits and costs under various policy scenarios and the net benefits of potential trade-offs in different ICM stages in Xiamen. So do you have any questions regarding his presentation, or do you have any comments? Please feel free to raise your hands or just post it in the chat box. Or maybe you want to talk about the challenges faced during ICM or MSP practices where there are conflicts between interests or of different stakeholders. Okay, so we have a question from Ms. Nancy. Professor Peng. Thank you, Professor Peng, for a presentation. For long-running ICM sites who may wish to undertake the same assessment to measure the social, economic, and environmental benefits of ICM, including trade-offs, how data-intensive is the assessment? Or at a minimum, what sets of data is required to run the model?
So it just depends on the information you can get. If we can get entire information, then we can conduct a detailed assessment. So sometimes if you have no enough information, or if you have no enough financial support, you can just conduct the simple assessment. So in this case study, because our study in Xiamen for about more than 10 years, so we have enough information to conduct the detailed assessment.
Okay.
Is that okay for you, Nancy?
Yes, thank you, Professor. Because the sites, some of the sites are actually preparing their state of the post reporting, and they have indicators, a set of indicators to measure their progress. So I'm just wondering if you were saying that this can be done using a simple method, then at the minimum, what data is required. So you should have data on socioeconomic, for the socioeconomic sectors, the usual demographic data and so on. So if we can actually, so for Batangas in particular, so they have the MSP, and although they have begun implementing it, so probably in the next 5 years they should be able to measure the benefits. So the data that they need to collect actually is what will matter.
So thank you, Nancy. So actually the key data included 4 parts. The first part is the economic development, the economic growth or economic development, or the marine economic development. I think in most cities they have this data. And the second part of data is the value of ecosystem services. So in our study, we conducted the site evaluation of ecosystem services. So in other countries or in other places, you can use the method of just like the value transfer. For example, you can use the data in Xiamen and make some adjustment according to the economic development, the environmental status or environmental values to conduct just like the simple evaluation of the ecosystem services. The third part is just the damage to the ecosystem services. So if we have the data of the value of ecosystem services, we can use a model to estimate that. The last part is the social cost. So in our case, so I think this data is easy to get because we have statistics to allow about the unemployment due to the policy implementation. So I think the most difficult is the evaluation of ecosystem services, because it's very expensive to do that. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Ms. Nancy. And thank you, Professor Peng, for your answer. Does anyone else have questions? Or maybe you want to share your experience in your local site? Okay, we'll wait for 1 more minute. If you don't want to type, you can just open up your camera and raise your hand. Okay, we have a question from Dr.
Oh, okay, thank you for this for the mini side, because our model is not a regulation model, is not a regulation model, so there is no problem for determine the coefficient, the parameters, or to like that. It's just like that is just like the mathematical model. So you can is not the regression model. Just we can get the data and conduct the, for example, the economic development. The economic development data is just we connected from Bureau Marine and Fishery Bureau of Xiamen about the ecosystem value of ecosystem services. We conducted the site evaluation, just like, for example, the no market, the tourism. We use the tourism cost method to evaluate the recreation value. We use the we use the CC contingent evaluation method to evaluate the value of biodiversity or like that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Peng. Okay, it looks like we don't have any questions now. So let's conclude today's session. Thank you, everyone. So tomorrow we will have 4 case studies of different ICM sites to share. Please come back on time tomorrow at 9 a.m. sharp. Okay, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye. Have a nice day.
Goodbye. See you later.
Thank
See you tomorrow.
Have a nice day.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Bye. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being with us so early today. Wow, how time flies. We're already into the 4th day of our training. So before today's session, I'd like to open up by thanking Mr. Alwitan and Professor Peng from yesterday's sessions. Let's have a quick recap of yesterday's session. So Mr. Awitan introduced Balayang Bay of Philippines, the challenges that heavy fishing activities had brought to the ecosystem, and also the processes of marine spatial planning. And further, the adoption of ICMSU zones in an effort to solving the issues. Professor Peng's talk was about trade-offs between socioeconomic benefits or costs and environmental costs or benefits. He presented a systematic framework to analyze the overall benefits and costs under various policy scenarios and the net benefits of potential trade-offs in different ICM stages in Xiamen. So for the past 3 days, we have explored in depth the theories of ICM and especially MSP or MFZ, along with other management tools. Their importance in coastal management, especially in solving sea use conflicts and also their mutual reinforcement. Now let's proceed to today's agenda, where we will be putting the theories into practice today. We will look at case studies on practices or application of coastal use zoning or marine spatial planning in 5 ICM sites in our region. We have 5 speakers today. Please correct me if I pronounce your name wrong. We have Mr. Prak Vaiso from Cambodia, Mr. Fakri Wayudin from Indonesia, Mrs. Haslina Ahmed from Malaysia, Ms. Nisagorn Wiwekwin from Thailand, and Dr. Nguyen Minh Song from Vietnam. First, we will hear, before our session starts, I would like to explain that after each talk, which will last about 15 minutes each, we will have a Mentimeter game. And then after the 5 talks, we will have a facilitated discussion hosted by Nancy Burmas. And afterwards, we will have the certificate awarding and closing remark. Now, let's first welcome Mr. Prak Vaiso, Director of Public Relations and International Cooperation Division and Coordinator for Integrated Coastal Management Program in Praia Sihanouk Province, Cambodia. His presentation will be on beach zoning implementation for sustainable coastal tourism and management. Welcome, Mr. Prak Vaiso. Mr. Prak Vaiso has been a technical officer of the PMO Office for ICM program in Praia Sihanouk Province for 18 years. He participated in several national, regional, and international capacity building activities to support the ICM program implementation. He was involved in the implementation of various projects, such as the formulation and implementation of the Sihanoukville Coastal Strategy, which covers coastal use zoning and so on. He also participated in the formulation of provincial 5-year work plan and 3-year rolling plan of Praia Sihanouk Province. Now, Mr. Prak, please be reminded that you have 15 minutes to present your lecture, and also afterwards, we will welcome Mr. Fakri. Now, over to you, Mr. Prak.
Good morning, everyone. Do you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
We can still hear
thank you very much for this opportunity to sharing with you for the presentation on beach zoning implementation for sustainable coastal tourism and management in present province Cambodia. So in my presentation, I have 3 content. First, fast and tourist arrival, legal and regulation support, accomplishment and challenge, lesson learned and way forward. So this to show you about the Cambodian. I think some participants know Cambodian very well and some participants do not know very well. So this is the map of Cambodian, and the province of President is located in the southwest of Cambodian. They are 230 kilometers from the capital of Phnom Penh. It is the farthest for Sihanoukville. I just a bit introduced to you. The province of President is a tourism destination and is cited as one of the three pillars for economic development area in the country. It is only the province in the country has been transformed into the multiple purpose special economic zone in Cambodian, and it is only the deep sea water in Cambodian also. So it is the tourism arrival in the last 3 years, from the 2017 and up to 2019, the visitor arrival is increased, but during the COVID-19 pandemic is that there are not so many people, and also the international or domestic come to visit Sihanoukville. So it is for sustainable coastal tourism. We have the legal and regulation to support. For this one, we know that the beach management, we do not manage only the beach, but we should consider to address all concerns such erosion, waste and wastewater pollution or cleaning. So we should to take care of all restaurant or tourists that come to visit the beach. So it is our coastal user zoning plan. We have 4 zoning. So this is the zoning clarification in the coastal use zoning of President Province. That we have the level of development. We identify prevention area, buffer zone, and development. So it is for sustainable the coastal use. We identify the 3 major. We identify the 12 major zone. So belong to this is the land use planning for President Province, and the other coastal use zoning plan is under this land use planning. That is the supporting from the central government. So here is the city master plan for Sihanoukville municipality. Reached to 2035, this master plan under the land use of President Province is the special planning used. So during the royal government of Cambodian has established a circular on the coastal zone development in Cambodian since 2012. This circular is the mean as a guidance for the ministry, institution, and some national government concerned to implement the principle on the management, utilization, safeguard, protection, and development of the coastal zone, which include the offshore area, island, and the sea. So this is the beach identified for the beach area, and the beach cliff is identified at least 10 meters width from the peak of the cliff up to the land. So this is the coastal dam. It will of the coastal dam it at least 50 meters from the coastal line to the land. In case that along the coastline there is already public road, it is been identified for the coastal road only. So this we identify refer to the road between coastal dam and the sub area for the development. So here is the sub area along the public road, any kind of the construction, we just to put like this and not conflict to the beach or to the sub zone. So it is the sub area along the road. So before we start the project, we should consider or conduct the meeting or workshop for the stakeholder participation for the big development. So this we identified buffer zone from 10 to 15 meters from the highlight heights, and the beach and estimate zone 30 meters from the beach. And we also consider for the swimming area around 100 meters from the beach source. So this is before we starting to implementing the beach management, we should consider among the public and private sector to solve the problem before we starting the development at the beach area. So for our accomplishment and challenge for sustainable coastal management in the province, so it is the major accomplishment. We developed the walkway of Ochetil and Old Trace Beach has been built up, and we also start for coastal road of 10.8 kilometers long has been connected, because in our province we have 7 major beaches. By the swimming zone that I mentioned, beach landscape improves, 9 public toilet, major tourist pier is being constructed for tourist destination expansion. Environmental facility are improved for both sewage system and solid waste management. So we should concern about that. So this is the example from our achievement. Beach length of 10.8 kilometers is open and being enjoyed by the public. And we have 5 the coastal road are built. This one before we have many illegal construction, hoist, and we have the polluted beach like from the solid waste and wastewater. But now, to the strong support from the local government, I mean from the governor to clear all the illegal construction along the beach. So this our another beach is to be clear now is the Otres Beach, and it is the for Ochetil, and then we work together with the public and private sector to build the host for attractive the tourists come to visit Senopil. So it is our Sokha beach, and the independent beach is the major beach in Sihanoukville. So to strong support from the local government, and we work together with the public and private sector to buy the cleaning machine, and we set up the cleaning working group to clean every day for the major beach in the city. So when we develop the beach, we should consider for sustainable coastal tourism about the road also. So we should implement the road construction in the city. So the result, we have 34 city road and including 5 coastal road to be built. So from this point, we only thinking about the beach management, or we should consider for the pollution from the city to the beach. So we set up the 5 sewage treatment plant was constructed in the nearby the beach and in the mainland of the city. So this is our big wastewater treatment plant that they are global from the bottom of the pond. It is the vessel used by the automatic for cleaning water. So for participation to sustainable coastal tourism, we should working together, public and private sector, to donate some build up the toilet. So we have 9 public toilet are built along the coastal road. I mean along the beach in the city that we have more than 10 kilometers. So for consider to the sustainable tourism, we are not only thinking about the beach implementation or the coastal area implementation, we should consider for the attractive beach area. So we have the road, we have the ferry boat from the mainland, from the city to the island, that we have many potential island for attractive the tourism. So we have a pier from the Gorong and from the Sihanouk municipality to the island. So we know that for public and private sector participation, we developed the new destination to improve the infrastructure, conserve the coastal resource and sustainable development, promotion and marketing of destination. So we work together with the private and public together. Sorry. So my slide is stuck. I don't know what happened.
Brian, could you check? Are you controlling his PPT?
No. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, but
It's
the
frozen,
slide
right?
doesn't work.
Okay.
Can
Right.
you tell me, Carl?
Brian, can you play the PowerPoint for him? For Mr. Bragg? Ah, Rod, okay.
Next another up more.
I think we're on page 32.
Yes, more than that. Nearly the finished page of,
Yes,
of
we're
the
on page
slides.
31 or 32, Rod.
Yeah, around 32, I think. One more. More. Next. Yes, and next one. So it is the role of local government working together with the, sorry for
previous one, please.
Yeah, it is the role of local government and working together for the sustainable coastal tourism. That if we also support and technical support from the Ministry of Tourism. So we for enhancement for capacity building. We coordinate with another group for environmental impact assessment and ensure the transparency and welfare. One more, next. So, like I mentioned before, for the sustainable tourism and even for the beach zoning implementation, we consider and working together to sustainable about the tourism. We should consider all stakeholder participation. Next. So lesson learned. I think national policy support and funding support from the central government is very important. Commitment from decision maker like the governor, how to do and agree to manage the beach or need to do something to sustainable tourism at the tourism area, and top-down approach and communication, building private partnership, understand the nature of beach or coastal area and its environment. COVID-19 pandemic and other disease and crisis is another experience for us. Next. So way forward, maintaining the environmental facility, including sewage and treatment system, solid waste management and public awareness, PPP partnership on public toilet for sustainable operation, mobilization of social affairs, including security, women group, and child labor. So we should consider on this. And the important one is capacity building among operation team and technical staff on engineering and environmental coastal management. And if we do one big is good, we will scaling up and scaling up and tourism creation to another area. Next. Yeah, thank you very much for your pay attention.
Thank you much. Thank you very much, Mr. Brock. We'll save questions for later in the facilitated discussion. And now let's welcome Mr. Wahyudin from Indonesia. Mr. Wahyudin is the subdivision head of Special and Land Affair Planning, Research and Development Agency of Batam City, Indonesia. His presentation will be Integrated Land and Marine Special Plan in Batam, how it worked for habitat and biodiversity conservation. Now let's welcome Mr. Wahyudin. Mr. Wahyudin has extensive working experience in the planning, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation on special and land use management. He has been active in special planning and regulation since 2007. He is concerned in urban, coastal, environmental, and sustainable development issues, as well as involved in many NGO projects in Batam, such as PEMSEA or CDIA. He has been working in Planning, Research and Development Agency of Batam City for almost 15 years, and he has received a Medal of Honor from the President of Indonesia for the dedication of at least 10 years. Now, Mr. Wahyudin, please be reminded that you have 15 minutes to present, and then afterwards we have a Mentimeter game. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Wahyudin.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear my sound?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the introduction, Chloe, and this opportunity. The Honorable Executive Director of PEMSEA, Coordinator General of Fujian Institute for Sustainable Ocean of Xiamen University, speaker, and our participants. This is an honor for me to stand here to deliver an presentation and sharing our experience in the development and implementation of the Integrated Land and Marine Spatial Plan, and as well as its impact on habitat and biodiversity conservation. Next. This is the outline of my presentation. Okay, next. Okay, next. Okay, where is Bontang? Bontang is one of the municipalities in Indonesia, exactly in East Kalimantan province. It's located in the Borneo Island, a different island with Java, the capital city of Indonesia is located. So our air flight from Jakarta to Samarinda, the capital is of Kalimantan, then to our car travel from Samarinda to Bontang city. But in the future, the capital city of Indonesia will be relocated in one place in East Kalimantan province only for our car travel from Bontang. It's very near. Okay, its population is under 200,000 in 2020. Next. Okay, this is the coastal activities in Bontang the condition in 2020. Bontang has an area less than 300 kilometers squared, consists of 56.6% land area and 43.4% seawater area. We only have 135.79 kilometer coastline, directly adjacent to the Makassar Strait, the one of the congested international shipping lanes. Utilization of Bontang is very diverse. There are various industries like fertilizer and petrochemical, then natural gas industry and coconut palm oil and so on. There's a lot of settlement and plenty of aquaculture, fish catching activities, several tourism spots. There's an oil and gas mining facility in offshore. We have one fishery port, 2 national ports, numerous special ports, and dozens of traditional pier with ferry shipping lanes. Okay, next. Okay, the integrated spatial plan. Next. Okay, this is the process that we have been doing to integrate the land and coastal use zone plan in Bontang. We divide into 2 periods, before and after the National Act number 23 of 2014. Before that National Act, the government of Bontang has authority to manage and permit the use in the coastal area under 4 nautical miles from the shoreline. We prepared the land use spatial plan in 2007, the coastal use zoning plan in 2008. Then we integrate land and marine spatial plan into one city spatial plan. After that, we legalize this plan to legal document within regulation of Bontang number 11 of 2012. So what kind of the process that we have been integrating land and marine spatial plan? First, integration on the spatial and structure, of land and coastal. Second, synchronization on the land use pattern and coastal use zone. And the last, third, harmonization on the spatial development strategies and the program in the land and the coastal zone. Okay, next. Okay, this is the map before and after we have integrated land and marine spatial plan. In your left hand, it is a map, the condition that the coastal of Bontang didn't plan and arrange yet, only regulate the land use spatial plan. But in the right hand, in the right map, is condition that the coastal of Bontang has planned and arranged within integrated land and marine spatial plan. Okay, next. Next. Okay. So after change of government policy of marine, the National Act number 23 of 2014, the government of Bontang has no authority to manage and permit the use in the coastal area under 4 nautical miles from the shoreline. It became the provincial authority. So what should we did as a response for this government policy change? We need to adapt this condition. We had revised the Bontang City Spatial Plan in 2016, then legalized in 2019, before the provincial government has prepared and legalized the coastal use zone plan in 2021. So we maintain the why we maintain the integration of land. Why we maintain integrated land and marine spatial plan. We maintain that to fill in the absence of rule and uncertain condition in the coastal area during the transition period. Okay, next. Okay, yes, this is the map. In the left map is the one and only Bontang City Spatial Plan in 2019 to 2039. Had planned and arranged with integrated land and coastal use zone plan with some adjustment according the national rule. And the right map is the zoning plan for coastal and small islands of East Kalimantan province. Only plan and arrange a marine spatial plan under the provincial authority. Okay, next. Okay, now we talk about the marine protected area. Okay, next. Okay, the process that we have been doing to establish the MPA in Bontang, we divided into two periods, before and after National Act number 23 of 2014. Before that National Act, the government of Bontang has authority to reserve and propose the MPA. We had prepared the integrated land and marine spatial plan in 2009 and the management plan of coastal and small islands in 2010. Then we had legalized the MPA reserve within major decree number 112 of 2011 and had legalized the MPA management plan within Bontang regulation number 16 of 2012. After that, we had prepared the MPA zoning management and management plan in 2013 and had legalized that document within major decree number 60 of 2014. Next. Okay. After National Act number 23 of 2014, the government of Bontang has no authority to reserve and propose the MPA. It's become the provincial authority. We also need to adapt this condition. We have formed the ICM PCC PMO on 2017 and fully supported the provincial government to accelerate the establishment of the MPA, which had reserved by the governor of East Kalimantan province in 2020 and has legalized by the Minister of Fisheries and Marine in 2021. Okay, next. Next. Okay, this is the legality of the MPA Bontang. Next. Okay, MPA of Bontang has an area close to 3,500 hectares, consists of 3 zones. First called zone in Kedindingan Island. Second zone is sustainable fisheries in Melahing Island. Then the last limited utilization zone in Beras Basah Island and Segaja Island. Next. Okay. This is the condition of coral reef in the coastal area tend to be stable. The condition of living coral reef on average from 2008 to 2019 in the category of moderate or moderate to good. The condition of mangrove, as you can see in the lab, it is we have data in diversity index, uniformity index, and the dominance index. Okay, next. Okay, This is the activity. In line with the establishment of MPA, the government of Bontang with supporting from all stakeholders, private sector and communities, undertook several initiatives, including like rehabilitation of coral reef, rehabilitation of mangrove, then fish restocking activities, and releasing protected marine animals. Okay, next. This is the risk and vulnerable assessment of MPA Bontang. The source of threat or pressure in the MPA Bontang, such as tourism activities, invasive species attack, development of coastal area, pollution, illegal and destructive fishing, vacuum on managing institution and regulation, as well as potency on conflict of space. Okay, next. Okay, this is a measurement of achievement of management effectiveness goal. We applied METT scorecard that show the total score on 2017 was 25.5%, and 2020 is 40.3%. It has improved more than 10% from the baseline. Okay, next. Okay, the last chapter is about lesson learned. Next. Okay, first, linking the SCM and MSP could effectively resolve the conflict between the land and sea interface. Including habitat and biodiversity. The integrated land and marine spatial plan, as well as the marine protected area in the SCM framework, have similar ecological, economic, and social impacts. And the ecological aspect, it could reduce the practices of damaging coastal and marine resource, as well as improve the quality of a coastal and marine ecosystem. Okay, next. Second, next. The second. Okay. No, one slide before. Click one slide. The second. Okay, yeah, thank you. Implementation of. Can you going to one slide forward? Okay, thank you. Stop. Okay. Implementation of the integrated land and marine spatial plan, as well as the MPA, face various dynamic conditions. The changes that occur on the coastal are not only natural and social, sometimes also government policy and politics. So we need to adopt adaptive management that is more flexible to accommodate these changes. So what is the adaptive management? Adaptive management is a repetitive learning process to continuously improve management decisions, policies, practices based on available information, and learning from the results of previous decisions taken. Next, the last lesson learned. Okay, the last lesson learned is just follow the SCM cycle. We have six stages: preparing, initiating, developing, adopting, implementing, refining, and consolidating. This is the ICM cycle. Okay, the last presentation. Next. Next, the last closing. Okay. Okay, that bring us to the end of presentation. I would like to finish with this inspiring vision of SDSC, the sustainable resource system of the seas of East Asia are a natural heritage for the people of the region, a medium of access to regional and global markets, a safeguard for healthy food supply, livelihood, economic prosperity, and harmonious coexistence for present and future generations. If you have any question or want to more discuss, you can contact me by email. Thank you for your attention. Maraming salamat. Terima kasih. Thank you very much.
Thank you for saying thank you in so many languages. Thanks for sharing coastal use zoning practices in Bangtan City. And it is really amazing how you've dedicated so many years in coastal management. Now let's enter the Mentimeter game for Mr. Wayudin's presentation. Isa, over to you.
Yes, hello, good morning. So we'll be having another Mentimeter game for today. So like yesterday, please go to menti.com and enter the code 28757180. So I think there's no sound for this. I'm so sorry. I think I forgot to set it.
This is our last day now, so this is your last opportunity to gain more points. Please join our game.
Please also use the same name as you did during the earlier Mentimeter game so we can track your score. You'll never know, you might be the winner. Okay, we have 17. We'll just wait for a few more. We're hoping to get 20 or more than 25. Okay, we have 22. So I think we can start. For those who still want to join, just please go to menti.com and enter the code. So yes, please. So in which country is Bontang City located? Is it in China, Indonesia, South Korea, or Vietnam? Okay, it's in Indonesia. So let's see who got it right. We have Mr. Handoko from APSI. Next question, please. The existence of an integrated land and marine spatial plan has several impacts for Bontang City except for political, ecological, social, or economic. Time's up. Correct answer is political. For first place, we have Nirwana Sari from Indonesia. Okay, next question, please. The marine protected areas of Bontang has an area of approximately 3,500 hectares, covering 3 water areas, namely Kendindang and Baras Island, Melahing Island, Sigaja Island, or all answers are correct. Time's up. The correct answer is all 3. Let's see the first placer. We have Ms. Rose Jane Sablon from the Philippines. And for the last question, one of the lessons learned from the problems in Bontang is that the MPA management must adopt active management, passive management, adaptive management, or all answers are incorrect. And time's up. Correct answer is adaptive management. Okay, for this session, let's see who's the first place. We have Nirwana Sari from Indonesia. Congratulations. Please join the other Mentimeters game later. And sorry for there's no background sound.
Thank you, Isa, and congratulations to Nirwana from Indonesia. Now, next, we will invite Mrs. Haslina Amer. She is the Principal Assistant Director of River Basin and Coastal Management Division of Selangor Water Management Authority, or LUAS of Malaysia. Her presentation will be on water resources management strategies towards sustainable river basin and coastal development in Selangor. Mrs. Haslina obtained Certificate on Integrated Water Resources Management training from Japan International Cooperation Agency and Certificate on Integrated Coastal Management training from Komi in Xiamen, China. She has more than 20 years of experiences in water resources management and among the nucleus staff since the establishment of Selangor Waters Management Authority in 2000. Her work experiences covered water resources management and conservation within the river basin and coastal management in Selangor. She's also the Secretariat for Selangor River Basin and Coastal Management Committee. Welcome, Mrs. Haslina, over to you. Morning. Ms. Haslina, we can't hear you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Can please share the slide, please? Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. And a very good morning to everyone that participate on the XMU PEMSEA Joint Training Program. So today I will share experience about the water resources management strategies towards sustainable river basin and coastal development in Selangor, Malaysia. Next. My outline of our presentations will cover backgrounds, issues and challenges, water resources management strategies and way forward. Next. This is a background of Selangor. I think everyone know about Kuala Lumpur. So Selangor is one of the developed states in Malaysia. So the core sectors of Selangor economy is commerce, industries and services. And we are from LUAS and we also the ICM coordinator and also the River Basin Authority that manage our water resources, river basin, water bodies, groundwater and coastal water in the states of Selangor. And actually the ICM site for Selangor is in the Port Klang. In the right side, you can see the functions of LUAS or Selangor Water Management Authority that manage the quantity and the quality environment ecosystem, water demand, integrated approach, and also the monitoring and enforcement. And you can see that we have 7 main river basins and also 7 main dams in Selangor that are involved in our water resources management. Next. This is the area of the Selangor coastal area. When we compare with Malaysia, it's about 4,801 kilometers and Selangor only 291 kilometers. It consists about 5 districts. We can see it in Sabak Bernam, Kuala Selangor, Klang, Kuala Langan, and Sepang. And for information, all of these municipal or local government, it also the members of the PEMSEA network local governments. Next. Along the coastal area, actually we can see the ecotourism as a blue economy for the Selangor. Actually, all the places that covered in the picture is actually in the coastal line of the Selangor. Okay, next. This is the issues and challenges that we are facing because we are the agency that manage the river basin and also the coastal area that we can see the rapid urbanization, industrial development also will affect the river basin and the coastal area. The threats of the climate change, extreme severity in climates, deterioration of river water quality, deterioration on environments, and also the water security challenges. We can see that when we have too much water, we get flooded, and when we have too little water, we get drought. So how we can manage the river basin properly to ensure that we have the sufficient water. Next. This is the water resources management governance towards IWRM in Selangor. I think it is move forward for the clean water and sanitation in the SDGs. We can see in Luas, we have the state government as our board director, also the Selangor Chief Minister. We have the technical committee, we have the Selangor River Conservation Committee, Water Resources Emergency Pollution Committee, and we have the Selangor River Basin and Coastal Management Committee that chaired by ESCO of Infrastructure. Actually, the ICM or Integrated Coastal Management is monitored in the ICM Monitoring Committee that chaired by our Luas Director and also the IRBM Monitoring Committee. Next. This is the IRBM implementation in Selangor. We have 4 policies. Actually, this policy has been gazetted in the regulations on 2019. And the 4 policy is, the first one is ensure sufficient water, ensure clean water, protection against floods, and the fourth is environmental conservation. Okay, next. And this is the policy that has been outlined for the ICM implementation in Selangor that covered 6 issues of priority problems with the 1027 strategies. It's also about the water pollution, solid waste, habitat gradations, health, overexploitation of natural marine resources, erosion and sedimentation. And from this slide, actually, I want to explain actually how the IRBM and ICM actually very correlated, because actually the purpose and the point is to achieve the sustainable and holistic approach, because we can see that all the problem actually is from the upper catchments, and when we can settle or we can conserve our upper catchment or river basin, actually we are indirectly conserve our oceans. Next. This is the legislations on planning development. We can see that one of that is Luas Enactment 1999, and also involve the town and country plannings, Environmental Quality Acts, the ID guidelines for coastal erosion control, National Land Code, National Forestry Acts, and Fisheries Acts. Actually, all the acts or regulations or enactment is correlated, and it is will be enforced in all area in the coastal area and also the river basins. Next. This is the outline of planning procedure under town and country planning for informations that all the states government have the state executive councils. Actually, this council will approve the state, they have the state planning committee that chaired by our chief minister. And the secretariat is director of town and country planning. And all the land use plans of the structure plan will be prepared and will be endorsed. And then in terms of the local government or local authority, actually, they will prepare also the local plan. So the local plan will have the zoning for each activities in the area. Next. Next, please.
Next slide, please. Brian. Excuse me, Rod, are you there?
Rod, right.
Apologies, it seems like he's offline.
I think the slide is not moving.
Okay,
Ryan,
Rob, can you hear me? Okay, I'll share it. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Right. Okay, after that, for the ICM, or Integrated Coastal Management towards Sustainable City, actually, actually for information in Malaysia, actually, Selangor is one of the states that have the coastal areas management. We have the Integrated Coastal Use Zoning Plan, ICUZP. Actually, it has been developed to assist of the states to manage development in the coastal area. And this is the sample for the Port Klang Integrated Coastal Use Zoning Plan. And it's cover about 156 kilometer coastal line. Beside that, we also have the Initial Risk Assessment, IRA plan, that also to identify the location that have risk to flood, erosion, and sedimentation. And it is important to us to plan with the authorities or with the stakeholders how to manage all the risk problem in this coastal area. Besides that, the Selangor state government also has initiated for the Selangor Maritime Gateway, and the project has been to have a Klang River Rehabilitation Project. Okay, next. This is a sample for the Sabak, Bernam, and Kuala Selangor District Councils. And the below is for the Sepang Municipal Councils. So every local government, they have the coastal use zoning plan, and also it's integrated also with the local plans. Okay, next. This is how the management and how the process actually, besides we have the SOC or state of post report that we also to discuss with all the stakeholders and to see how and to assess the progress and impact of ICM. Besides that, we also the consultation with the stakeholders to review back the ICM strategy implementation plans. Next. This is the strategy 1. Actually, the policy is for ensure sufficient and clean water. And the list is actually how the water quantity and quality control has been imposed by LUAS in the states of Selangor actually. It's covered with all the activity that related to waters. Next. For example, actually it's one of the activity that also give impact to the coastal area is shrimp aquaculture. Actually, we have licensed these activities and we have the parameter or standard limit to cover the effluent discharge to the area. Next. It is one I've said before for the Selangor Maritime Gateway. Actually, in Selangor, we have deployed the interceptor 002 and it is in the Sungai Kelang. This interceptor is the ocean cleanup answer for the river plastic waste. Actually, it is very scalable and it is deployed in the river in the Sungai Kelang. And actually, it can prevent plastic from entering the world ocean from the river. And 100% solar powered and extract plastic autonomously. And we can see from the graph, actually the tonnage of the garbage that has been collected. And it is one of the process for solid waste management. And from this also, we have improved the water quality index from class 5 to class 3. Next. It is one of strategy 2 for inventory mapping. Actually, this mapping is actually to monitor the potential of the pollution to the river, because we can see that pollution from the river also will end at the ocean. So we must control, and we have the mapping process to control all the activities. Next. Besides that, the important thing also the technology application. Actually, the application of IoTs or relevant technology for surveillance also. This is the portals or the website that we are using to control all the activities for the water quality and the water quantity. We have the LUAS intelligence support system to optimize available water resources, ERIMS for monitoring all the status of dams, and we have the integration or data sharing with the other agencies. Next. For strategy 4 is gazettement. For the gazettement, we have the 7 dams that has been gazetted. for water protection, actually, we don't want any encroachment to the dams area. So we have gazetted it as zone of protections. Beside that, we also have 20 alternative pond. Actually, it is to conserve all the water resources in the basins. Next. For the coastal area, actually, we have the strategy 5, erosion and sedimentation to control and protection against floods. So this area, actually, we have initiated with the cooperation of Department of Irrigation and Drainage, the beach nourishment, beach, actually, they will have the boardwalks, we have the landscape, and this project will be launched nearly. And for the river history conservation, coastal bind improvement, and also coastal erosion control structure. Okay, next. For environmental conservation, as we see that it is the important things for public participation awareness program. And I think the beach cleanup and the mangrove replanting actually has been organized yearly, but as we know that we have the pandemic right now, so most of the activity has been KIV for the first place, but then still in terms of the awareness we can use by using in terms of the media. Implementation of state policy. In the Selangor, we have no plastic bags and polystyrene containers campaign and policy started in 1 January 2017. Actually, the plastic also the threat for the ocean and marine ecosystem. And for your info, if you go to the shops, actually, when you want to use a plastic, we will charge 20 cents. So nowadays, we will bring our recycle bags. Okay, next. Okay. This is a program, actually is annual program, Beach and River Adoption Program. And the objective is to enhance stakeholders' involvement, local community in beach conservation with the cooperation of government agencies to create sense of ownership and to encourage the implementation of the 3R, reduce, reuse, and recycle. And actually the stakeholder is all the communities along the coastal lines. Next. Next, please. This is the conservation that we have been gazetted by Luas. For the mangrove area is Mukim Kapar, and for the fireflies. The fireflies area is a Kampung Kuantan, Kuala Selangor, and this is the habitats of the fireflies that has been restored from habitats through rehabilitation and rehabilitation. And beside the fireflies, we also have the tree planting program at the ORS Hang Tuah, Bisarijaya, that our off-river storage to storage all the waters. Next. So the way forward, actually, once the important things as to enhance integrated and holistic approach in coastal and river basins toward SDGs, sustainable blue economics, increased conservation effort for the coastal resources, and also strengthening of the coastal management capacity. And I think most of these list actually is important to move forward to the sustainable development goals. That's all from me. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, sounds.
Yes, we can hear you, Chloe.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. Okay, now let's move on to the Mentimeter game, and Isa, please.
Hello, okay. So let's start with the second centimeters. So it will only have a few questions, so it will be very quick. So please go to menti.com and use the call code 4093 9028. We're hoping for the same number of participants as the one earlier. Please also use the same name so we can track your scores. We have 16. Let's just wait some more. We have 20. Okay, I think we can start. So if ever, just please go to menti.com and enter the code. The code is always on top of the slide. Okay, this question, please. How many local governments are involved along the Selangor's coastal areas? 3, 4, or 5? Okay. Time is up. The correct answer is 5. 5 local governments, which only also 5 got correct. So the first place is we have Mr. Trang. Next question. Where is the location of the firefly's habitat in Selangor? Is it in Sepang? Is it in Hulu Selangor or Kuala Selangor? Your time is up. The correct answer is in Kuala Selangor. So in first place, we have still Trang. Okay, and next for the last question. How many policies have been designated for integrated river basin management? 5, 4, or 2? Okay, correct answer is 8 policies. So let's see the first placer. We have Trang for this session. Thank you, congratulations.
Thank you, Isa. And congratulations to Trang for your good job. Now, next we'll have Ms. Lisa Korn Win. She's the Public Health and Environment Department Officer and ICM Coordinator of Sansuk Municipality, Chonburi Province, Thailand. She will present a case study on Chonburi. Now, welcome, Ms. Lisa Korn. Ms. Lisa Korn has extensive working experience in the region developing, implementing, and scaling up of ICM and supporting policies and programs. She provides advice and technical support to stakeholders in the application of ICM processes and tools at the provincial and local levels of government. Welcome, Ms. Nisakorn. Over to you. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. For my topic, I will talking about the coastal erosion risk management is in my city authority. Please go to next slide. Our city is situated in coastal province. Sansuk municipality is in Chonburi province, which eastern region of Thailand. Our city long coastline of 12.43 kilometers is consists of 3 classes as constructed, affected, or wave hit to the coast and natural. Next slide, please. Chonburi serves as a gateway for import and export, an industrial center. Also new energy hub for the country as a result of the Eastern Seaboard and now Eastern Economic Corridor project of Thailand. Conflict among various human activity as well as between human activity and coastal environmental health have significantly treated the sustainability of coastal area and resources that have serious implications to sustainable development of human society. Please next. We considering threats to sustainable coastal development, which including coastal erosion, oil spills, coastal pollution, habitat degradation, and harmful algal bloom. Next, please. To apply ICM to enhance local preparedness and respond to priority natural and man-made hazards, including climate change impacts also. Next, please. By collaborating with PEMSEA Learning Center at Burapha University, also Department of Marine and Coastal Resource or DMCR Thailand, that we incorporate climate change consideration in addressing coastal erosion. We use vulnerability assessment. Next, please. The coastal integrity vulnerability assessment tools or CWAT that we use for assess. We set criteria and set the indicators for each performance level and criterion. Next, please. We design a rubric for the criteria, describe the key elements and rating scale, identify level of performance of consulting, but by consulting professional literature. Next, please. So it's 9 elements for exposure, like shown on the slide. Next, please. And 9 elements for sensitive, which including intrinsic and extrinsic factors. Next, please. And adaptive capacity, including 5 elements, showing in this slide. Next, please. High potential impact, showing from exposure and sensitive score are high. It's result from cost tabulation method. So for adaptive capacity score is medium. Next, please. Then use cross tabulation method. Show the result high vulnerability because of adaptive capacity is less than potential impact. Let's show you at the bottom. Next, please. We set stakeholder to involve with assessment process and set the consult meeting to provide the action for response when they understand why we need to do something for this potential impact. Next, please. Aside from the result as the scientific and social methodology, such action try to increase adaptive capacity score, especially to improving continuity of sediment supply, as shown from the element AC number 2, and also keeping setback zone or strong implementation of the setback policy. The last one is to prohibit construction of the solid base structure. We have a plan to remove or modify any structure causing obstruction as a guideline on coastal structure. However, we also set the activity to building a low carbon society also. That's all on. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nisakorn, for sharing your case in Chonburi, Thailand. Now over to you, Isa, for Mentimeter game.
Oh, hello, it's our second to the last Mentimeter game. So I hope everyone can join now. So there's more chances to get higher scores. So please go to menti.com and enter the code 94927494. We have 15. Let's wait some more. Okay, I don't think we'll be having any more. So please just, if ever, just go to menti.com and enter the game code. It's also in the chat box. So for question number 1, the scopes of evaluation by using coastal integrity value assessment tools include exposure, sensitive, adaptive capacity, or A, B, and C. Time's up. The correct answer is all 3. So let's see the first place. We have Mr. Sarawut from Thailand. Next question. Chonburi, Thailand is using the Coastal Integrity Vulnerability Assessment Tool, or CVAT, for enhancement to people's income, sustained city development, fish stock inoculation, or social collaboration. Okay, time's up. The correct answer is the sustaining city development. For our first place, we have Mr. Handoko. Next, please. What is the exposure information needed to score the vulnerability assessment? Sea level rise, exposure waves, tidal range, or all 3, A, B, and C? Okay, the correct answer is all 3 options. For the first place, it's still Mr. Handoko. For our last question, if potential impact score is high, what would Chonburi, Thailand do for a better coastal erosion management? Is it keep adaptive capacity AC to a high score? Beach tourism closure? Do you have to evaluate it again, or do you try? Okay, and the correct answer is, sorry, I forgot to put the correct answer there, but it's supposed to be keep adaptive capacity to a high score. So don't worry, we'll just recheck it and add it to your scores again. Thank you.
Thank you, Isa. And congratulations again to Mr. Handoko from Indonesia. Now let's have our last presentation today from Dr. Nguyen Minh Song, the former Deputy Director of Institute of International Technology, Vietnam Academy of Science and Technology. He will be presenting Integrated Coastal Management and Coastal Use Zoning in Tuat Tien Hue, Vietnam. Welcome, Dr. Nguyen. Dr. Nguyen is specialized in marine and coastal processes and environment.
He works in the field of research and application of environmental science and participates in various environmental management activities. After being trained at PEMSEA for a year in marine environmental management in 1997, Dr. Nguyen has participated in many international, national, and local programs and projects on natural resources and environmental management, especially those on integrated coastal management and integrated river basin management in Vietnam. He has practical experience in the integrated coastal management, as well as the coastal use zoning and marine spatial planning in Vietnam, which are of high concern now in the country. Now let's welcome Dr. Sun. Good morning, Dr. Sun.
Thank you, Claude. Can you hear me? Good
Yes,
morning,
sir. Yes,
everybody.
doctor. Yes.
Yeah, with the very short time, I would like just to introduce you the general activity, achievement, and issues regarding ICM implementation and coastal use zoning in Thừa Thiên Huế province, Vietnam. So Thừa Thiên Huế is a coastal province located right in the center of Vietnam. Excuse me, I would like to share my presentation. Yeah, this province is very special. First, Huế city is ancient capital of Vietnam. It was a capital of Vietnam for nearly 1 century in 17th, 18th centuries. And the Thừa Thiên Huế province is less developed compared to others coastal provinces. The poverty rate was very high, and it received a lot of support from national government as well as the foreign donors. Regarding the natural resources, it has excuse me. Yeah. So regarding the natural resource, Thừa Thiên Huế has very big lagoon called Tam Giang Cầu Hai Lagoon. It is the biggest lagoon in the Southeast Asian region. Thừa Thiên Huế is also the famous tourism destination of Vietnam, and is the province among the provinces implementing ICM very early in Vietnam. So you can see here, it's located in the center of Vietnam. Actually, in 2000, we have set up a VNICZM project. This is the Vietnam Netherlands Integrated Coastal Zone Management Project in Vietnam from 2000 to 2004. And the general objective of this project is to establish a long-term ICM capacity for Vietnam with the 3 pilot sites, one in the northern part, and one in the central region, and the third one in the southern part of Vietnam. So Thừa Thiên Huế is the one in the central part of Vietnam. This is the map of the Thừa Thiên Huế province. You can see the coastal area is on the land part of the coastal area is the coastal district in the red color, and the sea part is the coastal water within the 6 nautical mile from the shore. So the focus area of the coastal area is the one with the red color. You can see the more crimson color, which cover the whole Tam Giang Cầu Hai Lagoon and the protected area in Haivan Suncha area in the southern part of the province. So population is about up the whole province up more than 1 million, and for the ICM study area is about 500,000 of people. The main activity of the ICZM project include awareness raising on ICZM, capacity building, so capacity strengthening for Ministry of Science, Technology and Environment, and the Department of Science, Technology and Environment at provincial level. Other objective, other activity is to analyze the issue in the coastal zone of the pilot provinces and development of database for ICZM. The most important product that would be that need to be received is the coastal strategy and action plan for 3 pilot sites. And the last one is the study on some critical issue. For example, for Nam Định, they focus on the erosion issue, and for Thừa Thiên Huế, our province, our concerned province, so they focus on the interaction between river system and lagoon and the sea. So the main achievement of the project in Thừa Thiên Huế are first the coordination, the intersectoral coordination mechanism set up with the coordinating committee, ICZM office under the Department of Science, Technology and Environment of Thừa Thiên Huế province, and the multidisciplinary team of experts to assist in the technical issue, the technical aspect of the project. The second achievement is the initial database of the province or the coastal area have been developed. The first one is the ICZM strategy and action plan developed and initially implemented. Other achievement is the major issue of Tam Giang Cầu Hai Lagoon management have been identified. Yes, and other achievement like ICZM capacity improve and stakeholder participation strengthened in the ICZM activity in the province. So after the after the VN ICZM project finished, we have some difficulties with how to say continuing to implement ICM in Thừa Thiên Huế province. You know why? Because in 2002, the environment sectors was split from the Ministry of Science, Technology and Environment, and the new Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment was established in this year 2002, and in the following year, the Department of Natural Resources and Environment in provinces, in coastal provinces, have been established. And also in 2008, the first time we have the Vietnam Administration for Sea and Island, which had a function of uniform management of the sea and island of the country. So some big changes in organization regarding the marine management. The policy and legislation also change. Also, many documents have been newly developed, such as the ICM program for the central part of Vietnam in 2007, law on Vietnam Sea 2012, law on environmental protection 2014, law on sea and island resource and environment 2015. and ICM, National ICM Strategy to 2016. So all these created a legal corridor for marine management and ICM in Vietnam. But also this we have some difficulty for this for their realization at local level because of inadequacy of the implementation guideline for local implementation. The provinces have to always wait for something done from the national government for them to follow. So this is some difficulties. In 2010, Thừa Thiên Huế province became ICM parent site of PEMSEA network, and PEMSEA provides support, technical support to the province. But Thừa Thiên Huế was in difficult times, so not many ICM activity were undertaken during this time. Regarding the coastal use zoning, so in this year, 2010, Thừa Thiên Huế People Committee approved a proposal on the development of coastal use zoning plan for the province. The general objective of this plan is to solve the use conflict, to support the use and management of coastal resource and environment in the province. Yes. And I can say that Thừa Thiên Huế learned from Da Nang and other sites in the region following the PEMSEA recommendation for zoning plan development. So in this chart, in this figure, you can see that two main tools have been used for developing the zoning plan. On the right, on the left side, you can see the map and map overlaying using GIS tool. On the right side is a institutional analysis. So we focus on the policy and regulation on the coastal resource usage, and we adjust the conflict, the resolve conflict, and adjust adjust for harmonization of the map we develop and the regulation on the use of coastal area, and come up with the zoning output, including the zoning map, the set up user regulation, and the set up implementation action, and the proposal organization for zoning plan implementation. You can see, so we received the scheme, zoning scheme, with about 25 zones belonging to 11 categories, including the conservation zone, development zone, and buffer zone extra. And also this is the regulation system of regulation. So regulation meaning that you have to regulate all activity in each zone. So you can see in the table, the column is the zone and the row are the uses. We will work on this to find if all the activity are compatible with other and with the natural feature of each zone. And for this zoning plan, we also identify the priority action, focusing on the two area. First, the regulation development and improvement. So we focus on the regulation on fishery, regulation on tourism, and regulation on segment zone. So on the activity at the shore. On the institutional aspect, so we focus on the consolidation of the coordinating mechanism and the permit system for coastal use, and also for inspection, meaning for enforcement of the regulation implementation for the coastal use zoning plan. Also, the zoning plan have been approved by people committee in 2011, but the implementation was very slow and passive because there was a lack of financial investment. As I told you, during this year, a lot of things changed in the organizational issue on the legislation document that Thừa Thiên Huế have was in confusion to implement at local level. During the period of 2019 to 2020, the province participated in PEMSEA VASI Vietnam Administration for Sea and Island project on ICM scaling up in Vietnam. And Thừa Thiên Huế is among 5 pilot provinces of Vietnam participating in this project. So there were 3 sub-projects for Thừa Thiên Huế, including the strengthening of the coordination mechanism, conducting risk vulnerability assessment, and preparing a baseline SOC, state of cost report. And the last one is updating the coastal use zoning plan, focusing on the integrated management of lagoon and coastal sand beach. So this plan have been developed and approved by the people committee, provincial people committee on December 31st, 2020 newly. Okay, so this is adjusted zoning scheme for the coastal area of Thừa Thiên Huế province, developed in late 2020. So this time they about 50 zones were identified belonging to 13 categories. And priority action for period 2021-2030 have been set up, focusing on 3 areas: conservation, protection, and restoration, institutional improvement, and capacity development and awareness rising. So you can see more or less same problem we have to continue to solve, especially regarding institutional, like improving coordination mechanism, strengthening the monitoring and forecasting system, and developing a database for coastal resource and environment management. But this time, from technical issue, we focus on conservation of aquatic resources and protection of coastal mangrove forest and expansion of Tam Giang Cầu Hai wetland reserve area. My last slide, in my last slide, I would like to tell you that we have some difficulty in MSP and coastal use zoning at local level now, because according to the law on planning, so Vietnam Marine Master Spatial Plan and Master Plan on Sustainable Use and Exploitation of Vietnam Coastal Resources will be developed at national level. So at local level, we have to wait. We have to wait for instruction guideline from the national government. So according to the law of the sea and island national resources and environment, the development of ICM program project at local level should be based on the master plan on sustainable use and exploitation of Vietnam coastal resources. But this master plan have not been yet developed. So why is the province have to wait for something done from the national government for them to follow, as I told you earlier. And the coastal use zoning for Vietnam is the content of the master plan on the sustainable use and exploitation of Vietnam coastal resources, which have not been developed. So the province, including Thừa Thiên Huế, has a confusion in developing and implementing the coastal use zoning plan for themselves. So you see, they have some difficulty because not clear guideline, not clear recommendation from the national government on how to develop and implement the coastal use zoning and also ICM program in at local level. Thank you very much for your attention. This is all what I would like to tell you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Song, for sharing on the cases of Thuận Huế. And now let's enter the Mentimeter game. Over to you, Isa.
Yes, hello, and it's our last Mentimeter game for this workshop, so I hope everyone can join in. So as usual, please go to menti.com and enter the code 2843 2114. It is also in our Zoom chat box. We have 16. We'll wait a bit more. So we have 20 participants right now. So I think we can start. So for others, please just go to menti.com and enter the code. We have 21. Okay, let's begin. For the first question, after 2004, Thiat Nguyen Huế, as well as other provinces in Vietnam, encountered difficulties in ICM implementation due to changes in organizational structure, changes in maritime law and policies, both A and B, or none of the above. Okay, time's up. The correct answer is both A and B. So currently in first place, we have Kakarin. Okay, for the next question. What kind of analysis were carried out in the first Thiat Nguyen Huế coastal use zoning project? Spatial analysis, institutional analysis, both spatial and institutional, or none of the above? Okay, time's up. The correct answer is both spatial and institutional. So our first place is We have Didi. Okay, for the next question. Oh, what is not one of the priority actions for the period of 2021 to 2023? Protection of coastal mangroves, reviewing and adjusting regulations on coastal tourism, development and implementation of communication platforms, or fundraising. Time's up. The correct answer is fundraising. Our first scorer is we have Kate Cassini. And for our last question, has coastal use zoning in Vietnam, as seen in the Master Plan on Sustainable Use and Exploitation of Vietnam's Coastal Resources, have been developed? Yes or no? Correct answer is actually it's no, it has not yet been developed. Okay, so for the first place in this session, we have Karim. So congratulations and thank you for everyone who participated in the Mentimeter Games for the entire workshop. We will compile all your scores and we will show later who is the first place who got the highest score in all our Mentimeter games. So thank you again.
Thank you very much, Isa, and congratulations to Karim for your good job. And now let's have a 10-minute break. Meanwhile, we will be posting a link to the evaluation form in the Zoom chat box. We value your opinions very much, so please take a few minutes to fill out the form, and the certificate will be circulated to those who have registered with us, have stayed with us through most lectures, and have filled out the feedback by end of day today. Thank you very much. Let's proceed to the break. And after the break, we will have the facilitated discussion hosted by Ms. Burmas, and the wrapping up and also the certificate awarding. See you later. Welcome back, everyone. Now let's proceed to the facilitated discussion part. And we're sorry that Mr. Fakri will not be able to join us today because his office closes at 11:30 because of the pandemic, and hope you understand. If you have any questions for him, please email him directly later. Now over to you, Ms. Nancy.
Okay. Thank you, Chloe. Good morning, everyone. Time check, it's 11:16, and we are actually way past our schedule for the open discussion, which was supposedly happening at 10:25 to 11:10. May I seek everyone's agreement if we can extend until 12 noon today for this morning session? And if you agree, if we can complete the open discussion until 11:40, because we need time also for the closing ceremony and the recognition of the most active participants, as well as the who did very well in the Mentimeter. May I see a raise of hand if we agree to extend until 12 noon today? I cannot see actually. Can I just hear your agreement?
I think their cameras are off, most of them.
Okay. So anyway, let's assume that we all extend until 12 noon. Okay, so just to summarize what we have learned for the past 3 days. So we have covered the concept and principles of ICM and MSP, the framework and processes, including other area-based management approaches. And we have also learned about China's long experience in marine functional zoning, as well as Batangas province's experience in marine spatial planning development, particularly in Balayan Bay. And these two sites are quite important because they were the original pilot ICM sites of PEMSEA. They started way back in the 1990s, 1994. And today, we have learned about the experiences, lessons learned, and way forward in spatial planning in the 5 ICM sites, particularly focusing on a very specific aspect. For instance, although of course the zoning plan is very comprehensive, but Sihanoukville's experience was on beach management or sustainable coastal tourism. For Bontang City, habitat and biodiversity conservation. For Selangor, in Malaysia, water resources and sustainable river basin management. And Ms. Haslina also shared that Northern Selangor, Sepang, and Port Klang actually have also their adopted integrated land and sea use zoning plan. And Chunbori shared their experience in conducting risk assessment for coastal erosion management in their beach areas. And finally, we've heard about Vietnam's experience in coastal use zoning development and some of the challenges that they're facing in terms of implementing the local coastal use zoning plan. So I would like to thank the 5 speakers for their very informative and very rich experiences that they have shared. So we can open the floor for questions. Maybe we can have 1 or 2 questions maximum for each of the 4 speakers, because we also need to, I also need to do some wrap up and also to have some discussions on the next steps based on our learnings for the past 4 days, and also PEMSEA's and FISO's future capacity development plans. And if we apologize if we cannot accommodate all questions, but as mentioned in the previous days, you can type your questions in the chat box, and we will endeavor to coordinate with the speakers to provide clarification on your questions. So okay, so please indicate the name of the resource speaker that you want to seek clarification for. So let's open the floor for discussion. Let me see. Okay, any questions for the 4 speakers? I hope you did not, we've learned a lot actually this morning, so probably it's also difficult to digest what we have learned, but I think there are common elements that we've heard from the 5 presentations. Any question? Let me see. No question? Let's see. Can you actually see my screen, Chloe?
Yes, I can see your screen. Yeah.
Okay, so if there are no questions,
we have, I think, Mr. Kanawood from Thailand.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
I have a question, but my question goes to Sihanoukville. Yeah, close to my province. Mr. Visan, if I could remember.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. When you do the beach management, I just wonder if you have any problem about the coastal erosion, and how did you manage with it? Because in Thailand, when we built a road along the beach and nearby the beach, following that, we always facing with the coastal erosion problem. So I just wonder if you face same situation and how you manage it. Thank you.
Is Mr. Bisal still with us?
Seems like Mr. Clark is offline.
Is he still with us?
I hope he's still in the office.
Yeah.
Hi, Mr.
Okay. It's okay. Just move to the other.
Okay, any more questions? So he's here?
Yeah, because he just turned on his camera. Let's see.
Oh, so while waiting probably for Mr. Bisal, do we have any other questions for the other speaker? Okay, so no questions.
We have one more for him, but unfortunately, seems like he's not here.
Okay, so I think we can forward your question, Mr. Sarawak, to Mr. Praknisaro to check if he can provide additional information on their experience in managing their beach area as part of their ICM program and zoning plan. But if anyone wants to share their experiences, anyone? Otherwise, we can proceed in discussing our next steps.
I think I just saw a hand, Mr. Handoko.
Okay.
And also Mr. Ferry for you next.
No, actually, I just would like to ask, not comment.
Okay.
Maybe later after.
Okay.
Yeah. I just want to ask to Mr. Fahri.
Oh, okay. Oh, Mr. Fahri, you're still here?
I just want to leave.
I think the question is being
to
addressed to Mr.
in the office. I'm sorry, but you can email. You can contact me by email, or you can chat
still
me.
here.
Maybe with the PEMSEA or the Chloe. Sorry. Then you then Chloe send me the question. I will answer later with the answer. I'm sorry, I will leaving the Zoom meeting. I'm sorry because time for living in Indonesia in my office. I'm sorry. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Stay safe.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
So I think we have no questions, feedback, or comments anymore from the floor. Okay. So let me share my screen again. Okay. So if you recall in the program, we have identified some items for discussion for this open discussion. So in one of the key points is for us to identify the common elements and complementation between ICM and MSP. And I think all of the presentations have confirmed that there is complementation, and at the same time, they are mutually reinforcing, meaning either you have started developing your MSP before ICM, or you have started your ICM program before developing your marine spatial planning. There are no conflicts of interest there, but the integration can be seamless. And based on what we've learned for the past 4 days, we have known that the principles and concept of both approaches are similar. They are based on the end goal is to achieve sustainable development of the coastal and marine areas, and they are guided by the principles of ecosystem-based management, adaptive management, integration and coordination, and what else? EBM, integration and coordination, and adaptive management. And although the framework for ICM has been well set up based on our more than close to 3 decades of ICM practice, but as we have shown in the first day, the same framework can be used actually for also for MSP, because we already see where the entry point would be for both processes. And again, in all presentations that we've heard since day 2 until day 4, the governance mechanism or the governance arrangements for implementing ICM or MSP is key to achieving effective implementation and to ensure also that implementation will happen. And again, I have identified a number of governance aspects here that have been identified in all of the presentations. So we need to have the necessary policy and the legal framework to provide the legal basis for us to develop our plans and implement our plans. We need to have the necessary institutional arrangements, a multi-agency, multi-sector institutional arrangements to provide the framework or the platform for us to discuss all the issues and concerns that are happening or that we are encountering in our coastal and marine areas. Capacity building is a key because without capacity, we will not be able to develop and implement and monitor our plans. Financing is also very important. I think it was highlighted that in the MSP process, it's quite expensive actually, because we will bring together all of the stakeholders, and in the process, you have to spend money to do all the consultations and even just preparing the plan. Information and knowledge management is also a key component of the governance mechanism, because we need to have an informed public, and we need to document the good practices so that we have the necessary model to help transfer the experiences from one side to another side. And of course, public awareness and stakeholders engagement. We need to hear all the voices from various various sectors so that they are not left behind in any of our planning process, and of course the stakeholders engagement. Okay, so I tried to consolidate the discussion highlights from days 1 actually up to hopefully today. But anyway, so I grouped them together into 4. These were the questions actually that were raised during the Q&A, and stakeholders engagement was specifically highlighted, how the public participated in the process and how were their views consulted and incorporated into the plan. And then are the vulnerable groups included, such as women, children, and included here the indigenous peoples in plan development, because they also have a stake in the implementation of the plan. And then for MSP development and implementation, I think we've seen how the practice in China has evolved since the 1980s. And the question was how each cycle or generation differ from each other, who led the process, and how were the policies and guidelines were developed and implemented. And I think we have a good documentation on China's experience in marine functional zoning. And if you recall from my presentation on the first day, I have provided the citation of the sources where I got the information from all of the materials that I used. And then the level of compliance to regulations, how were the use conflicts in the West Sea resolved? Although these are very specific to China, but I think these are also applicable to other countries or other sites. And there was a question on how do you delineate the boundaries or areas covered by MSP, particularly in an island ecosystem. And then what were the challenges? So again, in all of the presentations, despite our progress made in developing, implementing ICM and MSP, we still have challenges. So basically the adaptive management principle works in this case because we need to adjust because if there are policy changes, leadership changes, institutional reorganization, and so on, and also even like the COVID-19 pandemic, which has impact on and also in the environment, we need to adapt to constant changes. And then measuring the benefits and effectiveness. This is very important because, for instance, if you have been implementing integrated coastal management or MSP for a very long time, you need to know the benefits. And I think Xiamen has showed us the way of assessing the benefits, although in Professor Kang's presentation yesterday, it was very informative actually, but we might have challenges in implementing the same assessment tool in other areas, although he mentioned that we can have a more simplified model to be able for other sites to follow the same initiative. And then replication. So what were the recommendations to other countries can China provide in terms of also who are also considering to develop the same MFC application. So I think we all agree that there is no one size fits all. So again, adaptive management would play a key role in adjusting your plans based on the local needs and situation. Okay, so for our discussion this morning, if you recall again, I mentioned about a roadmap that IOC UNESCO developed until 2030, and PEMSEA is also developing a roadmap until 2030. And so we would like to seek your inputs or feedback or comments on these three. It doesn't have to be limited to these three aspects, but we might have other suggestions. But as of now, we have identified these three major items for discussion this morning so that we can incorporate any suggestions or comments or recommendations from your end in terms of building capacity for, this was identified in previous workshops, for legislation, if you need assistance in developing the legislation for zoning, and then if we need training on certain tools, methodologies, and guidelines for ICM and MSP development, as well as monitoring, evaluation, and reporting. And then we have two very well-established networks, the PEMSEA network of local governments and the PEMSEA network of learning centers. So we can use these two networks to build capacity and also provide support to local governments or national government agencies and our other partner organizations to implement or utilize the tools that for instance, China has used or in the Philippines and in other areas. And we also have the non-country partners like Korea Maritime Institute in particular have been providing technical support actually to our partner countries like Cambodia and also in the Philippines in very specific needs of the countries in terms of technical support. And knowledge management, we've seen from the presentation, we've seen a wealth of good practices, and sometimes these are not documented, and so we do not know what, for instance, Chunburi is doing or Huatianhui is doing in terms of ICM implementation, because it's very difficult to get hold of available materials. And so we're trying to build our knowledge bank, what we call the CKB, as our knowledge management platform, so that it can serve as our repository for materials on ICM, on MSP, and all other management programs that were implemented in the various sites. So there, if I can get some feedback from you, what do you think? What are the capacity building needs from your end? How do we utilize these two networks to build capacity, or linkages with other organizations who might have the necessary funding or technical know-how to help us? And how do we proceed in documenting our good practices? So we usually have like newsletters or flyers and brochures, but are these actually disseminated widely, not only within the boundaries of your site, but also beyond, outside? So in our case, we can provide a platform to highlight your experiences in or your good practices at the global level. So I stop here if we can get some feedback from your end. Thank you. Any general comments or suggestions or recommendations so that we can incorporate this in our plan for next year and until 2030. And we can find the necessary partners who might be able to provide the necessary assistance. It's 11:39. We're running out of time, but yeah, if we can get even just general comments on what you think are if we are moving towards the right direction in terms of improving ICM implementation and MSP implementation.
I think we have questions from Mr. Handoko or
okay. Comments.
Yeah, thank you, Chloe and Nancy. So I would like to ask a question to Mr. Fahri, but just forget it because he left already. So just would like to provide a general comments as Nancy's request. So I think first, this is a good program, yeah, to understand and then to what you call it, improve our knowledge on what happened in the other country about the ICM implementation and so on. And then, as you mentioned, also some highlight from like what general highlight from the countries. Yeah, you already mentioned like about the governance, capacity building, and financing. And I agree also, from at least from today's presentations, seems that the governance related to policy and then regulation and then guidance from, let's say, from the top, yeah, is really important. Yeah, so on how our government adopt this concept using the comprehensive or integrative or like anything better coordination and so on. But then the regulations is very important because without regulation, without adoptions by the governments, seems nothing. Yeah, I think from Dr. Son's presentation explaining many things, but then when the government is not yet adopted the program, the regulation is not yet in place, it's quite difficult to implement. Maybe there will be no country budget also going to that program without any policy direction, something like that.
Yeah.
And then the second related to replication is interesting from you, Nancy. So replication, meaning that I learned also from the presentation from Professor Suatia related to 20 years experience, from the ICM implementation. So many lessons learned, But then on how we have like what you call it? You mentioned there is no one prescriptive, But then I think we need to learn from our experience on how to get a cost efficiency, Nancy. I mean that from our lesson learned from more than 20 years, maybe there will be a cost efficiency to do that. For example, while we are identifying the important stakeholder, for example, or when we would like to understand the prioritization of the issue or analyzing some key issue or something like that. So there should be a cost efficiency from our more than 20 years experience. And then I think another point related to capacity building, I think also important to have like information exchange, back to my previous comment actually. So I mean that information exchange could be similar with what we done these 4 days, yeah. Especially in the last day, we learned from from Indonesia, Vietnam, Philippines yesterday, and then also Thailand, Cambodia, Malaysia, and so on. So I think important the information exchange, what happened and what lesson learned we get from other countries. I think that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mas Han, for that comment. Actually, yeah, your point about like we've been doing ICM for the past 20 years, and so it has to be cost efficient and so on. We are already on the stage where we develop like a system and a standard that at the minimum, any local government who implements ICM should have these basic elements of an ICM program, the must-haves. And across sites, I think these are the same, like in the governance, particularly the governance elements. But then I think in any program, adaptive management is always key because there are a lot of uncertainties. So, but anyway, we're running out of time. But I think we had a very good discussion, and we've been able to like get feedback from you through the Q&A. It would have been nice if we have longer time to discuss. Hopefully in an face-to-face in a face-to-face arrangement. Hopefully next year. So yeah. We can build on the 4-day event that we have organized on how we can design a more probably focused program for the next training or learning event that FISO or Xiamen University and PEMSEA will be organizing. So yeah, it's 11:45. So I think we can, Chloe, over to you.
Thank you, Nancy. I don't think we have more time for comments or questions. Sorry, Ms. Teddy. Maybe we can communicate later directly via email. And thank you, everyone. Now let's proceed to the wrapping up session. And now let's welcome Professor Liang Fan, Deputy Coordinator General of FISO, to award our outstanding participant certificates and deliver closing remark. Everyone, you are encouraged to switch on your camera. We will be taking a group photo in a moment. Thanks. Over to you, Dr. Lee.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great time now, okay? For this closing session, I would like to start by thank you, all of you, the speakers, for their excellent thought-provoking talks, the moderator for coordinating the talks and discussions, and our colleagues from PRF, FISO, and more media for organizing and supporting this event. However, most importantly, I would like to thank you all, the participants. Without your inputs, ideas, and discussion, this workshop would not have been so successful. That being said, I would like to present the certificate for outstanding participants to the following participants in recognition of their active participation in this program, as well as their excellent performance in the Mentimeter games. Okay, we have 3 Mentimeter top winners and 3 active participants. And I would like to announce their name. mean time meter top winners are Denti Triani from Indonesia.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Betty.
Thank you very
Congrats.
much.
That is with us now. Okay, good.
The second person is Ken Yu Ani from Papua New Guinea.
Congratulations.
Wow.
Congratulations.
The third winners are Nirvana Sari from Indonesia.
Wow. Congratulations.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Congrats.
And the active participants are, number one is Chu Chongwadong from Cambodia.
Wow. Congratulations.
Congrats.
Handuko Adi Susanto from Indonesia.
Wow. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Masan.
Sarawat Sariwong from Thailand.
Congrats.
Congrats.
Okay, let's give a round of applause to them.
Yes.
Congrats. Thank you.
Thank you. ขอบคุณครับขอบคุณครับ
We would love to host you all in the first face-to-face training session to be held once the international travel restriction is lifted. Please note that we will also be sending out certificates via email for all of you who have registered, taking the journey with us for the past 4 days, and most importantly, have filled out the evaluation form. For we highly value your thoughts and feedback on this program so that we know areas to improve on. Thank you. How about Shui, Miss Law? Okay, move to you.
I think Chloe's internet connection is not very good now, not very stable now. Chloe?
Yes. Yeah, I think she's offline.
I think I can move to the closing remark. Do you think so?
We need to take a group photo with the outstanding participants first.
Okay.
Yes.
Please.
Or Rod
Please.
or Brian. Rod or Brian, can you handle that to have the group photo for with
Maybe.
the
Yeah.
yes.
Yes, we can do that. So we do have a outstanding participants. Okay, so please turn on your camera so we can have a picture.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, hold on. Okay, so smile, 1, 2, 3. One more. One more. Okay. Smile, 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you for that.
Congratulations.
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 Yes.
Okay, so we can proceed with the closing remarks.
Okay.
Okay, yes, please. Professor Lee,
Okay.
please.
It's also me, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. The ocean is the Earth's biggest life support system. It features entertainers and connectors together. Our well-being depends on a healthy and resilient ocean. However, the ever-increasing demands on ocean resources has laid unprecedented pressures on the ocean and led to the continued degradation of the ocean and coastal environment. Restoring and sustaining the marine ecosystem services call for innovative, sustainable ocean and coastal development theories, as well as cooperation beyond organization, cities, countries, and even regions. FISO, as a provincial level interdisciplinary science and technology platform, is dedicated to providing strategic and technical support for marine governance for governments at various levels to build up capacity on modernizing ocean governance. We share the same goals with PEMSEA in knowledge sharing, capacity building, and network connection for a better, healthier ocean. Therefore, we joined hands and organized this training program. With the joint training program, we intended to provide an opportunity for managers, officers, and professors in the field of coastal and marine management from the East Asian Seas region to explore the concepts of integrated coastal management and marine spatial planning, as well as the mutual reinforcement. For the last few days, I feel that we have exceeded this expectation. We have discussed in depth the challenges and the constraints, as well as the trade-offs on the conflicts of interests in the coast management practices, and shared ideas of possible reactions and opportunities for cooperation. On behalf of the organizers of this joint event, FISO, Xiamen University, and PEMSEA, we sincerely hope that we have found this program beneficial to your profession, and we hope that our path cross in the future. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for you all to join us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Prof.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Lee, for your closing remark. And now I think it's time for us to take a group photo. Brian?
Turn on your cameras. Yes.
有吧？优秀学员可以。
Okay, Brian. Or we'll see it. Okay, so let me. Okay, one. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Smile. Okay. So there will be 3 shots. Okay, so batch 2. Batch 2. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay. we go to batch 3. Okay, batch 3. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, thank you all. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your patient attention.
Thank you, everyone. And
Thank
stay
you,
safe.
everyone.
See you
Have a
again.
nice day
Also,
and have a nice weekend
Thank
also.
you. Have a nice
Yeah.
Happy weekend
Happy
all.
weekend.
Bye
Thank you for
bye.
all the
Bye-bye.
speakers and committee.
Thank you.
See you in Xiamen next year.
Good picture.
Yes.
Take care, everyone.
Bye.
Welcome to Xiamen University.
See you. Yeah.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Mm.
Welcome to
Bye, Dr. Son. Bye, Mr. Sarawut. Bye, Rose Jane.
Bye.
Hi, Nancy. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye, Professor Sue.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you very much. Bye
Thank
bye.
you so much.
Goodbye, everyone.
Thank you, 方舟。谢谢厦门大学。
Yeah, Xiamen Dashi. Yeah, welcome to Xiamen Dashi when the travel restrictions are lifted.
Yeah.
See you. Bye.
Bye bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.